We are live at Coletco for Thursday night's live Facebook record sale. I was here an hour ago and hope everybody has um, realized that um, it is Thursday metal night and we're here to sell stuff. I was hoping I could start at 5 so I could stop at 1 tonight and get some other stuff done, but now we're going to be going all the way till 2, it looks like, again, because we're not starting until 5:38. There's always something, right, Jake? I think I see people commenting. It is Thursday metal night. Alrighty here. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is start sharing the feed. We need YouTube people to comment immediately. We need lots of likes and comments from YouTube is what my staff is telling me. So I don't know what y'all are waiting on, but we need some comments from YouTube. It is so hot in here. Facebook's comments are on the YouTube channel? They can see it in the chat? Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Do I need to mute my mic? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm here. Sorry, my mic was muted. We have a crash behind me or something. Okay, let me see what's going on over here. First thing is April's going to come over here and lead us in the pledge. April, you're on. April, do you not know the pledge? Do you not have your students do the pledge in the morning? Y'all don't do the pledge? Okay. Well, either way, she's not talking, so we'll move on from that. Here's the Thursday night sale. Thanks, Jake, for getting all this set up. You're not going to come do the pledge? Okay. Evidently, the YouTube chat shows Facebook comments. Craig says, of course, drama with April. Drama with Tanner. I said there's drama with Tanner too. Wow, that's a lot of big boxes. We love UPS. All right, I'm sharing links right now. I'm almost done. Honestly, I got here at 4:50 to start at 5, and y'all saw what time we started. It just never works out. I mean, I'm telling y'all. Actually, the earlier I get here, the later I start. So someone figure that out for me. If I get here early, everybody realizes I'm here, and I get swarmed. So I usually show up and be like, okay, I got to go live, and I run straight to the back. Laura can verify. I was up here swarmed earlier. It's like press. It's like when the president comes off of Air Force One. Has to take questions. So top fans are tagged. No. I mean, we could. I hope all the new vinyl's unboxed. I hadn't even had time to think about that. Is that what those 3 crates are? Ed's got it. One Metallica. That's George Samberaz's. I ordered 2 and they only sent 1. I've heard they're sold out. That's incredible if they've sold. How many do they make? 50,000 load box sets, and they've already sold them. 50,000. I hadn't got one yet. I hadn't. Customers come first, Tanner says. Unfortunately, y'all get the good stuff before I do. I'm just a lonely peasant. All right, so I got good news for people who love 45s. I found this box in the back. It's got, I think, the kind of stuff we usually put up for auction. Of Montreal. It's got a lot of the indie stuff like we've been selling. So I got a whole box of, oh, thank you, Tanner. Here we go. I got a whole box of this stuff here. Hitter, patter, pat, big pants. Hit, patter, pat, big pants. And blonde redhead. A lot of that indie stuff we've been selling albums of. So we've acquired some great 45s here. Plus, I found some metal ones for tonight. And tonight we're going to be selling rock, metal, jazz, soul, reggae, Beatles, Iron Maiden, King Gizzard, CDs, Grateful Dead, Metallica, Harry Potter, Limp Bizkit, Leonard Cohen, Elvis, Peggy Lee, Blondie, Dolly, Tenacious D, Merle Haggard, Roy Orbison, and that's it. That's all we're selling tonight. Just those 9 artists. Okay, I got to get focused. I got to get tuned in, and I got to figure out who I am and what I'm doing. Okay? So let me... Here we go. So let me remind you of what we do here on Thursday nights. This is what we call Thursday Metal Night. And we're going to be selling records. All right, so here's some CDs from last night. Lou Graham is $6.99. Jafria is $6.99. Gin Blossoms is $6.99. Gin Blossoms is $6.99. Genesis is $6.99. And Cheap Trick's Greatest Hits is $6.99. Those are all $6.99 each. If anybody wants any of those CDs there, you can be my guest. My first cassette should bring $40 or $50 or a couple $1,000. This is the Cramps, Bad Music for Bad People. That's out of print on vinyl. Probably the most desirable of the Cramps albums. That's going to go up for a $10 start. There's the Cramps. We have it tonight where y'all can see YouTube comments or Facebook comments in the YouTube chat. So we'll get y'all's feedback on that. Hopefully it works good. That way y'all can see YouTube. Excuse me, I'm going to get this backwards all night. You can see Facebook comments in the YouTube chat, but you can't see YouTube comments in the Facebook chat. First is Todd Fisher on the Lou Graham CD for $6.99. Next is Robin Glenn on Cheap Trick. Robin Glenn got Cheap Trick for $6.99. Michael Rudolph got Genesis for $6.99. Ron Elmore's in on the cassette at $10, and that leaves Gin Blossoms, and Jafria. If anybody wants those CDs, they're $6.99. All right, now this morning at 6 a.m., I posted probably 3 of the most lengthiest videos I've ever posted in the 6, 9, and 12 o'clock slots. We even did a 12 o'clock video. And we're about to start showing new vinyl from last night. And we're about to start showing new vinyl for tonight. And the new Tyler Childers album's up for pre-order. And it is Thursday Metal Night. And Chad is going to start tagging some links. And the first link Chad's going to tag is this right here. Boom. And he's going to share it over here where I made a post in the group. And then I'm going to use the rare @everyone tag. Try not to do that too often. And there's that. And then, yes, Donna. And I'm going to do this here. Okay. Now, first thing we have is Patty wants the Jafria CD. Let's go ahead and pull that right here. Jafria CD, $6.99. That is sold. Okay. Also, we have this, this, and this. Mike, if you just let Ed know about that, he will send you a refund. Yeah, I'm sure that was gonna be bound to happen at some point. All right. And here we go, and here we go. All right, so here's some stuff I'm looking for. We have Shel Silverstein, Joan Jett, Country Collected. We have Smokey and the Bandit, The Cure, Modest Mouse, Smokey and the Bandit, Ozzy, Sabotage, King Gizzard, Jelly Roll, Sabotage, The Cure, Dolly, Steel Panther, Sabotage, Outlaw Country, Billy Idol, Ozzy, Ramones, Tyler Childers, Amon Amarth, Stranger Things, Avril Lavigne, Modest Mouse, Good News, Billy Idol, Jelly Roll, Best of Dolly, Avril Lavigne, Nickelback, and Ray LaMontagne. Okay, so there is our first. What else do we have over here? Man, we got a lot of stuff to sell, don't we, Tanner? I'm just like taking in how much stuff has been brought up here around me. Tanner says, how about a lot less yapping and a lot more selling? Okay, I'll get to it. It is going to be 8 hours of just nonstop Chad talking and selling, okay? First thing we have is a 2023 pressing of Overkill Horoscope. Half-speed master on blue vinyl. It is in EX condition or better. It has the hop sticker. It's been detached where somebody opened it, but it's there. And that overkill is going to go up for a $25 start. Let me go ahead and grab this first crate here. And I'll ask Jake about that in 1 second. And Laura says I don't even have the metal auctions. I know. I'm kind of just overwhelmed. I am just pretty much just overwhelmed. So here's the commitment I'm about to make. Non-stop focus, nothing but selling, no chit-chatting. I'm going to bring y'all the heat for about 8 hours right now. Right, Tanner? Tanner said right. All right, so Vanilla Fudge. This is $33.99 blue vinyl. Vanilla Fudge. I'll see if Jake can take that off. They're not a fan of the Facebook comments on YouTube. Vanilla Fudge is $33.99. Vanilla Fudge is $33.99. And this is on blue vinyl. I still got all three of those. By the way, this is a new mono reissue from Sundays. It is on blue vinyl for $33.99. Right now, we got two options. We have a Cramps cassette. Very, very cool. Bad music for bad people. And the Cramps, the last bid that came in on that was David Smith at $13. Overkill already has several bids. And then here's Stranger Things Season 4. And Stranger Things Season 4 is a 2 LP. It is $39.99 for Stranger Things Season 4. And this is $39.99. And this is sold to Kelly Vloderchek. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Hey, Jake. There's Jake. How easy is it to take those comments off YouTube chat? Facebook comments off YouTube chat. He is working on it. All right. And then over here, we have Steel Panther on the prowl. Steel Panther is $29.99. This is Steel Panther on the prowl, $29.99. I still have that. $29.99. And let me make sure. I don't think there was any Steel Panther claims, so these are available for $29.99. Scott Smith got one. Thank you, Scott Smith. There's that. Overkill's at $29. The Cramps is at $14. And Jake, let's see here. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. All right, there's that. And then we have Steel Panther. I have that. Also, Def Leppard, the story so far, the best of Def Leppard. The best of Def Leppard. Jake had that on there so they could have a complete chat log. He was just explaining to me they could have a complete chat log when they rewatch this. We rewatched the sales on YouTube, and we was hoping we could have that embedded so we can see it, but we have turned it off, so we're good to go. Sorry about that. We was experimenting with some stuff. Def Leppard, I hope I explained all that right. $46.99. Melissa Bailey has Steel Panther. That's sold. Overkill's at $29, and the Cramps is at $15. So I still got two of the Def Leppard greatest hits. That is $46.99. So a Steel Panther went to Scott Smith, and it went to Melissa Bailey. We still got Kermit the Frog on green vinyl. That is $36.99. So the Cramps is at $15. Overkill's at $29. The next cassette I have going up right now is the Smiths. Boy, I get people asking me all the time, do you have Smiths cassettes? We do tonight. The Smiths, The Queen is Dead. This is going to go up for a $7 start. The Smiths, there it is. Now the Cramps is at $20. And we have The Very Best of Billy Idol. The Very Best of Billy Idol, that's a 2 LP, $39.99. We actually did sell some of these. The Very Best of Billy Idol, that's a 2 LP for $39.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This is sold to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's sold to you. And we got one sold to Jeremy Dalton. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. There's one sold to Scott Beebe and one sold to Jeremy Dalton. We can get more if anybody else wants one. John Michael Montgomery, a Vinyl Me Please edition, $34.99. Hammers up on Overkill Horoscope. It's a blue marbled vinyl half-speed master. Tony Kepler has it for $29. We are about to sell it. And now the Cramps cassette has a bid for $20. The Smiths cassette is a starting bid of $7. Over here, I got 3 copies of Savatage. And this Savatage is called Fight for the Rock. It is $54.99. Savatage, Fight for the Rock. It's on white vinyl with a bonus 10-inch. And Savatage, Fight for the Rock is sold to Cindy Yarborough. Cindy Yarborough. Did they message the page as first-time buyers, Tanner? Cindy Yarborough, do we have their information? Because they bought a lot here, a lot of Savatage. Cindy Yarborough. So thank you, Cindy Yarborough. I got 2 extra copies of Fight for the Rock if anybody wants it. Now the Cramps is at $21. Now the Smiths is at $7. And the Muppets record here, the Muppets record is called The Muppets, the Green Album. First time on vinyl with special message from Kermit the Frog. It's a Kermit the Frog. It is $36.99. It's got the Fray. It's got Weezer. It's got My Morning Jacket on it. It is Rachel Yamagata, $36.99 on that. One copy here of Wang Chung, which is essentially a greatest hits. This is big hits and near misses for $34.99. Brian's out on the cramps. This is a final call to David Smith for $21. And now Overkill is sold. And this is sold to Tony Kepler for $29. That is sold. Now the Smiths, The Queen is Dead. Cassette has one bid for $7. That is a final call. I've got one copy of Sabotage Live in Japan, and this is Sabotage Live in Japan, $54.99. Sabotage Live in Japan, $54.99. Let me see if anybody else wanted this one. Let's see. The Yarboroughs wanted Fight for the Rock, Streets Handful of Rain, and Gutter Ballet. So $54.99, that is available. Michael Rudolph wants the Kermit the Frog. I'll make sure that David Howard doesn't want it. David, if you don't want that, I'll go ahead and sell it to Michael Rudolph. And I've got one copy here of Rodney Crowell, the Houston Kid. First time ever on vinyl. That was originally released in 2001. It's on brown marble vinyl. It's $34.99. Our next auction is the Ramones. The Ramones is a 2004-2005 limited edition on red vinyl. This is the Ramones. It's on red vinyl, their debut. It is going to go up for a $25 start. The Ramones is on red vinyl. It's a $25 start. That's now up for bid, okay? What's my comment in there for Japan Sabotage Live? Ken Crooker. You know, I was scrolling. I was looking for somebody because I thought they did it. And there it is. Thank you, Ken, for the bump. I always purge at the end of the crate and look through everything, and I would have found it. But I'm glad you said something now so I didn't accidentally sell it to somebody else. Thank you, Ken Crooker. That's in there. And now the Cramps. The Cramps is sold to David Smith for $21. So one more look at this. This is a 2023. Excuse me. This is a what? This is a 2004 or 2005. It's either a 2004 or 2005 red vinyl Ramones. That's going to go up for a $25 start. And I think this was a final call. It is. The Smiths, Scott Fellows, one bid, $7. The next cassette I have going up right now is Big Beats from Badsville, more Cramps cassettes. Oh boy, here we go. $10 start on the Cramps. Anybody new out there watching, welcome to Collectco. We do $8 in limited shipping. Joshua Hepburn. Now, Joshua, are you local? I think I saw where you came visited the store a while back or just maybe past week. This is so to you. And then if you end up doing local pickup, make sure you let us know so we'll have your records up front. And if you want shipping, be sure to let us know. It's $8 in limited. That's so to Joshua Hepburn. That might be a different person I'm thinking about, but I think I recognize your name. Thank you on the John Michael Montgomery. And just FYI, for any locals that's new, people from the Nashville area, Mount Juliet, Murfreesboro, anybody that's going to be coming to pick up, the orders aren't ready till the following Wednesday. So for anybody that wants to come to the store and pick up your stuff, it's ready the following Wednesday. So Joshua, that John Michael Montgomery, it will be ready for pickup Wednesday. So anything you claim during the invoicing cycle, they have to sort it, get it ready, invoice it, and then it's ready for pickup. Right, John? John said, absolutely. He said, yes, sir, actually. That is $34.99. We have Modest Mouse, Strangers to Ourselves. Modest Mouse is $34.99. And I have Dolly, Odd Jobs, 9 to 5 and Odd Jobs. That is all analog lacquers cut from Ryan Smith, $34.99. All right, so the Smiths just got one bid. I find that very surprising, but Scott Fellows got that for $7. The Cramps is a $10 start. Big Beat from Badsville. That's up for bid for a $10 start. And the Ramones is on red vinyl. And the Ramones on red vinyl is a 2004 or a 2005. And guess what? It is a $25 start. Now, right now, there's no bid. Is this the black crate right here you just dropped off with Dirk Hamilton, Paul? All right, there's Paul's crate. We got that. Laura's bringing more auctions. And I need some Krispy Kreme donuts. No, you can get them at Publix. They have them down there at the racetrack, but sometimes they're a little stale. I don't trust those. I like buying them straight off the rack. Okay, here we go here. There was a Krispy Kreme in Cookeville, which when I heard about that, I was like, wow, that's going to be the greatest thing ever. And then they went out of business. I was like, dang, I've never heard of a Krispy Kreme going out of business. But they did open up right across the street from a Dunkin' Donuts. That's like a McDonald's open up across the street from a Burger King. Can you believe it, Paul? Vanilla Fudge is $33.99. That's on blue vinyl and mono. We got Stranger Things Season 4 for $39. We got Steel Panther for $29. Def Leppard, The Best Of, $46. Sabotage, Fight for the Rock, $54. Wayne Chung's $34. Rodney Crowell's $34. Modest Mouse is $34. And Dolly, do you have the... do I have the Dolly? Dolly. Wait a minute. What was the question here? Ramones, 25. Do you have the green Modest Mouse? Is that good news for people who love bad news? I think I do have one of those. They should be coming up in just a second. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else in here. Then the Ramones, 25 with my orders that I paid for tomorrow. For you talking about for pickup, Mike Bartlett? For pickup? Yeah, if you make sure that Ed knows and has it up front. Otherwise, if like on a Friday or Saturday, if no one else is here, my mom really can't access all the orders back here. So if you let us know, you can come pick them up, yes, as long as they hadn't already been shipped. 26 and now 30. Okay, and then, yeah, Catherine, all the locals be like, hey, I'm coming to pick them up. I'll be there this day. That way Ed sees the message. It gives him enough time to pull them and take them up front. Otherwise, I've had some people show up, and it's like a Saturday, and the store is absolutely full of people. And my mom is like, where is the order? And then we have 10,000 orders, and she can't leave from the front. So, yeah, just always make sure that it's up here and we know you're coming. All right, Cramps is a buy it now for $10. Wow. The last one just sold for what, 31 or 21? That one's a $10 buy it now. Big Beat from Badsville. And now the Ramones is a final call to Rebecca for 30. And now I'm swapping out crates. I just told y'all I was going to do nothing but sell vinyl tonight, and I'm already talking about donuts, and I'm already talking about Waffle House. Waffle House. Yes. Paul Peterson gets the Cramps. Paul Peterson has the Cramps for $10. Thank you, Paul Peterson. We're about to sell that Ramones for 30. I got what we've been calling supplemental auctions. Supplemental auctions. Supplemental. Supplemental. Do I say it wrong? We have Pearl Jam Live. We have Pearl Jam Live, $7. All of a sudden, everybody's going to start yelling at Chad. We have Pearl Jam Live on 2 legs. Pearl Jam is going to go up for a $7 start. Pearl Jam cassette, $7 start. That's up for bid. The Ramones is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $30. And that is sold. That's how those people at Barrett Jackson do it when they sell those $1 million cars. Sold. They smack the gavel 4 or 5 times. Pearl Jam has a bid for $7. And then No Problem Mike Bartlett. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. Well, y'all hadn't even seen all the supplemental stuff like this right here. This is a 2013 music on vinyl pressing of Pearl Jam, of STP Purple. This is a 2013 music on vinyl pressing. It is near mint with the insert booklet. Great album. $30 start. $30 start on STP. Pearl Jam's at $7. All right, folks, here's what we have. The very best of Dolly Parton. I've got 2, and I think one of them's already been sold. STP. I'm actually going to pull up my emails here during the sale and see what's all expected to be delivered tomorrow. We should have a huge vinyl delivery tomorrow as well. I think we got 4 new crates tonight. Jamie Diaz, that's sold to you. The very best of Dolly. That's sold to you for $33.99. The very best of Dolly. And I think there was actually one more. There was Jeremy Dalton. So both best of Dolly sold. And that is sold, and now Jeremy Dalton gets one. I want to welcome all first-time buyers. We usually have a bunch on Thursday nights because we have a lot of really great stuff to sell. I feel like we got great stuff every night to sell, right, Paul? And for some reason, we do have an influx of people on Thursdays, though, but that's because we have even better stuff to sell. It's typically stuff like metal and punk and stuff like that. So if you're new, welcome. You can bid at any time. I've kind of adapted a new rule this week, though. If you're new and you start spending quite a bit of money, we may actually go ahead and get you to prepay a little bit or prepay all of it. So if you do plan on spending $400, $500, $600, $700 tonight, make sure you have that money ready to spend, okay? But if you're well established, you're good to go. I think y'all know that already. So welcome to Collectco. Next thing we have is this right here. I've got Country Collected. I sold at least one. It's a 2 LP. It's a music on vinyl. It is like essential country, classic country here, $39.99. We sold one to Billy Humphrey. If anybody else wants a best of Dolly, I can put you on a waiting list. And here is new King Gizzard. It comes out tomorrow. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Phantom Island. And King Gizzard is $36.99. King Gizzard is $36.99, and this is sold to Joshua Cross. Thank you, Joshua Cross. That's sold to you. New, that comes out tomorrow. I've got 4 more copies, and that is $36.99. $36.99 on that. Temple the Dog, speaking of going hungry, $33.99. Temple the Dog, single LP. Chris Cornell, The Cure, Under a Gray Sky, 1981. This one is sold to Sean Fairweather. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. That's sold to you. The Cure, Under a Gray Sky. That's a 2 LP live unofficial compilation. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. And Death, perfect for Metal Night. Death, Symbolic. That's $33.99. Death, Symbolic. That's now back in print. Let's update these auctions as soon as I sell Scott Arnold a Temple the Dog. Thank you, Scott Arnold. Now, let me go back over here right quick. And the first thing that I did was I put up a Pearl Jam cassette live on 2 legs. Brandon Lack bid that for $7. He bid $7 on that. STP got an opening bid of $40. Gregory opened it at $40. And then there was a bid for $30, and then $31, and then $31, then $32. But Gregory still has it for $40. That was the opening bid over on YouTube. Gregory Roberts opened it at $40. And then we have The Cure. And this is also new from The Cure. It's called Mixes of a Lost World. And yes, Sean Fairweather, I've already got one for you. However, I do have about 4 more. This is a 2 LP. Comes out tomorrow. The Cure, $46.99. $46.99. So I have more if anybody else wants one. That is $46.99. The Cure. Okay, and I've got 4 of those still available. Next over here is Portishead. This is Portishead 3rd. That's $39.99. And Jolene, that is $29.99. And we have NSYNC, No Strings Attached, Bye Bye Bye, perfect for Metal Night, and Feel, Something Like Human. It's got that great song on it, Hemorrhage in My Hands, $38.99. Brandon, you get Pearl Jam for $7. Thank you. That's sold to Brandon Lack. Now STP's at $42. And our next cassette is going to go up right now. And the next cassette that's going to go up right now is the Smiths Rank. The Smiths Rank. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. Here's what's left in here. There's the Smiths Rank. $7 start on the Smiths Rank, which I think is a compilation. Here is what's left in here. Country Collected, 2 LP clear vinyl, limited edition, on sale, $39.99. King Gizzard is $36, new. Temple the Dog is $33. Death Symbolic is $33. The New Cure is $46.99. Also, Portishead is sold to Janet Gray. Thank you, Janet. That's sold to you. I got Jolene. I've got I Will Always Love You, $29.99. Hadn't seen an original of that in ages. NSYNC, $33.99. And we have Feel, Something Like Human, $38.99. David Tate wants one of those Country Collecteds. Thank you, David Tate. Thank you, David Tate. Let's condense that. And we've already sold a whole crate of new vinyl over here, Tanner. And guess what? We're going to knock out some more. If anybody changes your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? Go ahead and give me the rest of those. I will do it. Are y'all eating cake? Yeah. Everybody's eating cake. We do have an auction going up right now. It's the Spin Doctors. This is called Home Belly Groove Live, and it's sealed. The Spin Doctors. That's going to go up for a $7 start. How about that? It's Thursday Metal Night. There's a lot of stuff about to happen. Next thing we are going to do right now is say that the STP's at $50, and that's a final call. The Smiths don't have a bid, but I'm about to add a new LP, and I am hot and heavy in some vinyl right now. There's hot and there's heavy. Who's hot and who's heavy? We have Nickelback, No Fixed Address. Nickelback is $33.99. This is new for Friday. It's an album that's been out for a while, but it's been out of print. And Nickelback is sold to Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda Davis. That's sold to you. I've still got 3 of those, and I've got the Ramones here. And the Ramones is a music on vinyl press. Excuse me, a Vinyl Me Please pressing. It is all analog by Ryan Smith on blue vinyl. The Ramones is $34.99. So I have this available. If anybody wants it, it is available. And we got one sold to Kevin J. Reitz. Thank you, Kevin J. Reitz. That's so to you. Now, William put Ramon and then Armoth. So I don't know if that's supposed to be Amon, Armoth, or Ramones and Armoth. So let's give William Warner Ramones as well. That's so to William Warner. And that means I've got one Ramones left if anybody wants it, okay? And then next thing is STP out. And then over here is what? How much was Jolene? $29.99. Todd Saw went bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, bye. He wants the NSYNC picture disc. Todd, and I watched your video yesterday of you at, or actually this morning of you at, I had to leave the store. I think I'm halfway through it, I should say, or 2/3 through it, of your Ted Nugent experience. So, where you went and seen Ted Nugent. So, I was gonna let you know I watched that, or I hadn't finished it though. So, but now that you're watching, I'll go ahead and let you know right now. Todd Saw on NSYNC. Thank you, Todd. That's so to you. And there's one Ramones left. Also, we have Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Ozzy's on blue vinyl, 40th anniversary edition with poster, and Ozzy is $29.99. Those are still available. All right, the Smiths is a no bid. It's a buy it now for $7. And Spin Doctors. And Spin Doctors is sold to Brandon Lack for $7. And STP is sold to Gregory Roberts for $50. Thank you, Gregory, on that. All right, next thing I have here is Eric Church, Evangeline versus the Machine. That's $33.99. New Eric Church. And Seether, this is Holding on to Things Better Left to Fray, $33.99. Let me check some comments right quick, make sure I've pulled everything I'm supposed to so far. And let me look over these one more time very quickly. All right, we're good to go. And then we have Sabotage Streets. And I paused there because I knew there were several people on Sabotage. This one's also sold to Cindy Yarborough. Thank you, Cindy Yarborough. That's so to you. And there's one extra copy of Sabotage Streets. I have that available if anybody wants it. Sabotage Streets. That one was sold to Cindy Yarborough. And then here's Amon or Moth. And that one copy is $36.99, Deceiver of the Gods. And this one here is sold to William Warner. Thank you, William. I got you down for Ramones and an Amon or Marth. The Smiths is a $7 buy now. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. Oh, boy. Whitesnake, Trouble. Whitesnake's a 1983 Euro press. It has the inner sleeve. It's a round VG++, maybe even EX. And this is going to go up. It is nice. It's going to go up for a $30 start. Whitesnake has the original inner sleeve. Whitesnake. That's going to go up for a $30 start. Chris Jones wants an Ozzy, Bark at the Moon on blue vinyl. Thank you, Chris. You've bought from us before, right? Some of these names are getting very similar, and I just want to make sure. And sometimes people change their profile picture. I'm like, dang, is that the same Chris Jones? Chris Jones got Ozzy. Thank you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And now we got Paul Peterson getting the Smiths for $30. And now, he got the Smiths for $7. And Whitesnake already has 2 bids for $30. That's a surprise auction. Billy Joe Schaefer, 05 Dimers Like Me, all analog by Ryan Smith on brown vinyl. That's $34.99. And here is Modest Mouse. Janet, here it is. One of them's already been sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. So thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. That is sold to you. And then there's one more there, $38.99. $38.99. And Whitesnake 31, Whitesnake 35. Let's go ahead and add another cassette. Boy, there looks like there's some good ones over here. I mean, we've already sold Smiths and Pearl Jam and all kinds of stuff. And guess what? But wait, there's more. And I think there's some other crazy stuff over here, too, I got to get to. Holy moly, look at all this stuff. Here's the Cable Guy soundtrack. Wow. I wish that was on vinyl. Jerry Cantrell, Cracker, Filter, Silverchair's on there. The Cable Guy soundtrack. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Janet does want that last Motus Mouse. Thank you, Janet. That's so to you. Also, we got Peter Gabriel Soul. Peter Gabriel is $33.99. And Ray LaMontagne, this comes out tomorrow. It's a new 20th anniversary remaster. It's on gatefold. It's a gatefold jacket with gold vinyl with poster. And Ray LaMontagne, and this is sold to Amanda Davis. Thank you. I've got 2 left if anybody else wants one. Those are $33.99. Ray LaMontagne. I also have 2 copies of Peter Gabriel, the solo debut Rain on the Car album. That is $34.99. $34.99. And we have Avril Lavigne's Greatest Hits. This is a 2 LP, $39.99. Avril Lavigne's Greatest Hits, $39.99. Avril Lavigne. So let me jump over here and say that Amanda Davis got one. Thank you, Amanda Davis. And Kelly Vlodarchek got one. And that's all the stuff that Kelly wanted. Stranger Things, Avril Lavigne, and Modest Mouse. If anybody else wants an Avril Lavigne Greatest Hits, we can put you on a waiting list, okay? We can get those back in next week. Shel Silverstein is $29.99, and Shel Silverstein is sold to Danny Thomason. That is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny. That's sold to you. And I've got one more. It's called Drain My Brain, and that originally came out in the 60s. It's on purple vinyl, $29.99. The Cable Guy cassette has one bid for $7. White Snake's at $50 with Danny Czar. Danny Czar has that for $50, going once, going twice. Here is Clan of Zymox, Exodus. Clan of Zymox is $36.99. And we also have Takedo. Takedo is teal with white swirl, $39.99. Testament, the New Order, that is $29.99. And would you believe Billy Nichols, $33.99. And Billy Nichols is a reissue of a rare album, like a $10,000 rare album that came out in the 60s. Only 100 were made from Immediate Records. White Snake still getting bids. Let's go ahead and throw up something else right quick for auction. What shall that be? What shall that be? How about we go ahead and do this right here? It is a 2014 reissue. It is Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. Iron Maiden is a reissue. It's going to go up for a $20 start. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. Next thing we have is White Snake 5152. Brad Miller does want a Takedo. White Snake 52, White Snake 55. All right, so anybody else on that? We got Billy Nichols, we got Testament, Clan of Zymox, Shel Silverstein, Peter Gabriel, Ray LaMontagne, Peter Gabriel, Billy Joe Schaefer, Amon Amarth, Savatage, Seether, Eric Church, Ozzy, Ramones, and Nickelback. Those are all still available. Seventh Son of a Seventh Son has a bid for $20. Nick is in. Final Call on the Cable Guy soundtrack for $7. We are about to sell that. There's already a crate up here from Laura. Is this a Laura crate? There's already a crate up here from Laura. There's already 2 crates up here from Paul. John's already dropped off 190 crates. And we got a lot of stuff still to flip through. I've got 2 more crates here, vinyl, to go through right now. Let's do that right now. And we have Soundgarden. This is the box set, live from the artist in. And Soundgarden is $59.99. This is a 4 LP colored vinyl, Soundgarden, $59.99 on that. Also over here, let me make sure there wasn't. I could have swore somebody did put Soundgarden, but I could be mistaken. If so, then those are available for $59.99. Over here, we have U2, No Line on the Horizon. U2 is $29.99. White Snake's now at $57. Travis is out. Savatage Streets, Michael Baker. Savatage Streets was $49. It is a 2 LP, 180 gram, 12-page booklet, $49.99. Savatage stuff is always on a higher price point. No Japanese tonight, David. I think between all the featured metal stuff, bonus metal stuff, I probably, if there is Japanese, 1, I don't know where it is. I don't think anything got delivered. And 2, I don't think we'd have time to slip any in tonight. Next thing we have is Travis Wade on U2. That is sold. And also over here, we have Chad, you going to the Aussie Black Sabbath. I am not. I haven't priced anything but auctions today. Okay, what is this stuff here? Oh, that's your Paul and Laura crate from last night then. Okay, that's the stuff that didn't sell, I guess. No? Oh, that's the stuff from 2 nights ago. I need to post that in the group too. My bad. So never mind. Never mind. It's just the 2 Paul crates. It looked like brand new stuff. That's how much great stuff was still left behind. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. I'm, in fact, unfortunately not going to see Ozzy over there. Now, Deicide. Now, Stephen, which Deicide are you referring to? We sold a box set last week. We sold a box set of Deicide last week. I'm trying to figure out maybe which one you're referring to. Travis Woods got a U2. Cable Guy sold a Brandon Lack for $7, right? Brandon Lack for $7. Iron Maiden's a Final Call for $20. We're about to sell that. And then over here is Trouble. Trouble, the last bid on this is Jim Davis at $57. We're about to sell White Snake for $57. Next over here is Cannibal Corpse, Violence Unimagined, clear with red, color and color, $39.99. And Bob Marley and the Wailers, Rataman Vibration. Bob Marley is $34.99. I have 1 copy of that. Also, Motown Collected. Motown Collected is $49.99. $49.99. This is Motown Collected. Also, we have Now, that's what I call Outlaw Country. A great compilation here, Outlaw Country. And over here, this is sold to Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane. That's sold to you. It's a 2 LP colored vinyl, $29.99 on Outlaw Country. Also over here, We got Sarah Evans' Restless, first ever vinyl release of her 2003 album. It is on fruit punch colored vinyl, numbered for $34.99. And Tupac Machiavelli. This is $34.99. That is available, $34.99. Janet Gray wants the Bob Marley. That's sold. No Deicide pre-order either. I haven't heard back on that one. I'm kind of concerned at this point, but no Deicide pre-order has been shipped or been notified that it's coming in. I'm kind of worried about that one. We have The Cure, and this one is Ache, and this is Ache in Front Line. Excuse me. This is The Cure, Ache, and that's sold to Sean Fairweather. It's a 2 LP live unofficial from The Cure. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. I've got one left if anybody else wants it. Whitesnake's Hammers Up. We're about to sell it. So new Deicide box that sold, just to make sure, was Symbolic, the only Death album earlier. That's the only Death album I've shown tonight, yes. And then Iron Maiden 25, and then Janet got Bob Marley, and now Iron Maiden's at 26. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is a cool one. Silverchair Frog Stomp. Oh my gosh, this is sealed. That's a good one. Steel sealed, an original sealed Silverchair cassette. That's pretty cool. Still has the hop sticker and the original price tag. That was new $10 30 years ago. That would be like paying $40 for it. Silverchair is a $10 start. That is sealed. Silverchair, $10 start. That is unopened. And Todd Saw wants Outlaw Country. That's sold to Todd Saw. Thank you. For those that don't know, I did some digging last night during the CD part. I literally climbed on top of some tubs. I found an incredible stash of CDs. Last night we had Cinderella and all kinds of rock. And did we hit the Aussie stuff yet? But then I found this huge tub of nothing, just all different. I'm talking about one of those big black tubs with the yellow lids. It's full of Kiss magazines, all from the 70s and 80s, just one after another. And I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know those were back there. And I did a video, and I'm going to try to post it tomorrow so we can start auctioning those things tomorrow and Saturday. And that's going to be like holy moly type stuff. So a lot of cool stuff coming up in the next 72 hours, including tonight. We sold Outlaw, and then Sarah Evans track listing. You'll have to give me a second, unless maybe we can get Craig to help us out. And then Silverchair 10, and then Whitesnake 58, Silverchair 12, Iron Maiden 27. Jim Berg wants that only Cannibal Corpse I can get right here, or the only one I have tonight at least. Whitesnake 60, Silverchair 15, Silverchair 13, Silverchair 16. And we have new Megadeth, Euthanasia. Everything in this crate, by the way, is brand new, Jake. It's $39.99. It's Euthanasia. It's a picture disc. I've only got one left, and I've got Norman Greenbaum, Spirit in the Sky. This comes out tomorrow. It's been out since 1969, but this time they've used an all-analog cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray, $33.99. Y'all know you want to hear that rock and fuzzy guitar. That was my best impression of Norman Greenbaum's Spirit in the Sky. Next thing we have is 2 copies of Soulfly. That's a 2 LP, $38.99. Danny Czar gets the only Megadeth, and we can start a waiting list because unfortunately I only have one. We got a new buyer perhaps, Bridget Wells. Bridget, if you're a first-time buyer, just say, yes, first-time buyer. What I'll do is I'm going to order you one of these, and they'll be back in next week. And if you don't want on a waiting list, that's fine. Just let me know. Tim Floyd knows how that works. We're going to put him on a waiting list unless he says otherwise. And before I show the next record, let's update first Whitesnake. I don't think he got another bid. I think I've done a final call 30 times. And when I look, or excuse me, I think it did get another bid. That's why I hadn't dropped the hammer during all the Iron Maiden biddings. I think I saw another one come in. Yeah, there was a bid for 58, and now there's a bid for 60. So now Whitesnake's at $60. Whitesnake's at $60. We've already had 3 or 4 first-time buyers tonight. Welcome. Just think, this is your first night at Coletco, and we've been doing this every night for years, and you just now found out about us. So welcome to the machine. I need you to message our page. We need your email address and mailing address. We will invoice you on Monday. Now, Bridget, if you don't buy anything else tonight, then you might not get an invoice for a while on that Megadeth picture disc. It's not going to be this Monday. It's going to be the next Monday because we only do invoicing once a week on Mondays, and that's everything that's been bought in the last 7 nights. That's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, tonight, and tomorrow, and then Saturday. We'll combine it all. We'll send you an invoice. Welcome all first-time buyers. It's very easy. If you want something out of the crate, these are all fixed price. You just comment SoFly, you comment Norman, you comment The Cure. That means you're buying it. There's no bidding. These back here are auctions. I'll be live tonight till 1:30 a.m. Central Time. 1:30 a.m. Central Time. Same schedule for tomorrow, same schedule for Saturday. Now, Whitesnake, we know where it is. What about for Iron Maiden? This was a 2014 U.S. reissue. Nick Galletti has it for $18. We got two people on the Megadeth waiting list as usual. And then over here we got a sealed Silverchair cassette, Frog Stomp. It's got that great song on it, Tomorrow. The lead singer for that was like 16 years old at the time. I couldn't believe that when I heard it. Also over here, we have Megadeth, Rust and Peace. Once again, we sold 11 copies last night, including the waiting list. Megadeth, Rust and Peace, new sealed 36. Once again, I'm down to one copy. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. And then here's Modest Mouse, The Moon and Antarctica. Modest Mouse, The Moon and Antarctica. And this is $38.99. If anybody wants that, it's a 2 LP. So first, a quick recap here. We have Soundgarden, and this is live from the Artist Den. And that's a 4 LP box, $59.99. That is on splatter vinyl. It is a live Soundgarden. It is $59.99, which is on sale. We have U2, $29.99. We also have Motown Collected for $49. U2 is at a great price. It's new, $29.99. Motown's $49. Outlaw Country's $29. Sarah Evans is $34.99. First ever vinyl release of that from 2003. Vinyl Me Please. First time ever on vinyl. Machiavelli, Tupac is $34. The Cure, one left. Aching Silence, live in Belgium, $44.99. Norman Greenbaum, we've sold one. There's 4 left. Soulfly is $38. I've got a couple of those. Megadeth is sold to Bridget Wells. There you go. Another Megadeth. And Bridget, just when we get your information, make sure you let us know and say, I have sent you my information. And then Ron Duffield wants Modest Mouse. We've shown 2 Megadeths. I've showed Rust and Peace for $36, and I've showed Euthanasia for $39. Iron Maiden, the high bid on Iron Maiden was already at $28 with Nick Galletti. And now Whitesnake was a final call for $60 to Jim Davis. I'm going to make sure everybody's had plenty of time to bid on that one. That's been a good one. And now Silverchair is moving to a final call. And the final call on Silverchair was Brandon Lack at $24. That's a new bid. $24 on that. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to move this stuff right over here. I would love to sell these Soundgarden. The original MSRP on these, I think, were over $100. I think they just manufacture too many of them. They've been in clearance for a long time. It's a great box. I have one myself. It's Chris Cornell. It's Soundgarden Live. I think they just over-manufactured them because they've been in run-out distributors for almost 2 years now. They must have anticipated selling like thousands and thousands. Sometimes they overproduce stuff, and later on you can catch deals on it. Some stuff they make it one time, and they never make it again. And when you could have bought it for $30, then it's $190. So you just never know. Iron Maiden's at $29. Bridget has sent us her information. Whitesnake is sold to Chad Davis for $60. Iron Maiden still getting bids. Hammers up a sealed Silverchair. Sealed Silverchair. It's Soundgarden live from the Artist Den. Live from the Artist Den on that one. Oh, man, we're already off to a hot start tonight. Next thing I have is this right here, Front. And this is Front 242. And Front 242 is $29.99. I've got 2 of those left for $29.99. Also, we have Gene Loves Jezebel. I'm surprised I still have all these. I haven't sold one yet. I'm like, really, probably the biggest thing I'm surprised at tonight. This is available, and this is $33.99. Gene Loves Jezebel. It's on splatter vinyl. We still got Godflesh, Street Cleaner. Godflesh is $38.99. That's a single LP, $38.99. And Dio is Killing the Dragon, limited edition 20th anniversary, red and orange vinyl. Jim Davis got the Whitesnake, yes. And I am out of all Megadeths. If anybody, Raphael, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Raphael, I think you was on a waiting list for this, and I've already pulled one for you this week. Just FYI, I know I've sold something to you this week on a waiting list. I think it was that. But unfortunately, no, I don't have any more Megadeths. But if you want on a waiting list, let me know, okay? Next thing over here, and we got Danny Czar on a Dio. Now there's one left. We got Joe Barrios on a Front 242. Thank you, Joe Barrios. And now Silverchair. Silverchair has a new bid for $25 with Justin Deckelman. Wow, still getting bids. And now Iron Maiden still getting bids. Let's introduce some new stuff then. Iron Maiden's at $30. Now Silverchair's at $25. I knew that one would be good. A sealed copy of that. Very, very cool. Let's introduce another cassette right quick. It is Pearl Jam's sophomore album, and that is known as Versus, Elderly Woman Behind a Counter in a Small Town. Pearl Jam is a $7 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have Smokey and the Bandit. Now, we're definitely going to have a waiting list for this. We have a waiting list for this because we have already sold one to Sean Fairweather. So, Sean Fairweather, thank you. Excuse me. Danny Thomason on Smokey and the Bandit. Matt Shiker on a waiting list for Smokey and the Bandit. Matt Shiker on a waiting list for Smokey and the Bandit. And then also, that's it. So one person, Matt Shiker on a waiting list. Unfortunately, only had one there. So that's sold. Over here, we got Tim Floyd on Street Cleaner, Godflesh. That's sold to Tim Floyd. Soundgarden boxes are $59.99. 4 LPs. Splatter vinyl. It is on the colored vinyl. Let's get a great waiting list going. A great, big, beautiful waiting list going for Smokey and the Bandit. This one is sold already, and we're going to have several people on that one. I will have those reordered. Pearl Jam, the last bid on that was what? It was $7. And what about Silverchair? Brandon Lack, do you want back in? Justin Deckelman has Silverchair for $25. Chris Bryan on Smokey and the Bandit. Ken Crooker on Smokey and the Bandit. And we're moving Iron Maiden to a final call. Rob Shaw, $31. Oh boy, what do I have here? Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy, a 2016 pressing. A 2016 pressing, the 180 gram EX condition, a $20 start on Black Sabbath. Nice gatefold on that. Janet says no waiting list for her. Michael Wood wants the last Dio. Scratch Janet off and add Jackie Ray. A Tough OG, we sold a VG copy last night for $20 or $25. New and sealed, eastbound and down. We're going to have several people on a waiting list, okay? Anybody else, let me know. So Justin's out on Silverchair. Brandon bid $27. Let's go ahead and sell it. That's sold for $27. Silverchair sold. We are about to sell this. If we get many guitars, it will definitely be tomorrow. Next, I've got 2 copies of Skinny Puppy Rabies. Skinny Puppy is $29.99. I also have Frontline Assembly. This is sold to Sean Fairweather. And this is Frontline Assembly, and this is the Initial Command box sets. You can just put them right there. I'll get them. Thank you. Tight quarters through here tonight. Front as usual. Thank you, Lord. Lord just delivered the box sets for tonight. So we'll get some of those rolling in about 20 minutes, okay? Over here, Frontline Assembly. Thank you, Sean. So we got Sean a Cure. We got Sean a Cure. We got Sean a Frontline Assembly. And we got Sean a Cure. Sean, you're taken care of if you're tuned in tonight. Also, I've got Tyler Childers' Country Squire. And this is available for $28.99. The pre-order for his new album is up in our private group. If you're interested in Tyler's new album, the indie exclusive on really cool looking colored vinyl, that is up in our private group. This one here, Tyler Childers, is sold to Kevin J. Reitz. Thank you. That's Country Squire. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And Joe Barrios wants that last Frontline Assembly. And we've already filled up our first crate tonight, and we hadn't even shown new stuff. We've already filled up a full crate of new vinyl tonight, and I'm talking full. And we hadn't even got into new stuff, April. Unbelievable. Is there any empty crates around here? Unbelievable. Did you hear what I said? Unbelievable. She said she hasn't been listening to me all night. Oh my gosh. Here's an empty crate. Here we go. Welcome. I don't even know who's left in the building. Earlier when I got here, the parking lot was full. When I showed up earlier, every parking spot was pretty much taken. And now, I honestly don't know who's in this building. So I'm here. Hope everybody else is still here. Next is we sold Frontline. And are we done on Iron Maiden? What a bidding war. Nick Galletti has it for $32. Black Sabbath has one bid for $20. Pearl Jam's at $7 with Brandon Lack. And I think you bid $7 when I first put it down, didn't I? Maybe you've been the only bidder for $7. Maybe you bid $7 twice. I'm not for sure. But you know what? It's a final call now. Here is Getz and Gilberto, the girl from Ipanema. It's Stan Getz and Joao Gilberto with Antonio Carlos Jobim. That's $26.99. Cabaret Voltaire. That's on white vinyl, The Covenant, the Sword, and the Arm of the Lord. That's $39.99. Black Sabbath, $21. Ziggy Stardust, a half-speed analog remaster. Wow. $33.99 on that. Fallout Boy, Take This to Your Grave, 20th anniversary blue vinyl. That's $33.99. And then Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. Motley is $33.99. Motley, we have Jelly Roll. I've only got one. I think we're going to have a waiting list on this. Oh, Jelly Roll's on red vinyl. And Jelly Roll is $29.99. Jelly Roll is sold to Stephen Reeves. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. That is sold to you. Jelly Roll is $29.99. And then we got a waiting list for Jelly Roll. The next person is going to be Jeremy Dalton. Jeremy Dalton on a waiting list for Jelly Roll, okay? So he didn't get one, so we'll make sure he gets on a waiting list. Here is Sabotage Handful of Rain. This one is $39.99, and this Sabotage is sold to Cindy Yarborough. This is sold to Cindy Yarborough. Thank you on that, Cindy Yarborough, from the video. And then Janet Gray wants a Fallout Boy. Now there's one Fallout Boy left. And over here, Pearl Jam is sold to Brandon Lack for $7. And then Iron Maiden is still getting bids. Now it's at $35. Now Brian Thurman wants Sabotage Handful of Rain. Brian Thurman, that's sold to you. And now Black Sabbath is at $25 with Scott Arnold. And now we have Ozzy Montreal. This is a live concert. Ozzy on red vinyl with Randy Rhoads, 1981 in Montreal, Canada. It is $36.99. We sold one to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That is sold to you. And we also, I got a correction, Brian Thurman. I do have a correction. Hold on one second. There was one other person ahead of you on Sabotage. I actually need to give this to Bobby Cantrell. I need to give this to Bobby Cantrell, and I can put you on a waiting list. If not, I understand, but there was actually one other person, Bobby Cantrell, on this one. So make sure that one goes to Bobby, and then Brian Thurman on a waiting list. And then that first Ozzy there is sold to Clifford Umstead. And I have two more here. And one is sold to Kevin J. Reitz. Thank you, Kevin J. Reitz. That's sold to you. And then, that's not Ozzy. That's Motley Crue. There we go. There's one for Kevin J. Reitz. And I have one more here, and it's still available. And how much of Sabotage can... we can have a lot of... I cannot have enough. There's actually, 4 other albums I wish I could get. I can't get Sirens. I can't get Hall of the Mountain King. If I had Hall of the Mountain King in stock right now, I bet I could sell 50 copies tonight. But I don't have it in stock. And then Tim Floyd gets Ozzy. That is sold. And we have Joan Jett's Greatest Hits. I Love Rock and Roll. $29.99. I think I'm going to have one left. That is sold to Ed Hickey. Thank you on that, Ed Hickey. Let me check on something right quick before I do anything else. Where's my other phone? Oh, it's right here. All right, let me do this right here. Hold on one second. Okay, so over here we have the following. We got Joan Jett, so to Sean Holford. Thank you on that. Ozzy is an unofficial, yes. And then here is another unofficial, a bootleg recording, Maiden Voyage, Nijmegen Hall in 1981. Everybody's been talking about how great this sounds. I've sold almost 100 of these probably. Maiden Voyage. They're numbered to 500. They're on 4 different colors. Right now, I can only get Cloudy. It's $38.99. I've got 2 of those left. And Kiss, Cycle Circus is $33.99. All right, so we got Danny, we got Ed, we got Billy, we got Danny, we got Sean, and then thank you for the water. Appreciate that. Next is we got Matt Scheiker, and then we got Cindy. I got all of her stuff. And then over here, we got all those and all those and all those. And we got a waiting list for Jelly Roll for Jeremy Dalton. All right. And I put waiting list for his own name. Sorry, I saw something I had to fix earlier. Okay. Let's update these bids. The high bid on Iron Maiden right now is Nick Galetti at $36. Nick Galetti at $36. Nick Galetti at $36. That's the high bid. That is the high bid. Nick Galetti at $36. Brad Waits has Black Sabbath at $28. Everybody else is out. Brad Waits has Black Sabbath for $28. We sold an Ozzy Live. We sold a Joan Jett Live. And now these 2 Iron Maidens are sold to Todd Fisher and Steve McGee. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. The first one will be Troy Shark. Troy Shark. And I think I got everybody's claims from this video taken care of. this, and this. All these are done. Those are good to go. Those are all good to go, and those are all good to go, okay? So the high bid on Iron Maiden right now is Nick Galetti at $36. Nick Galetti at $36. And then Black Sabbath is at $28. And this is a final call to Brad Waits. And that is a gatefold. It is a final call, okay? That's good to go. I don't have a Joan Jett Live. I have a Joan Jett Greatest Hits, but we've sold out. We have sold out. Let's see here. We're good to go. We need more cassettes now, too. We need more cassettes. Next thing we have is Suicidal Tendencies. This is sealed. Suicidal Tendencies is Suicidal for Life. It's another sealed cassette. The shrink has a little bit of wear on it, but it's going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, I'm going to do some crate condensing, and wow, what a knockout of a video there. That was amazing. I posted this morning. Make sure you're in a private group, Whole Lot of Records. If you're new tonight and you're not in the group, I post a video. So all that stuff I just showed was actually featured in that video I posted. We started with 5 crates, and now I have 3 left. Okay? I have 3 left. And this Iron Maiden is sold to Nick Galetti for $36. This is sold to Nick Galetti for $36. Suicidal has a bid for $10. And Black Sabbath is sold to Brad Waits for $28, okay? And David Tate says he'll take a Country Squire. I think that's over here in the previous crate. Country Squire is sold. Country Squire is sold. I think I had 1 left. And it is right over here. Okay? It is. Thank you. That's sold, okay? That's sold. Joshua, you can't bid tonight, okay? Now, what I can do, Joshua, if you want to go, what we do in these situations, if you want to bid tonight, I can send you a link. If you want to go buy a, $250 gift card, I'll let you buy tonight. But otherwise, I can't let you bid. We've got 6 invoices canceled, 4 already this year. I can't let you bid. 6 invoices canceled, 4 from this year. I can't. That's why I was ignoring your bids. But if you can go purchase a $250 gift card right now, I'll let you buy $250 worth of records tonight. Otherwise, I can't take any bids. Suicidal Tendencies is at $10. If you have $250 right now, I'll let you buy records, $250 worth. Otherwise, no more bidding, no more buying. We have Suicidal Tendency at $15, Cindy Yarborough. That is new high bid. Now, the vintage flip crate is going to go up right now. I can't continue to sell to people with a good chance that I'm never going to get paid. I just can't do it. It makes absolutely no sense. But if you have at least $250 right now, I'll send you a link to our website. You can buy $250 prepaid. I'll let you buy records tonight. Otherwise, I can't. Hopefully, you can do that. If not, we'll have to do it on a different day. This is everything from the vintage flip crate. All this right here is available, and now it's sold, except for the stuff in the back. This is from the vintage flip crate. All this stuff you're seeing me pull out, this is all sold up until right where? Here. And so all the stuff you just see me pull out has already been claimed. We're going to go through some vintage stuff here. But first, John's wheeling up 5 crates of new arrivals, and I'm about to put up some more auctions. And the next one, Saxon. Innocence is no excuse. Saxon is a 1985 USOG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and it's a $25 start. Saxon, Innocence is no excuse. This is in VG Plus condition. It's a 1985 US original. It has this original inner sleeve. It's a $25 start. Saxon, Innocence is no excuse. That's a $25 start on that. Next thing we have, thank you, John. Next thing we have is Kiss, Music from the Elder. Kiss is a 2014. This is a 2014 remaster of Music from the Elder. 180-gram gatefold with the original inner sleeve, and Kiss is a $20 start. Suicidal Tendencies is a sealed cassette. Suicidal for Life, it's unopened, and that's at $17. Okay? Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to show you what didn't get claimed from the flip video. We got $6.99 records, we got $9.99 records, we got $14.99, and we got $19.99. These are all vintage discount records, and I'm going to show you what's left with what. We're going to start with the $19.99 stuff first. So everything in here has been discounted. It's a buy it now, first come, first serve. These first two records are $19.99, which means they've been discounted to $19.99. And the first one is Frank Zappa. It's in VG Plus condition. It has a little bit of chipping right here on the edge, but that is $19.99. $19.99. Also, Eagles, their greatest hits. Eagles is in EX condition. The Eagles is $19.99. That is their greatest hits collection, as y'all know. $19.99. That is EX, $19.99. So the first thing we have over here is the Suicidal Tendencies is at 17 with Cindy Yarborough. Justin Deckelman bid 18. And then Brad Waits bid 25 on Saxon. David Smith bid 20 on Suicidal Tendencies. And Kiss is a $20 start. Now, Brad Miller, you put Kiss. Make sure if you want to bid, you put Kiss 20. That way I know you're bidding. That's the two $19.99 records. And then here is what is the $14.99. Okay? This is the $14.99. Okay? We have Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge, original motion picture soundtrack, $14.99. Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge. This is $14.99. Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge. Also, John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. No condition notes on that. That's $14.99. And Humble Pie Performance, Rockin' the Fillmore. Humble Pie is $14.99. We also have Mike and the Mechanics. That is $14.99. Mike and the Mechanics. And that is available. Those are the ones that are $14.99. So Mike and the Mechanics was silent running. Humble Pie was half off. John Lennon is a major discount. Jimi Hendrix is more than half off. And then Eagles and Zappa. Then there were some $9.99 records left. We have Blood, Sweat, and Tears, a UK copy. That was $9.99. Silver Threads and Golden Needles, the Springfields, with a early Dusty Springfield. That's $9.99. No condition notes. Glenn Fry, the All-Nighter. Glenn Fry is $9.99. And then Loverboy, self-titled debut. That's $9.99. Craig Ruth on Mike and the Mechanics. That is sold to Craig Ruth for $14.99. Thank you on that. Now, quick update. Saxon's at 28. What about Suicidal Tendencies? Cindy Yarborough went out. Justin Deckelman, you've been outbid as well. David Smith has this sealed cassette for $20. Now Saxon's at 27. Craig Ruth got the Mike and Mechanics. Now Saxon's at 28. And now Kiss is at 25. Saxon's at 36. And Scully Mack got Loverboy. That's sold to Scully Mack for $9.99. Also over here is the $6.99 stuff. So here's what's left from the $6.99 bin. We have 10cc, the original soundtrack. That is $6.99. Neil Young's Reactor is $6.99. And Hall & Oates Along the Red Ledge. That's also VG, but just $6.99. So we're doing a discount bin here. These are all $6.99. Turn this light up here. Try to cast some more light on these. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. Kiss is not an OG. No, it's not. Okay, so first thing we have over here is... Whoop, I don't like that either. Let me turn this back down. Wait, there we go. Sorry, playing with my lights over here. Okay, we have Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager. That is $6.99. And Elton John Breaking Hearts is $6.99. So the first thing we had was, did I pull Glenn Fry? I don't think I have yet. Glenn Fry was $9.99, and that was sold to Mary Miles. Thank you, Mary. That's sold to you. Now, the Suicidal Tendencies cassette, I'm assuming Justin Deckelman's done. He did say out, so that is sold for $20. It was sealed and sold to David Smith. That's pretty cool. That's sold to him for $20. Thank you, David Smith. Now, over here, we have Kiss, and Kiss is a 2014 remaster, 180 gram with the original on her sleeve. That is at $35. And then we got Saxon. And then Saxon here is an 85 US original. It does have a saw cut up here on the jacket. It's in VG Plus condition. And Saxon is with $36 that George Simbert has. Thank you, John. Have a good one. Appreciate it as always. I can't believe no one bought those last two Soundgarden box sets. Surely somebody needs a Soundgarden box set. Right now we're doing what's left of the vintage discount flip. And first thing we have is this, and this. And we have What the Tech, Moody Blues, and Loverboy. Those are $6.99. That is sold for $6.99, and then the Loverboy for $9.99. Thank you, and thank you on that. So those are sold and sold. What happened to Loverboy? Did I already sell that to somebody? Did somebody already claim Loverboy? Or am I crazy? Maybe not. Yeah, Scully Mac already got that. But I will sell this for $6.99. And then somebody just asked, does it have Knights in White Satin? It doesn't. But that is sold to What's the Tech. Thank you. Now, if you're a first-time buyer, which I'm pretty sure you are, let me know, and thank you, and make sure you message our page. Now, are you the What's the Tech that did the story on the Father's Day special that I've been seeing all over the news? I think that's who that is, everybody. I think that's who did the news special for us, that mentioned us in the news special. I think I recognize that name and recognize the profile picture. If so, thank you and welcome. Elton John is $6.99. Blaine was next on Moody Blues, and then Scott said I did buy a Soundgarden. Okay, I never did pull that. So, okay, throw it at me. Okay, so that means sold. All right, so Scott, now there's one left. I think Janet was on the fence too. Janet, are you sure you don't want a Soundgarden box? Thank you. Thank you to What's the Tech. Now, what we're going to do, Jamie Tucker, welcome. So, welcome to Coletco, and thank you. I saw this newsreel everybody was sending to me about the Father's Day, and I wasn't really sure like what station actually covered it. I think it was originated out of Augusta, but also people's like, well, no, I've seen it in New Mexico and Pittsburgh and all this over here. So thank you to What's the Tech, Jamie Tucker. And maybe if you can send us a message, I would like to thank you. And I appreciate that. And we have been very excited to see that. I woke up to all these tags and stuff, and everybody's like, holy moly, Chad, you're all over the news. And I was like, wow. Thank you. So thank you to What's the Tech, Jamie Tucker. We greatly appreciate it here. And then Donna Handshoemaker on Elton. I think she was the one who asked the price on it. And that is $6.99. No, it was Arnold Adams. We'll make sure Arnold doesn't want it. If not, then it's sold to Donna. And then Brad asked the price as well. And then here's a few more $6.99 records left. We got James Gang, Straight Shooter. We got back-to-back Lindas. Nope, one of them sold. So we got Simple Dreams, Simon and Garfunkel, and the Best of the Outsiders, Time Won't Let Me. So just so y'all know, we have a private group on Facebook called Whole Lotta Records. It's a lot easier to post videos there to hit people's feeds than just posting on our main page every day. So every morning at 9 a.m., there's a vintage discount. That's where all these came to here. What's the Tech? And it's What the Tech, not What's the Tech. What the Tech. What the Tech. And then over here, we have Elton John is pinning to Arnold and then Donna. Hey, if I'm good at anything, it's butchering a name, even if it's a name of a Facebook channel. That's what I'm best at. So welcome, everybody, and let's update these auctions. Thursday night, metal night. So tonight, we focus mostly back here on the auction block, hard rock and metal. The first thing I have here is Kiss, Music from the Elder. Kiss, Music from the Elder. The last bit on this that came in, Kiss, Music from the Elder, was back here with Stephen Reeves at $35. Stephen Reeves, that's a final call to him. And then back here is Saxon, and the last bid that came in on Saxon was George Sambaras at $36. Now, since then, there's been a lot of chit-chat and a lot of questions, but we're about to sell them. And then the first claim was Loverboy, which went to Scully Mac. And then What the Tech got the Moody Blues. He was second on Loverboy. Scott was next on Moody Blues. And then Blaine, you were actually third. Arnold asked the price for Elton, but he is passing this over here to Donna Handshoemaker. Okay, then after Donna, it was Brad Miller. A lot of people all of a sudden on Elton John and Moody Blues. Unfortunately, I only have one of each right now. Blaine, you were actually third on Moody Blues. What was the condition of Neil Young? Reactor has no condition notes on the vinyl, about a VG Plus cover. Mary, that's $6.99. And then over here, where's the Trick or Treat? Do you still have Trick or Treat? Thanks, Arnold Adams. And here we go. Saxon is sold to George Sambaras for $36. We do have Trick or Treat. And Brad Waits bid $38 on Saxon. My bad. Let me go back and try to find that right quick. Saxon's at $38. Brad Waits bid $38 on Saxon. That is on the screen. George Sambaras, you've been outbid. That was right after Blaine commented on Moody Blues. Okay, so that means Kiss is sold to Stephen Reeves for $35. George Sambaras, you are out on Saxon, okay? You are out on Saxon. Mary Miles first on Neil. Neil Young is sold for $6.99. And let me double check Elton John one more time. Elton John, the first person who commented Elton John was somebody asking the price with Arnold. Arnold passes, and then at 100%, without a doubt, I'm willing to bet my house on it, Donna Handshoemaker got the Elton John for $6.99. That is sold to Donna for $6.99. Okay, now Trick or Treat is up for auction. When I put it up for auction, it is going to be all-out war, okay? It's going to look like World War III in the chat. I'm going to put it up at $7.15. We'll go ahead and get it out of the way right now. It is going to be World War III. Just like the one last week and the one before that. We've had one the last 3 weeks, and we hadn't even started putting up a metal auction yet. I'll do that one first, and it's going to be World War III. Trick or Treat is a 1986 U.S. original in shrink wrap. $7.15. 17 minutes from now. It is OG, and it's going to be World War III. Okay? Hope y'all ready. There's no telling what's going to happen when I put that up for bid. I may just self-destruct. Saxon is sold to Brad Waits for $38. Okay? If you're here for an auction, they will be sold sometime between now and 11 o'clock. I will start working stuff in as I can. We've got new vinyl. We've got vintage vinyl. We're live streaming right now on Facebook, YouTube. We're also on Instagram live right now tonight. However, if you're commenting on Instagram, I can't see it. You'll have to come to YouTube or Facebook. Okay? Here we go. Here's what's left here. Zappa, $19.99. Eagles, $19.99. Hendrix, $14.99. John Lennon, $14.99. Humble Pie, $14.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $9.99. Springfield's, $9.99. 10cc, $9.99. And then, 10cc was $6.99. Hall & Oates was $6.99. James Gang is $6.99. Linda Ronstadt, $6.99. Simon & Garfunkel, $6.99. And the best of the outsiders, Time Won't Let Me, $6.99. That's what's left from our 9 o'clock flip video. Thanks, everybody who bought something out of there. Just a handful left as usual. Sometimes we sell everything. And now we're about to get into new stuff for tonight. And I think I'm going to go ahead and do a crate of actual new metal. Or new stuff, which is probably going to be mostly metal. I think we're ready for that. I actually did post a noon video as well. And the noon video was the stuff left over from the Paul and Laura crates from last night. And it looks like we've almost sold a half of a crate here. And I just need to go ahead and put those in order. For anybody that commented from that video tonight, there was a 12 o'clock video posted. All this is sold, okay? All this is sold. I'm just going to go ahead and just put them over here in the sold crate. And that was the 12 o'clock video that was also posted in Whole Lotta Records. I'm just going to get these put over here. And let's also put this right here. And we're good to go. Okay. And there's this. Now, also, What the Tech has reminded me, I probably need to stock some new turntables and equipment. I don't do the vintage stuff hardly anymore, but we can get some new turntables. That is something I can get if anybody's interested. We usually, we're signed up with Audio Technica. Yeah, we're signed up as a dealer with them through one of our main distributors. So we can get new Audio Technica stuff, which is really good turntables, just FYI. All right, let me go over here and grab this next crate of new vinyl. If I can get through this little tunnel, there's a billion records in this building. Let me start trying to pull stuff out and see what's over here. Looks like we got more Jim Sullivan's in, and that's good. Let's not go through that crate right now, though. Let's go ahead and go through this crate. What is this? And there's this. What is this? This is... I don't know if I got everything I was hoping that would come in. I think a lot of that's going to show up tomorrow now that I'm looking at it. I have a feeling a lot of stuff I ordered is not going to be here till tomorrow then. That's what it's looking like. I think a lot of the stuff I ordered is not going to be here till tomorrow, which always happens. It seems like I get a huge shipment the last couple of weeks on Fridays. All right. The noon one I posted was just pre-owned stuff from Paul and Laura crates. All right, are y'all ready? It's 7 o'clock. It's going to be pretty much nonstop metal auctions for the rest of the night. The next thing I have here is going to go up right now, and it is Faith No More, Album of the Year. Faith No More is a 2016 remaster. Faith No More is a 2016 remaster, and it is going to go up for a $45 start. Donald Fagen's already sold. That sold about 7 hours ago. That sold about 7 hours ago to Stephen A. Young. Make sure you're in our group. Make sure you're looking for videos at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and sometimes at noon. Faith No More is a 2016 remaster. That's going to go up for a $45 start. Next thing over here is The Offspring's Greatest Hits, $33.99. New and sealed, The Offspring's Greatest Hits. I have 2 of those available, and I've got 2 copies of Killing Joke. And Killing Joke is $46.99. That is a Gatefold 2 LP, $46.99 for Killing Joke. If you give me a second, I am going to open up this computer of mine, which is a laptop, and I'm going to start tagging. What did I lay it? I laid it in a weird spot tonight. Yep, I laid it over here. I'm going to make sure we don't have waiting lists for these. Some of these I know for sure is new stuff I've ordered. 3 crates of new vinyl tonight. Looks like really cool stuff. And I'm about to start putting up more cassettes, more CDs, more everything, especially stuff I want to auction. There's 4 box set auctions over here already behind me. 4 box set auctions already over here behind me. And I'm going to get all this set up and good to go. There's that, there's that. And here's this, here's this. Faith No More already has a bid. I got to go up front and get one thing before I do anything else, which is probably going to be a charger. Let me go do that right quick. Hopefully y'all can hear me up here. Maybe, maybe not. Might be a good thing if you can't. Might be a good thing if you can. I'm like, well, let me go grab this because we're going to be going through 3, 4, 5 crates of vinyl tonight with waiting lists and pre-orders and maybe even be some miscellaneous stuff. I need to make sure we do that and have everything ready to go. We got all this down to a science now. I order stuff, we sell it. Y'all go on waiting list, I resell it. I tag it, I sort it, I ship it. Shout out to all the CollectCo staff here. There's about a dozen people here earlier when I got here. I was like, man, I can tell we've been busy this week. Tanner, make sure everybody's here keying stuff in, organizing stuff, shipping stuff, tagging stuff, alphabetizing stuff, doing this with stuff, that with stuff. Next thing I have is this. Okay, so first thing we have is, all right, so Faith No More went up for auction, and it has a bid for $45.45, 52. Killing Joke is $46.99. 2 LP, $46.99. Faith No More, $53, $56, and $55. All right, so that's $56. That's now up for bid. Our next auction is Y&T in Rock Retrust. Y&T is a 1984 US EMDW original. So this is an OG pressing of Y&T and Shrink and Hop. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Y&T and Rock We Trust. I've got 2 Offspring Greatest Hits, 2 Killing Jokes, and this is a live Queen. This is live at Estadio Jose Aflamonte, Buenos Aires. Let me simplify that for you. This is Queen live in 1981 in Buenos Aires. It's $29.99. It's an unofficial. I've never had that before. $29.99. We got Faith No More for $60. We got Y&T 25, Y&T 25, and Y&T 27. Our next cassette is going to go up right now, and that is going to be the Smiths Hatful of Hollow. The Smiths is going to go up for a $7 start. We got Queen Soda Rebecca Howard. Faith No More is at $64. Next is Steely Dan. Here's a live unofficial. This is Steely Dan live at Ellis Auditorium in Memphis. The Steely Dan live in Memphis, 1974, $29.99. Y&T's at $35. Faith No More is at $64. George Scherer on A. I wonder if he meant Q for Queen. There is an A comment, though. There's a live Steely Dan unofficial. And we have Pretty in Pink, Lords of Acid. Lords of Acid, $39.99. That's something I don't get too often. Lords of Acid. There it is. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up this pre-order spreadsheet here and see what's on the way. Here's this, and Lords of Acid's $39.99. I've also got 3 copies. This is actually pretty cool. It's the last concert that Duane Allman played in before he passed away, before he died in that motorcycle accident. Paintersville Music Fair, Owens Mills, Maryland, October 17th, 1971. Duane Allman's $34.99. So the first thing we have here is Faith No More was at 60. Y&T opened at 25, 25, 25, 27. Faith No More 62, Faith No More 64. We sold a Queen. Y&T 30, Y&T 35, Smiths 7. Faith No More 65, Y&T 42, Y&T 38. The Smiths is at 10, the Smiths is at 15. Y&T's at 42, Faith No More 68, Y&T 47. And Catherine Lutz on AS. And AS, I think, is probably for AB, or it could be for SD. And then George wants DA. Now, George, earlier you put an A comment. Was that for anything, George Sherry, your A comment? I'm not going to make sure. And then over here, Catherine, I'm going to make sure her AS comment didn't got auto-corrected too. Some people's having some bad autocorrects tonight, unfortunately. But we got Lords of Acid, so to Craig Ruth. Craig Ruth on Lords of Acid. And that was right here. That is so to Craig Ruth. Tom Sullivan on a Duane Allman. George Scherer on a Duane Allman. And then we have Pretty and Kink. Oh, my bad. Pretty and Kink. Not Pretty and Pink. Pretty and Kink, Lords of Acid. Now it makes more sense. Faith No More 74. Smiths is at 16. Y&T 55. Y&T out. Catherine. I had a feeling usually SD autocorrects to AS. It usually autocorrects. Yep. That is so to Catherine Steely Dan. Thank you on that one. And then over here, what year was for Cream? No, Randy. Y&T 56. Screen freeze. And then what? And this and that. And then who's doing this and who's doing that? Holy moly. That was for Queen. I had a feeling. Usually if you put Q, it autocorrects to A. If you put SD, it autocorrects to AS. Just like Blaine. Look. AS. He's trying to comment SD. I know autocorrects. I have the autocorrect keyboard memorized at this point. Blaine Zapnick on Steely Dan. I know what y'all are trying to buy, even if you don't comment the right thing. Let's update everything so far. The first thing is Faith No More, this 2016 remaster, album of the year. It's a 2 LP, Faith No More. The last bit on this was Tom Sullivan at $74. That is not available. It's not like I can just poof order one of those. I wish I could. Y&T is a beautiful top copy and shrink and hot. That's at 65 with Scott Fellows. And then over here, we got an original cassette, Smith's Hatful of Hollow. And the last bit on this that came in was Jeff Brindley at $16. Now, so far, we have 1 Allman Brothers left live, 1971. We have 1 Pretty and Kink left by Lords of Acid. 3 Steely Dan live unofficials left. Queen live in Buenos Aires. Killing Joke and The Offspring's Greatest Hits. Here is a Metallica live. Hammersmith, Odeon, lagoon-colored vinyl, numbered on the back, Master of Puppets, Hammersmith, Odeon, Metallica, $38.99. And then 2 copies of the Beatles, Past Masters. The Beatles is $49.99. This is Past Masters, 2 LP. The Beatles non-album singles and B-sides. Essentially stuff they didn't put on their albums that they released as singles or didn't release altogether. $49.99 for Past Masters. Boston, that's their self-titled debut, $28.99. I'm really surprised we didn't sell out of Lords of Acid and have a waiting list. It is right here. Lords of Acid is sold to Sean, Sean, it's $39.99. Did I get a Queen and Duane? Yes, the Duane Allmans were sold to Tom Sullivan and George Scherer. You got a Queen. And then we sold a couple of the Steely Dans, yes. And now Caleb Howe wants a Metallica. That's sold to Caleb. Thank you on that. Faith No More 78. And Amanda Davis on Boston. That's sold to Amanda Davis. And now we can go ahead and sell Smiths. The Smiths is sold for $16. And that's sold to Jeff Brindley. Thank you on that. And then over here we got Y&T. And this was a final call. We're about to sell it. Scott Fellows 65. They're still bidding on Faith No More. Let's go ahead and grab another cassette right quick. Let's see what else I have over in here. Ooh, Batman. Batman cassette. Let's put that up for a $7 start. That is the Danny Elfman soundtrack. Contains 2 extra songs. $7 start on that. David V gets the Beatles. Nice. We Can Work It Out. Paperback Writer. Rain. All those songs like that on there. Very, very cool. And the next thing we have is David V on the Beatles. David V on the Beatles. I just pulled that. And then Metallica. Chad, you need to show the color of Metallic vinyl. It's not sealed. Yes. These just come in resealable, or these just come in like plastic slips here. So it is very true. It's just in a loose sleeve. It's on lagoon colored vinyl. Look at that. How cool is that? So these are new. They just don't actually come shrink wrap. They just come in a baggie like that. So there it is. And let's put this in here. By the way, that very popular Lords of Acid album is up for pre-order in the group. I went ahead and got that out immediately. I was actually trying to order Lords of Acid. There was absolutely nothing in stock except that album that I got right there. But I'm lucky I looked them up because I saw that release of that one album up for pre-order. And I was like, yeah, we definitely need to get that up immediately. Okay, so let's go back over here and figure out what happened. So there's the Metallica Glenn. It's live Hammersmith Odeon, $38.99. Next thing we have is Batman at 7, Faith No More out. What year is the Lords of Acid? What year is it? That's the year of this is, it doesn't say. And then Y&T is sold to Scott Fellows. Y&T is sold to Scott Fellows, and that's sold for $65. Faith No More is moving to a final call. Faith No More, the last bid was Tom Sullivan at $78. We're about to sell it. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's Icon, Night of the Crime. Icon, a 1985 U.S. original sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Icon, $25 start on that. In shrink, original inner sleeve. That's now up for bid. We got Shane Devers on Metallica. We got Solarplex Studios on Metallica. I got one Metallica left. Edmund Estrada wants Lords of Acid. Batman's a final call for 7. Faith No More is a final call. This is a Monkeys live unofficial. I've never had anything like that. Live in Japan, 1968, $29.99. Also, we have Faith No More with a new bid at 80. Justin Deckelman wants the last Metallica. We're now sold out of those Metallicas. There's two Matunkies. How about 2 Monkeys live in 68? That's $29.99. Let's get a waiting list going for the Metallicas. But first, check this out. 9 Inch Nails and David Bowie, the classic collaborations, broadcast rarities and obscurities. That's when 9 Inch Nails and Bowie was playing a lot together. $44.99. Okay, so Faith No More got a last-second bid. Tim Boldness is at $80. We're not done. It's at $80. Icon has opened at $25. Brandon Lack, you get Batman for $7. Thank you. That's so due. Over here, what else do we have? I have all kinds of more cassettes. Wow, Chris Ledoux live. That's something I've never seen before. There's that. There's this. How about Morrissey? How about this? How about those? Wow, look at all these over here. Oh my gosh, what about this? I've never seen that before. Here's a good one. Holy moly. How about Def Leppard Hysteria? I don't know where these came from, but they're good. Def Leppard Hysteria is going to go up for a $7 start. Also over here, we had... So Metallica. The first person on the waiting list is going to be Jamie Butler, if he's good with that. Metallica. Really cool colored vinyl. Lagoon. If I can still get that color. It's numbered $38.99 to Jamie Butler, first on the waiting list. Rebecca Howitt, first on the Bowie. And then Kelly Vlodarchek. And then we got the Faith No More has a new bid for $88. Icon at $35. Icon's at $26. Icon's at $30. Raminak over here. Raminak. That is sold to him. And now we have Def Leppard at $7. Icon Details. Icon. And Def Leppard. Icon. Nobody's going to buy a Limp Bizkit, are they, Carol? Very sad. Nobody's going to buy the Limp Bizkit. Let me see what I can put else over here. Here, let's do this right here. This will catch some attention. It always does. $49.99 on Rush. Next thing over here is AC/DC, live in Johnson City, Tennessee. Live in Johnson City, Tennessee. 2 LP silver vinyl. That's $34.99. And then let me show 2 more records, and I'm updating all 3 auctions. Oh my gosh. It's Van Halen live at the Tokyo Superdome 1989, $29.99. Oh my goodness. Van Halen live at the Superdome in Tokyo 1989, $29.99. Oh my goodness. It's Van Halen live at the Tokyo Superdome in 1989 for $29.99. Faith No More. This is a 2016 remaster. Faith No More has a high bid right now. Faith No More has a high bid right now. Faith No More has a high bid right now of $93 with Tim Boldness. Tim Boldness has this for $93. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Over here is Icon, Night of the Crime. Icon is a 1985 U.S. original pressing. Icon is OG. It's in VG Plus condition. It has the original on her sleeve. It is in shrink wrap, and Icon is up for bid, and Warren Hardin has it for $50. That is what is going to go on right now. That is what is up. That is the status. Now, here's what happened since then. Since all that, we've sold all 3 of the David Bowie 9-inch nails, right? We sold one to Rebecca. We sold one to Ramniak. We sold one to Vlodarchek. And then Def Leppard got a bid for 7. Then Def Leppard got another bid for 7, and another bid for 7, then a bid for 10. And then over here, we got Tim Graham first on Van Halen. We got Brad Miller second on Van Halen. Now, there was only 2 in stock when I ordered these, and I was like, man, that's going to be a heck of a waiting list. I'm going to read off who was next. They're going to automatically write down your name for a waiting list. No guarantee when this one will come in. It could be next week. It could be never. I don't know on this one. These can be sketchy. $29.99. Tim Graham and Brad Miller for sure get one. Here's everybody that's going on a waiting list. Did I just flip past a Wasp? I did. Brian Thurman, first on the waiting list for Van Halen. Then John Smetzer. How much is Rush? $49.99. Danny Thomas and Van Halen. Todd Saw Van Halen. Travis Woods Van Halen. Next, Donna Busey. Donna Busey. Also on Van Halen, but you do get an AC/DC. Next thing, Faith No More got a bid for 100. Icon got a bid for 51. Also, Icon 55. Faith No More 109. Icon's at 58. Alonzo wants on a Van Halen waiting list. Stephen Reeves is out on Icon. Now, Jamie McCord also wants on a Van Halen wait list. Alonzo wants on a Van Halen wait list. Todd does not want on the Van Halen wait list. Faith No More is at 120. Randy Klein wants on the Van Halen wait list. And now the next thing I have here is Paul McCartney, a remastered copy of his great album, Ram. Ram is $33.99. So Isaiah is the high bidder on Def Leppard for $10. High bid on Def Leppard for $10. That is $10. It just got a bid for 8. Somebody was already in at 10. The last bid on Faith No More was $120 with Tom Sullivan. $120 with Tom Sullivan. $120 with Tom Sullivan. That's the high bid on Faith No More. There's more people on a waiting list for Van Halen. Randy Klein, Michael Peevler, Sandy Villa. All those people's going to go on a waiting list. And then over here is Icon, Night of the Crime, an 85 US OG with the original on her sleeve. And the last bid on this was Warren Hardin at $58. Warren has that at 58. Going once, going twice. Warren has that. Now, the next thing I have over here is Metallica live in Seattle, 1989. That is $38.99. $38.99. $38.99. This is Metallica, Seattle, 1989. 2 LP, $38.99. Next over here, we have Def Leppard at 11. Def Leppard at 11. Also over here was, what year was AC/DC? Johnson City, 1988. Johnson City, 1988. Johnson City, 1988. Okay, what a great crate. That was crate number 1, I think, of 3 or 4 crates of new vinyl. Plus, there's 2 crates over here from Paul already. Laura's working on a crate. There's 5 crates from John, 2 crates over here. And I'm going to try my best to go through some other older new vinyl tonight on this. Trick or Treat's coming up next. I said 7:15. I did not realize we was going to bid on Faith No More for 20 minutes. I didn't realize we was going to bid on Icon for 25 minutes. So those have been all-out wars. It's going to be like that on every auction we put up tonight. And now, Def Leppard's at 100. Andrew bid first. Amanda's out. We're about to sell Icon. The last bid was Warren Harding at $58. And then over here is Faith No More, which was a final call. We're about to definitely sell it now. Tom Sullivan at $120, the 2016 remaster. Here's what's left in here. Right over here is this right here. The Offspring's Greatest Hits, $33.99. Offspring's Greatest Hits, new and sealed, $33.99. We have Killing Joke for $46.99. Killing Joke's a 2 LP. What about Queen, live, 1981, Buenos Aires. Keep Yourself Alive, Bohemian Rhapsody, We Are the Champions, We Will Rock You, One Left. I got Steely Dan, that's live in Memphis, $29.99. Allman Brothers, Painters Mill Music Fair, 1971. His last concert, 2 LP colored vinyl, $34.99. The Beatles, Past Masters, 2 LP. We've sold 1, there's 1 left. Mike Burson Wants the Offspring, sold. Next thing is Icon. Icon is sold. Are you a first-time buyer? Warren Hardin. Warren Hardin. If you are, just say yes, and I need you to go ahead and contact us right now. That's so do you and that is done. Thank you on that, Warden Harden. That is sold to him. Warden Harden. Thank you, Warren. And now over here is Faith No More. This is sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you, Tom. That's sold to you for $120. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is called Trick or Treat. Music by Fastway. It's in shrink. It's a 1986 U.S. original. It's in shrink wrap, and it's a $45 start. Warren, if you don't mind to go ahead and message our page, I need your email address and mailing address. Welcome to CollectCo. Please send us your information. We'll invoice you on Monday, $8 unlimited shipping. Trick or Treat's a $45 start. World War III has begun. World War III has begun. Edwin Blom got Steely Dan. That is sold to Edwin Blom. Mike Burson, I've already pulled your Offspring, haven't I? I have already pulled the Offspring out. That is done. Over here, Woody Bishop also wants the Van Halen. Danny Thomason wants the Allman Brothers. There was no other bids on Def Leppard. This is sold, and it was sold for $11 to Andrew Hawkins. Amanda, you tied them, but I never did hear back. And now Trick or Treat 50. Trick or Treat 50. We have Boston for $28.99. The Monkees live in Japan, 1968, $29.99. AC/DC live in Johnson City, 2 LP silver vinyl, $34.99. We have Ram for $33.99. We got Metallica Seattle for $38.99. Over here is our next auction. It's going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. This is a 1981 U.S. original pressing of Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. A Pittman original. Original inner sleeve, VG condition, a $25 start. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz is up for bid. An 81 Pittman original, $25 start on that. There is Trick or Treat Fastway. That should bring $400 or $500 at minimum. Minimum $400 or $500 on that one. Danny got Allman Brothers. Woody Bishop on Van Halen waiting list. There's about 30 people on the Van Halen waiting list. Aaron Carter bid 55, and now 50, and now 52, now 55. And George Samberez wants Seattle. Ozzy's at 25. That's an OG 81 Ozzy. Now Trick or Treat's at 60. Now the next auction is going to go up right now. And the next auction I have is a ZZ Top I don't think I've ever seen before. XXX. Anybody ever seen that one before? ZZ Top XXX. It's got a little bit of wear on the jewel case, but I've never seen that before. That's going to go up quite a bit of wear on the jewel case. Boy, some of these cassettes, if you put them in new jewel cases, they really pop. ZZ Top is a $7 start. You can pop with the top. ZZ Top, $7 start. That's up for bid. Chad needs some blue juice. Who's left in the building? April and Laura? April, you still here? Okay, welcome. You're being awfully quiet tonight. Ah, purple juice. April says she's working. Shocker. Shocker. I know Laura's working. All right, Ozzy, Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat, Ozzy, ZZ Top, Trick or Treat. All right, let's change out crates. Here we go. XXX was released in 1989. That's why I've never seen it. That's why I've never seen it, folks. It's the final countdown. All right. Can you invoice me the Metallica and send it to George Samberez? We can do that. Donna would like to pay for this Metallica record, but send it to George Samberez. CollectCo, the gift that keeps on giving the whole year. Here's some of the cassettes we've already sold tonight and CDs. I'm going to take these right around here in the Operation Center before there's a catastrophe and they all hit the ground. They make a noise like this. We don't want that to happen, so I'm going to go ahead and take these in here and stack them up right over here and get a new stack going. We're going to be selling a lot of stuff tonight. Let's get all this cleaned up. April, you think you can clear all this off? I'm going to leave this right here, hoping nothing spills. Boom. Shakalaka, boom, boom, boom. That's what Sly said at Woodstock. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Hey, hey, hey. Boom, shakalaka, laka, boom, boom, boom. I've been meaning to go back and rewatch that Woodstock set. And then I got to get caught up re-listening to the Beach Boys. Boom, boom. Down, down, down. I think that was at one time available on vinyl. All right, y'all going to lock this crate Paul has marked. Here we go. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the like button? Can you build something to Seth and send it to me? Oh, I would love to do that. I would love to do that. Oh my gosh. Talk about a penny pincher. Oh my gosh, that dude. We was in Vegas. I was like, yeah, let's go down and take our picture in front of the Vegas sign. And he's like, yeah, we're gonna walk. I was like, walk? That's like 9 miles. Yeah, we're not walking. I'm not paying $17 for an Uber. I was like, okay, I will. I was like, a bottle of water in this town costs $12. Okay, you gotta be prepared to spend money. First thing we have is Aussies at $35, Trick or Treats at $65, and then Trick or Treat at $70, Aussie at $40. ZZ Top has a bid for $10. Shane Devers wants that last Metallica bootleg we had. That was right over here. Let's go ahead and do that. That's sold to Shane Devers. Appreciate that. That is sold to Shane. We have not sold Warlock. ZZ Top 7, there's already bid for 10. Trick or Treats at 70. And then over here, we have ZZ Top at 12. We got Trick or Treat for 70. And then, can you get any other Junkyard size the live album? No, I cannot. Trick or Treat 80, Trick or Treat 71, and then over here. So the first thing we have is Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Ozzy, the last bid on this that came in was Brian Frenfrock at $40. That's who I'm showing as the high bidder. It's an 81 U.S. Pittman original with the original inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. Trick or Treats at $80 with Aaron Carter. And then ZZ Top. The last bid on ZZ Top was Chris Frazier at 12. XXX, now Shane's at 15. Here we go. First thing in here is Saxon, Into the Labyrinth. Saxon is a music on vinyl, numbered on gold vinyl. Saxon is $34.99. Into the Labyrinth. Over here, we have Misfits, Earth AD, Purple Swirl vinyl. Misfits is sealed for $36.99. Scorpions, Taken by Force. This is on white vinyl. It's a remaster, $36.99. And the 69 Eyes, this is Devils. The 69 Eyes is a 2023, and that is sealed for $39.99. Up here at the top, we have Trick or Treat at $71. ZZ Top's at $51. Aussie $41. Aussie $45. ZZ Top $20. ZZ Top's $20. Michael Hamburger's in on Aussie at $50. Michael Hamburger said, I bid $50 on Aussie 10 minutes ago. Y'all were all out. Aussie's at $50 of Michael Hamburger. Chad Sauls wants to know the condition of T. You Can't Kill Rock and Roll. Now Aussie's at 48. Now it's at 47. It's already at 50. Trick or Treat's at 71. ZZ Top's at 20. Shane, it goes back to you. Hiram Aponte on 69 Eyes. He was the first one on that. Next thing on here is Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. Skid Row's on orange and black vinyl. This is $39.99. Skid Row, orange and black vinyl, $39.99 on that. Also, Black Sabbath, purple and black. Purple and black, that is sealed for $36.99. 69 Eyes is already sold. We also have Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, sealed for $34.99. That's a great price. That's about $4 or $5 below the new ones. ZZ Top's at $25, and that one's still sealed. Now Trick or Treat's at $82. Now Ozzy's at $51. And now Bridget Wells on Skid Row. That's so to Bridget. Hope all of our new buyers have reached out and messaged the page. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my inbox over here. I just want to make sure all of our new buyers have registered. I think we got information from Bridget. I think we got information from the person who won the icon. Yeah, Warren. So, yeah, here we go. We have a... Okay, over here is this. Now we got Skid Row, Boston, Boston. So first of all, Jamie Tucker. So is that? I'm trying to figure out who did that. Is that? He's bought from us before, hasn't he? Is it Jamie? Are you still watching? I'm trying to figure out who did that. I think I'm trying to connect names. So first thing we have over here is, I'm going to look into it after the sale though. ZZ Top 25, Trick or Treat 82, Ozzy 51, Bridget got Skid Row, RJ 66 on Boston. RJ 66 on Boston. Now, there hadn't been a Boston album showed in a minute. Are you talking about Boston self-titled from earlier? Skid Row second on with Todd Doris. Chris out on ZZ Top. Brian's out on Ozzy. Trick or Treat 85. Ozzy 55. How much is Ozzy? How much is Trick or Treat? What is the ZZ Top? ZZ Top's at $25. I'll go over everything in just a second. We got Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That is sealed for $49.99. This Ozzy is sealed. It's essentially a greatest hits, $34.99. And we have Suicidal Tendencies on blue vinyl. This is How Will I Laugh Tomorrow. Suicidal is $32.99. And then over here is Saxon, The Inner Sanctum. Saxon is $36.99. It's a music on vinyl, numbered, colored, silver vinyl, $36.99. RJ66 from the last crate. RJ66, have you bought from us before? If so, just say yes, first time buyer. I'm not even going to begin to read off all the incredible auctions we have to sell tonight. It is absolutely crazy how much stuff we have to sell tonight. CDs, cassettes, miscellaneous, misfits, all kinds of crazy stuff. RJ66, you've bought from us before, right? If so, that is so to you. If not, we'll get you registered. Jim Berg on SUI, suicidal, so to Jim Berg. Todd Fisher says he'll take the Aussie. Chad next on suicidal. Joshua next on suicidal. Danny next on suicidal. And now Trick or Treats at $91. ZZ Top is so to Shane Devers. And this is so to Shane Devers for $25. Thank you on that. Welcome, everybody. And now we have Trick or Treat at $91. Trick or Treat, $100 with Scott Arnold. $100 with Scott Arnold. Aussie, Blizzard of Oz, Aussie. This is crazy. Well, that's how it goes. Millions of people live in this world. Michael Hamburger, $55. Going once, going twice. It's an 81 USOG. Next thing over here is Slash, featuring Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators, live at the Roxy. That is a 2LP sealed for $27.99. Trick or Treats at $101. Wet with still going. And then over here we have Ozzy Trick or Treats at $111. And now Ozzy, the hammer's up. Ozzy's at $55 with Michael Hamburger. We're going to go 3 wide with our auctions back here. The next one is Judas Priest, Hell Bent for Leather. Judas Priest is a 1979 OG copy. It's in VG Plus condition, and this is a $25 start. Hell Bent for Leather, Judas Priest. It is got a little bit of ring wear. It's a $25 start. Danny on Slash. Angela next on Slash. Trick or Treats at $120. And Trick or Treat is an 86 US original. It's the soundtrack to Trick or Treat, music by Fastway. It is in shrink, and it is near mint minus. It is a beautiful copy in shrink. Trick or Treat, it is a near top copy. Beautiful. OG US in shrink. OG US in shrink. A bid just came in for $120. A bid just came in for $120. Hammers up on Aussie. We are about to sell it. Next thing we have, we're going 3 wide on the auctions. Buckle up, it's Daytona. Trick or Treat, $120. Next is Javi was on Slash. Danny was first, Angela, then Javi, Judas Priest 26, Judas Priest 25, and then over here Trick or Treats at 125. Also, we have Black Label Society Mafia. This is on red vinyl, a 2021, $34.99. We got Slayer, Repentless. Slayer is orange with yellow and black Slayer, $29.99. And Megadeth, So Far So Good So What, a sealed reissue for $34.99. There was no other bids on Ozzy. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $55. Thank you, Michael. That is sold to you. Now, Trick or Treat, $125, now $130. Greg Preston on Black Label Society. Judas Priest is at $26 with John Durden. There we have it. Next auction is going to go up right now, and we're going to still try to slip into some cassettes. You might want to be watching late tonight when things kind of slow down. I'll be slipping in other cassettes. But right now, we got 2 from the Led Zeppelin. And the Led Zeppelins are Led Zeppelin 2 and Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor. Those are going to go up together for a $10 start. 2-pack of Zeppelin, their second album and their last album. Bridget Wells on Megadeth. Bridget Wells on Megadeth. That is sold to Bridget Wells. Jennifer Corbin is second. Danny says he's going to pass on the Slash, give it to Angela Lewis. Judas Priest at 27. There we have it. My cradle here is almost full, but I'm going to show 2 more records. I Owe Me with Glenn Hughes. Nice. Rocktober on Translucent Black Eye. Sealed for $24.99. And White Zombie Devil Music Volume 1. That is unopened for $36.99. Zeppelin has bids for 10, 10, 10, 15, 10, and 15. Holy moly. Next thing over here is Trick or Treat. And Aaron Carter, Chad Sauls. Chad Sauls, Justin Deckelman. Justin Deckelman, 131. Kristen Driscoll, 140. I told y'all World War III, it's 7:36. That auction may not be done till 8 o'clock. There is no telling where it's going to end up. There is absolutely no telling. Right now, we have Judas Priest, and the last bid on that was Steve McGee, and he has that for 27. Make sure Angela gets the slash. Make sure Angela knows she's getting the slash. Led Zeppelin, there's already been about 300 bids on Led Zeppelin. David Howard first on I Owe Me. That is so to David Howard. Trick or Treat has another $140 bid. Edwin next on I Owe Me. Alonzo next on I Owe Me. David Howard, you did get I Owe Me. And then he corrected his comment, but you were first. Led Zeppelin 17, Led Zeppelin 18, Led Zeppelin 20. And now over here is Danny Thomason on White Zombie. That is so to Danny Thomason, White Zombie. There's that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to slide off that crate. That's already our third full crate of the night. Holy moly. And now we're going to fill up another one. We're already on our fourth crate. It's only 7:37, and guess what I have to do? We still got to go through new vinyl. We got to go through new arrivals. We got to go through discounts. We've already sold a bunch of cassettes. We're going to go through CDs tonight. Holy moly. Hope everybody's called out of sick. You got to call your boss in the morning. I'm a little under the weather. I don't think I can come in. Friday. Sorry, April. Nice try. We have next thing is Ozzy, Motorhead, Hellraiser, sealed 1999. Ozzy and Lemmy. Then you hang up the phone and you're like, man, I'm out of work tomorrow. Now I can stay up all night and watch Chad sell records and hopefully buy a bunch. Metallica, the Black Album. This is $27.99. Metallica, the Black Album. And Warrant, Dog Eat Dog. This is a music on vinyl, blue and red marble vinyl, numbered $29.99. First thing we have right now is what? Judas Priest is at 28. Trick or Treat's at 150. Trick or Treat's at 150. Next thing is what is showing in the front. And then over here we have Cody Gray on Ozzy. Cody Gray on Ozzy. This right here, that's sold. Face with Crown, that's Slayer, Repentless. Slayer, Repentless is on red and yellow, $29.99. And then Cody got Ozzy. Jason was next. Brad Miller got Warrant. And over here is a final call on some auctions. Let's start right here with the cassettes, a double pack. Zeppelin 2, Whole Lot of Love, In Through the Outdoor, All of My Love. And that right there is being sold together. And both of those cassettes right there are with Todd Saw at $20. He has the high bid of $20. And then Judas Priest is OG, 1979. 1979, son. What a year. That was a great year. 1979, son. I was a senior in high school. This is a 1979 U.S. Terre Haute original. And the last bid on this is Judas Priest with Bridget Wells at $28. $28 with Bridget Wells. Next thing over here is Ed and Riviera got Slayer. I will make sure on Slayer that Danny doesn't want it. If not, we're going to do that. Saxon titles and prices. Saxon so far is the Inner Sanctum, numbered silver vinyl, $36.99. The other Saxon is Into the Labyrinth, gold vinyl, numbered $34.99. Trick or Treat's at $155. Trick or Treat's at $165. Judas Priest is at $30. And there's that. Everybody caught my bluff. In 1979, I was not born. I was born in 1995. That sounds like something somebody would say, though. 1979, son, that was a good year. I was a senior in high school. That's when I met your mom. And that's when my life went downhill. We have Slayer, and this is sold to Ed and Riviera. That is sold to Ed and Riviera. Okay. Now we have Kiss, Rock and Roll Over, a remaster, $34.99. They Call Me Dr. Love, $24.99. And here is Black Label Society. Holy moly, a sealed 20th anniversary on silver and blue black marble vinyl. That is $54.99. And then the Saxons are music on vinyl pressings. Yes, Todd Saw gets both Zeppelin cassettes for $20. Sell those both to him for $20. What is the Trick or Treat? What is the Judas Priest? And what is our next auction? Zakk Wylde, unadvertised. It's going up for bid. Holy moly, Book of Shadows. Zakk Wylde is a limited edition, 180 gram on Coke bottle and white splatter. And Zach Wild is going to go up for a $55 start. A $55 start. Zach Wild, Book of Shadows, not in print. That is a $55 start. Book of Shadows, that is not in print. Next thing over here we got is Trick or Treat, 155, Trick or Treat, 165. Judas Priest 30, Judas Priest 32. Next over here is Judas Priest out, and then Dennis Sides on Kiss. Dennis, are you a first-time buyer? If so, just say yes. I'm going to make sure we get our information from you right over here. Thank you and welcome, okay? Thank you and welcome. And just say yes, first-time buyer. Solarplex is in on Zach Wild at 55. Gregory Roberts wants both Saxons. 1 Saxon sold, 2 Saxons sold, 3 Saxon, 4 Saxon, 5 Saxon more. Those are sold to Gregory Roberts. Wow, nobody on Black Label Society? What about the Head Cap, Fool's Paradise, Lemmy, 2011 white vinyl with Lemmy, $49.99. Over here, Anthony Clark put BOS for 75, Book of Shadows, 65, now 75. That album is out of print. Over here is Trick or Treat. This is Trick or Treat, a 1986 U.S. original in shrink wrap. We started it at 45, and now it is at 165. Scott Arnold, it's up to you. A lot of comments just came in. Scott just bid 166. A lot of bids. It was backlogged. A bunch of stuff just popped up. Here's what happened. Zach Wild opened at 55, then 65, then 75, and then another 55. And then Trick or Treat got a bid for 166. And then over here, Troy Shark on the Black Label Society. Zach Wild 57 is already at 75. And then Chris, yes, you're on a waiting list for Black Vinyl Dog Eat Dog. Solarplex next on Black Label Society. And then Black Label Society's already sold Scully Mac. Over here, Judas Priest. Bob Riger went out. This is a final call. This is a final call. This is a final call. And it's sold. And it's done. And this is sold to Bridget Wells for $32. Thank you, Bridget. That is sold to you. Another new buyer tonight. Over here, we got Trick or Treat at $170. We got 3 people still having all-out war. 3 people at all-out war on those. What's that, April? I need better snacks. You need to text Julie Williams. She's in charge of the stack division. There's a cake in the fridge. If you or Laura want any, there's a cake in the fridge. It's a Heath Bar cake. My mom made it. Now, let me tell you something. If y'all don't start eating it right now, by tonight, I will have ate the whole thing. I haven't had anything sweet in 2 weeks, and I will go get some milk. I will take that home. I will eat the entire cake, and I'll go to bed. First thing I have is this right here. Black Flag, the first 4 years. Holy moly, a Black Flag cassette. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Heath Bar cake's in the fridge. Laura and April's already out back there getting it out. That was fast. Heath Bar cake. Oh my gosh, it's so good. You eat it and you just nom nom nom. Then you drink a bunch of milk and then you go to bed. That's what I'm going to do tonight. Screw the gym, screw the diet. This is Thursday Metal Night. This is where you take risk. This is where you do stuff you normally don't do. This is when you risk your life for the music. Your health is on the line. Everything, your whole future depends on tonight. Live like this is your last night. It's Thursday Metal Night. You eat the cake, you go to bed. Here's what it looks like from God's perspective right now. Okay? And then here's Chad's perspective. Okay, so here is the current bid on these auctions. It is an absolute World War III over here, okay? This is an absolute World War III over here. I told y'all. This is still getting bids. I said we might not be done at 8 o'clock. Right now, the high bid on Trick or Treat Fastway, the last bid on this was Kristen Driscoll at $190. There's a fridge in the back. Trick or Treat's at $190. $190. Kristen Driscoll's the high bidder on YouTube. Okay? $190. Going once, going twice. Then I introduced a Black Flag cassette. The most recent bid is David Smith at $10. And then Zakk Wylde, a sealed out-of-print copy on Coke bottle clear vinyl. The last bid on Zakk Wylde, I think, is still one of the first bids. Janet actually has it at $100. $100. Now, the Black Label Society, because that's when things lagged out, Troy Schrock got Black Label Society, okay? Solarplex was second, and then Scully Mack was third, asking the price. Now, let me get back to the bottom. And now Trick or Treat's at $200 with Michael Ling. Michael's been lurking, and now he's thrown his first punch. It's at $200. Morbid Angels on deck. Zakk Wylde's at $100. Black Flag is still at $10. Okay? Over here is the Head Cat, Fool's Paradise. The Head Cat, Fool's Paradise is on white vinyl. That has Lemmy. It is sealed for $49.99. Rush is sold to Chadwick Smith. Does anybody else want a Rush? This is sold to Chadwick Smith. I've got one more if anybody else wants it. $49.99. Rush, $49.99. I'm going to put that right there. There's another one. Chadwick, thank you. Here we go. We have Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, a 2 LP sealed special edition remaster, $44.99. Welcome to the Jungle. Suicidal Tendencies, The Art of Rebellion. The Art of Rebellion. It's on Music on Vinyl, $29.99. And Slayer, Rain in Blood, a sealed remaster, $39.99. Right now, the high bid on Trick or Treat, Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Michael Ling has it for $200. Janet still has Zakk Wylde for $100, final call. And now Black Flag is at $12. Limp Bizkit, we have Significant Other for $39.99. Significant Other is $39.99. Chocolate Starfish is $46.99. I've got 2 Limp Bizkit albums in stock. Next thing we have over here, Cake Out, Nice Greg, Any Metallica Tonight? Yes, all kinds. We have Did I Miss Faith No More? Yes, you did. Scott Otto wants Slayer. What's the Rush? Self-titled box set, $49.99. Paul Catrich on Suicidal Tendencies, sold. Is This Sinatra Night? Also, we have Skid Row, and this is a Friday Music on silver vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. Zakk Wylde is out of print. I cannot get that in any form. No, I can't. Jennifer Corbin, next on Slayer, and so was Solarplex Studio. Now, I have that in stock, a different remaster, if anybody wants one for $36.99. I should have them right over here. If y'all are interested, let me know. We'll make a note, and I'll dig them out later tonight. Okay? Just saying. So y'all can let me know. Also over here, we have Brad Miller on Skid Row. Jim Berg was next on Suicidal Tendencies. Joshua Hepburn was next on Skid Row, and so was Gregory Roberts. We have Blackmore's Night, Nature's Light. Blackmore's Night's on yellow vinyl, $24.99. Black Flag's at $13. And Michael Ling, Hammer Up on Trick or Treat, $200 to you. There was about 2 other people. I think they're done. We're about to sell it for $200. Warren Hardin wants Rush. Rush is sold. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? Has everybody done this? Has everybody done that? We still got a plethora of great auctions. We hadn't even started. Hopefully you've canceled your night and you have nothing else planned. You've walked your dog, you've walked your cat, you fed your wife, and now you are ready to buy records. Blackmore's Night is sold to Ed Riviera. There was one more bidder, and he just bid again. Trick or Treat, $210. Michael Lynn, back to you. Also, Black Flag is still getting bids. Oh my gosh, what have I done? Anthrax. Oh, it's in the slipcase. Anthrax is $34.99. It does have a little bit of a seam split, but it's the yellow vinyl remaster for All Kings in this really cool holographic 3D-ish artificial intelligence sleeve, $34.99. We got Trick or Treat at $215. Anthrax was $34. Promise is VG Plus, $24.99. Promise and AC/DC High Voltage EX, $22.99. Zach Wild is sold to Janet Gray for $100. That is sold to Janet Gray for $100. That is sold over there, and now Trick or Treat still getting bids. Trick or Treats at $215. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. We got Pedro Espinoza on Anthrax. Pedro, can you do me a favor and contact our page? If you're a first-time buyer, I need your mailing address, and I need your, let's see, who else tonight? We got everybody, I think, signed up so far. Pedro, if you don't mind sending us your information, thank you on that. There is that. And then over here, we have, who was next? Ninja Pony on Promise. Ninja, this is sold to you. Thank you. That's sold to you. Scott Arnold on AC/DC. Jeff Malwitz was next. Andrew next on Promise. Trick or Treat 226. Josh next on AC/DC. And how much is High Voltage already sold? And then Black Flag. This is also sold. And Black Flag cassette is sold for $13 to David Smith. That's sold to David Smith for $13. Guns N' Roses is sealed, and that is $44.99. If you're a first-time buyer, we do $8 in limited shipping. We do not invoice until Monday. Anything you buy tonight, tomorrow, or Saturday, $8 in limited shipping. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Oh, wow. Golly, look at all this stuff. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Warlock, Triumph and Agony. Warlock is a 1987 U.S. original, 35. I just flipped through the auction crate, and honestly, I got sick. The room is starting to spin. I'm starting to see red dots. It's hard to breathe. Warlock is an 87 U.S. original. This is a $35 start. There's no condition notes on the vinyl. No condition notes on the vinyl, and this is a $35 start. We got just a handful of records in here. Let's sell everything in here so we can do the air horn. Okay? First thing we have is Misfits on Purple Swirl vinyl. It's only $36.99. $36.99. We only have one copy left of Scorpions, Taken by Force. White vinyl remaster, $36.99. We've almost sold out of this crate. Black Sabbath is on purple and black. We had one last week. Here's another one, $36.99. $36.99. Also over here, we have Pantera, Vulgar Display of Perry. Vulgar Display of Power, $49.99. Also, Metallica is $27.99. Over here, we have the Head Cap, Fool's Paradise. That is sealed for $49.99. And Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. That is sealed, $44.99. Pedro, I haven't got your information yet. Pedro Espinoza, can you please message our page, please, for the Anthrax claim? I have not got your information yet. Actually, you know what, Pedro? I don't think I can. Let me double check. I don't know if I can sell to you or not. Pedro, it looks like we had a couple unpaid invoices going back from 2024 that never got paid. Let's give Anthrax to the next person. Anthrax is going to go to the next person. Who was next on Anthrax here? Next on Anthrax was the following. Who was next on Anthrax? Anthrax over here is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. Change this to Stephen Lewis Jr. Stephen Lewis Jr. You're going to get the Anthrax, okay? Moving on. Ninja Pony. I want to make sure that you know you got the Promise record and it was sold to you. Just want to make sure. Let me check on that one as well. NigaIninja. All right, you paid for the last invoice. That means you're good to go, okay? Now, let's go back over here and see what else is going on. I'm glad I have all of my Square and Facebook Messenger and all of our emails pulled up tonight. I'm not going to sell to anybody unless you have money, unless you've paid for us before. You can't buy a bunch of stuff, never pay us, then get back on here 2 years later and maybe try to buy again. If you want to, you got one option. I've already offered it to somebody tonight. What I've offered to somebody tonight that's bought a bunch of stuff and didn't pay for it and wants to buy from us again, I said, you can go to our website and you can buy a $250 gift card. You can buy a $250 gift card. Now, the way I see it, if you plan on buying records from us now, tomorrow, next week, and next month, if you want to go ahead and prepay $250, you should be able to do that right now. If you can't buy $250 prepaid right now, then you probably shouldn't be bidding or buying on records to begin with. That option's up for any first-time buyers or anybody that has basically not been able to pay us before in the past. We got to make sure you have money right now. You can go buy a gift card. Then I'll know at least to sell you $250 worth, okay? If not, we can't sell to you. That's simple. I'm selling the stuff. I'm selling these records tonight to people who can pay for them. Next thing we have up here is Warlock 35, Warlock 35, Warlock 40, Warlock 40, Warlock 50, Warlock 51. And now let's try to sell out this crate. Troy Schwark on Scorpions. That's so the Troy Schwark. We have Warlock at 52. Next thing we have is Warlock at 55. Brian Campbell sold on Pantera. There we have it. It's Black Album sealed. It's not. Black Album is opened. It is $27.99. Brandon, if you don't want it, then Bridget. Warlock 60, Warlock 60. And then over here, we have Solarplex on Anthrax. That's already sold. Somebody else was next. Warlock 61, Warlock 61, Warlock 62. And then Tyler Hubie wants Scorpions taken by force. That's already been sold. Warlock 65, Warlock 65. And then Warlock 66, Warlock 70, Warlock 55. Oh my gosh, where are we on Trick or Treat? I almost forgot about it back here. There was down to 2 people. It was Michael Ling and it was Kristen Driscoll. And the last bid over here that came in for this, I want to make sure I know where we're at. It was before that Anthrax claim. Michael Ling at $215. Now, Kristen Driscoll bid $226. And then Michael Ling, if you're still here, which I have a strong feeling he is, this is at $226. I told y'all this would go till 8 o'clock. It's at $226. And Kristen Driscoll has the high bid, okay? Now over here is Metallica. And Metallica is over here, and this is sold. And then this goes to the next person then, which was Bridget Wells. Folks, we're just a few away, okay? We have a few away. Now, Trick or Treats at $235. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Over here, we have Guns N' Roses. One left for $44.99. The Head Cat for $49.99, Black Sabbath for $36, and Misfits for $36. We've almost sold out. All you got to do is just buy those 4 records. I'm going to blow the air horn, and there it is, okay? Like I said, if you're watching, and we've had to cancel invoices before, go to our website. You can buy a $250 gift card. Come back and say, Chad, I've bought a gift card. I'll sell you records all night long till you hit that $250 mark. Now, if you're new, you don't have to do that, okay? New, we're going to give you a chance. Invoices go out on Monday, especially if you're just buying a couple here and there. Just FYI. We had 3 first-time buyers last week. Collectively was $4,000 worth of records that they're not going to pay for. 2 people have blocked us. 1 person said, I just can't pay you. I'm sorry. He's like, I'll never be able to pay for these. I don't know what I was thinking. So those 3 people have really changed the way I do business for pretty much from here on out. So, because that hurts. That's like hours of work just evaporated, plus the cost to resell everything. So let's grab our next crate of new vinyl. Let's grab our next crate of new vinyl. All right. This is all new stuff that just came in tonight. And let's do it. This is all new stuff from tonight, okay? So, first thing we have is Trick or Treat, still getting bids, $241, $245. We got some heavy hitting going on. And then Warlock, the last bid on that came in was Troy Schwark at $75. Now, we have over here is, next thing is this and this. What's the Misfits? The Misfits is right here. It's Earth AD, Record Store Day Essential, Purple Swirl, $36.99. $36.99. $36.99. Trick or Treat, $246. That is over here, and that's this. And then over here is our next auction. Ozzy Osbourne, Live EP. Holy moly. A 1982 Canadian, $35 start. An 82 Canadian, $35 start. New Ozzy Osbourne Live EP. This is going to go up for a $35 start. That's one I don't get too often. It was not released in the United States. It's going to go up for a $35 start. There's that, and there's that, and there's that. That's now up for bid, okay? First thing I have in here is Beastie Boys music. This is a restock, and this is $34.99. It's essentially a best of Beastie Boys. It's a 2 LP. It's $34.99. Let me check on this right quick. There's no waiting list, so Beastie Boys is available. $34.99. $34.99, okay? Now, we have over here Trick or Treat. It is in shrink. It's a beautiful top copy. Michael Ling has it for $250. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Michael has it for $250. Warlock's now at $80. The next thing I have is Ozzy. Already has a bid for $35. Now Trick or Treat's at $251. This has all the hits of the Beastie Boys on it. Fight for Your Right, Brass Monkey, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, etc., etc. Styx Icon. This is on orange vinyl. It's essentially a Styx greatest hits. Blue Collar Man, Come Sail Away, Mr. Roboto, $29.99 on that. And over here, we got Fallout Boy, Believers Never Die. This is a kind of a discount from the discount distributor. These are usually like an import only, and they're pretty pricey. $34.99. It's a Fallout Boy Greatest Hits. Fallout Boy Greatest Hits, Believers Never Die, $34.99 on that. Trick or Treat's at $255. Ozzy's at $36. Warlock is a final call. The most recent high bid on Warlock is Brian Thurman for $80. Brian Thurman has it for $80. Troy's out. That's going once, going twice. Next thing over here is Husker Du Zen Arcade. We've sold a couple originals of this. Husker Du is $39.99. It's a 2 LP, $39.99 from SST. SST, Natasha on Fallout Boy. That's sold to Natasha Pickett. That's sold. And then over here, we have Trick or Treat at $255. Ozzy's at $36. We got a lot of Ozzy to sell tonight. We got a lot of great, rare stuff tonight. Hope everybody's ready. Trick or Treat, $255. Natasha got full at Fallout Boy. Ozzy's at $40. And then over here, we got Dave Kavanaugh on Styx. Dave Kavanaugh on Styx. That's sold, and now Ozzy's at $40. Next is Shania Twain. Come on over. This is the one I've been getting. It's a 2 LP. You don't impress me much. It's on clear vinyl. April, do you have anything to say? And even about Shania? Shania Twain's $33.99. That's actually on red vinyl. Now Trick or Treat's at $256. Also over here is Warlock. Now that Troy's out, Warlock is going to go to a final call, and Warlock is at a high bid of Brian Thurman for $80. Now Trick or Treat's at $260, and this is Ozzy, live EP. It's in shrink. It's a Canadian release. Mr. Crowley. Bum, 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 bum. Fugazi's $24.99. 7 songs by Fugazi, $24.99. And the Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection. 2 LP expanded hits collection from the Jackson 5. $34.99 for the Jackson 5. And over here, we have Violent Femmes. And this is called Why Do Birds Sing? It's an indie retail exclusive on smoke-colored vinyl. First released in 1991, and these are $33.99 for the Violent Femmes. We got Ozzy at $45. Trick or Treat is still getting bids, and I got 2 copies here of Keith Richards' Main Offender. Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones, $29.99 on that. Warlock is sold to Brian Thurman for $80. That's now sold. Thank you, Brian Thurman. That's sold to you. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for a featured auction. It is time. Hope everybody's hit the like button on YouTube. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook. Over here, Ozzy 45, Ozzy 50, and Chris Bryant on FU. Chris Bryant says FU. Okay, well, that wasn't nice. How about Fugazi? That's what he's trying to buy. He wasn't actually saying up yours, Chad. Next thing we have, oh my goodness. I listened to some of this on the way here. More and more I listen to this, the more I just absolutely love it. A 1988 UK OG pressing, EX+++, essentially a near mint minus record. Laura has graded it EX+++++++++. Actually, she put 2 plus symbols, but I love saying EX+++++++++. This is an 88 UK original, and Justice for All. Harvester of Sorrow, 1, Eye of the Beholder, Frayed Ends of Sanity, Blackened, Shortest Straw, To Live is to Die. $175 start. Metallica is now up for bid. With the hype sticker, an 88 UK original, $175 start. Let the bidding begin. It is a beautiful copy. It has the 2 original inner sleeves. They're just standard inner sleeves. They don't come printed. $175 on that. Shortest Straw. Nice. Next thing we have over here, Trick or Treat, $260. Ozzy, 45. Ozzy, 50. FU to Chris Bryant. And then Ozzy, 55. Ozzy, 60. And then Jennifer Corbin wants a Violent Femmes. Metallica has a bid for $175. Ozzy has a bid for $70. And then check this out. I haven't had these in a while. Pretty cool series here. Do I have 3? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. These are $24.99 each. They're called Pinup Girls. And they feature covers like the pinup girl models from the 40s. And they're compilations of female vocalists like Doris Day and Marilyn Monroe and Bridget Bardot and Peggy Lee and Julie London. I got volumes 1, 2, and 3. And that's Too Hot to Handle. That is Not Easy to Get. And Love to Love. And that's the Pinup Girls. They're all on colored vinyl. They're female vocalist compilations from around that same era of the 40s and 50s, and those are $24.99. Metallica's at $200. What a beautiful copy. I've got 3 different actually, they're not numbered, but when I bought them, they said volume 1, 2, and 3. But there they are. So you can say Too Hot, Not Easy, or Love to Love, or you can buy all 3. I got 3 sets of 3. $24.99. I got 3 sets of 3. Next thing over here was Trick or Treat. Oh my gosh, it's went it to $807, and they're still bidding. It was at what? Who has the high bid? The high bid was Michael Ling at $260. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Michael Ling has it for $260. I'm still waiting on Kristen Driscoll. It is a final call. It is a final call on that one. Now Metallica's at $200. Ozzy's at $70 with Shane Devers. Going once, going twice. Mr. Shane Devers. So first is Ken Crooker wants 1 of each. Let's give Ken Crooker 1 of each. And then let's give Rebecca Howlett 1 of each. And then those are sold and sold. Stacy wants a Too Hot to Handle. That's sold to Stacy, $24.99. And if anybody else wants one, we have this one here. So next is Samuel. So Samuel, I've got Not Easy and I've got Love to Love. We'll give those to Samuel, and we'll put him on a waiting list for the one that Stacy got. Put Samuel on a waiting list for Too Hot, okay? So Samuel, I have to put you on a waiting list for that one. Now, we're good to go. Before I do anything else, Kristen Driscoll, it's up to you. Now, I'm going to have to put this on a timer. He said, out. I'm not giving it any more time except for about 15 seconds. It is a final call to Michael Ling for $260. It's been up for about over a half hour. It's done. It's a final call. Ozzy's also a final call. Ozzy, a final call. Troy Shane Devers, $70. Live EP, 81. Canadian original. Speaking of OG, Metallica, Harvester of Sorrow, and Justice for All, Darkness, Imprisoning Me, I the Beholder, and my personal favorite, Frayed Ends of Sanity. Man, that little transition they do right there in the middle. I can't even do it as fast as they're playing it. It's really, first time I heard that, I played this on vinyl for the first time all the way through, and I was like, holy moly, that's at $200, and that's a final call. And that $200 bid is with Troy Shark, final call. Ozzy done, this and done. Stacy's already got the others. What's the Misfits? And John Smetzer wants a Styx Icon. Now there are 0 Styx Icon left, okay? Now we have, oh man, let me go ahead and show these. Metal Massacre. These are on red vinyl. Speaking of Metallica, the very first compilation they were on, Hit the Lights, $38.99. Executive producer, Brian Slagle. I've got to meet that guy. Incredible. The Metal Blade Museum out in Las Vegas. I've got those. I didn't know. I thought those were out of print, but I was able to grab some. All right, this is done. Hold on. This thing needs a gavel. This is sold to Michael Ling, and this is sold to Michael Ling. Let's bring out the gavel for this. And thank you, Michael Ling, longtime customer. I still have never met the man. He lives right down the road, and he still thinks I'm AI generated. You never know. I might be. It's sold to Michael Ling. Gavel's done. Thank you. $260. That is sold. Ozzy, sold Shane Devers. The board is being cleared. Are y'all ready? The board is being cleared. And now there's a new bid on Metallica, $205. We're not done on Metallica. Danny's in at $205. Now, here is everybody that got this. First, let me pick up a certain point and work my way down. John got the Styx Icon. Ken Crooker, this is on red vinyl. Metal Massacre. Dwayne got one. Brian DeLeon got one. Sean Druin got one. And Scott Arnold got one. Let's start a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The last one went to Scott Arnold. We're going to put Dwayne Worley on a waiting list. Tom Sullivan, The Violent Femmes is Why Do Birds Sing? Smoke colored vinyl, indie retail exclusive from Kraft, $33.99. Solarplex, also on Metal Massacre. Metal Massacre's $38.99. I got two people. This is Metal Massacre is a compilation. This is a Metal Blade compilation. They started doing these. There's multiple volumes that they put out back in the day. It's got Metallica. It's got Steeler. It's got Malice. It's got an early Rat track, Avatar, Serathon Gold, Black and Blue. I have people on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm going to try to grab up a bunch. We sold one to Ken Crooker. We sold one to Dwayne Sevilla. We sold one to Brian DeLeon, Sean Druin, and Scott Arnold. Dwayne Worley on a waiting list. Solarplex on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, they're red vinyl. They're $38.99. We got Metallica at $210. Metal Massacre's $38.99. We have Danny Smith also on that waiting list. Now, whoever had Metallica at $200 is back in at $210, Troy Schlark. And now I have Journey live in Houston on the Escape Tour, the original Journey, 1981, $34.99. We got a request over here for the Morbid Angel box set. Is that right? Morbid Angel, Volume 1. Let's get this going. Morbid Angel. Here we go. This has been requested for a while. First thing I have here is Journey for $34.99. Those are going back in here. And here is Morbid Angel, Volume 1. Morbid Angel is on colored vinyl. You get Authors of Madness, Blessed Are the Sick, Covenant, Laibach remixes, Domination, and Entangled in Chaos. A couple of these are currently out of print or they're imports, and either way, they're expensive. There's only ever been one sold on Discogs. They made 400 of them. It's a 6 LP set. Each is a different color. All but one LPs are sealed. So they're all sealed except one. Which one's opened? Blessed Are the Sick. So they're all sealed except one. The box is really nice. No dings, no damage, nothing on the box. Morbid Angel Volume 1. Let's put this up for $225. That's the high bid right now. Metallica, $225. Morbid Angel box is a $225 start. So we have another person on the Metal Massacre, Danny Smith, Adam Ross on Metal Massacre, Metallica $215, and then Stacy on the waiting list. And over here, Metallica's at $225, and Morbid Angel's also $225. So both auctions are $225. Metallica has a bid, and Morbid Angel is a starting bid. Danny says he's out. That might do it on Metallica. Thank you on that. And let me check on these Metal Massacres. With this distributor, sometimes I order stuff like live during the show. I might do that right now to make sure I can still get those because that's a big one. Okay, they got a bunch in stock. Actually, it says clear vinyl. What was this one? Red? Are y'all okay with clear vinyl? It says clear. What does this hop sticker say? The hop sticker says red. I'm going to order clear. If no one's okay with that, let me know. That's the only thing I can get right now, it seems like. Okay? So I'm going to go ahead. There should be plenty, but I'm going to go ahead just in case. I do that just in case. All right. There's that, and there's that. Holy moly. Let me get some oxygen. Okay, so first thing I have over here, the hops, I think they were clear when I ordered them, and we got red. So these SKUs can get confusing sometimes, especially with a probably run-out distributor. Okay, so over here is the following. We're about to add a new auction, but Metallica's a final call, Troy Schlark, $225, and Justice for All. Man, Justice, I could listen to that. It's turned out to be like one of my favorites. There's no telling. If I had to make a serious list of favorite albums now, this one right over here, this one right up here, I don't know how high that would get up. So, Scott, I won't put you down for a clear if you don't want one. So, it looks like, I don't know what's going to show up. I have no idea sometimes with this stuff. But I've got 12 more already on the way. But great. Now, let's go ahead and get another auction going. The next auction I have going right now is Salty Dog. And Salty Dog is a 1990 USOG. It's been out of print ever since. This has never been reissued. It is going to go up for a $45 start. This is Salty Dog, a $45 start. 1990 US original gold stamp. There is no white label promo. So there is no white label promo of this album. So there is no copy where the label is white or it's marked promo. This is Salty Dog. It's going to go up for a $45 start. Metallica I'm about to drop the hammer on it, which was $225 to Troy. Let me read 3 more records in here. We got Beastie Boys Music, 2 LP, $34.99. We got Fall Out Boys Greatest Hits, Sugar We're Going Down. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. And Husker Du Zen Arcade, $39.99. Salty Dog already has bids for $45, $46, and $66. I said I would read 3 records. It's already been a final call. Danny went out. And this is sold. Metallica, Troy Shark, $225. Thank you, Troy. That is so due. And Justice for All. Appreciate that. Blackened, 1. Don't forget about 1 on there. Holy moly. All right, where are we on the Morbid Angel box? Morbid Angel, Danny Thomason has it for $235. Salty Dog's already at $66. Here's what's left in here. Shania Twain, Come On Over, 2 LP red vinyl, $33.99. Fugazi was $24. The Jackson 5 was $34. Violent Femmes was $33. Keith Richards was $29. And Journey, live in Houston, 1981, $34.99. What else can I slip in over here for auction? What else can I slip in here for auction? Who knows? How about we do a little bit different, but, oh, wow, here we go. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. Guns N' Roses is going to go up for, hold on a minute, I thought I saw another one. Give me 1 second. We might do a twofer. What is down here in the bottom? Oh, my gosh. There's a lot of crazy cassettes in here. Sorry, I'm kind of digging ahead here. Ooh, let's do this one. The Smiths. Here's the Smiths Best, which I don't think is available right now on vinyl. The Smiths is going to go up for a $7 start. Let's go ahead and swap out some cassettes. We got Salty Dog, and are we done? Are we done on Morbid Angel? Danny has it for $235. Justin Deckelman, I think it's up to you. Danny has it for $235. Just FYI, okay? There's the Smiths, and that's a $7 start. Michael Ruttman does one on the Metal Massacre. Michael Ruttman does one on the Metal Massacre. I want to make sure we got that wrote down for him. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else before I swap out this bin, okay? There we have it. And let me put these right here behind me with the other ones. And let's see what else. Yes, I got another crate over here full of auctions as well. I've also got this King Diamond stuff, and you'll see what I'm talking about in 1 second. Do y'all remember that from the original ad? It's like a King Diamond mask and an Anthrax toy. It comes with a record. I've got that stuff over here as well. I may go ahead and knock out this other crate of this. But let me go ahead and tell y'all right now. Tomorrow, we're going to have Metal Night Part 2.5. Because I think tomorrow, we're going to have about 8 crates of new metal records delivered. I was hoping they would be tonight. But unfortunately, it looks like UPS held them back. Those didn't come in. Yeah, we're missing, I think collectively we're missing, oh my gosh, a bunch. Probably 5 or 8 crates. It doesn't look like they got delivered. So I'm probably going to have to check tracking and let everybody know you might want to tune in tomorrow for new vinyl. Because it looks like new releases got held back and a lot of other stuff. So it's going to be a bunch, okay? There's that. All right. Here's this. And it says, give my and put me on the wait list for a red one. These are marked red. Scott, these are marked red. They're marked red. They say ruby red vinyl. So that's what I have in stock that you got tonight. The clear is going to be a waiting list unless they do show up red. Okay. We've already got load. Metallica load already come in. Metallica load already came in. And we've already sold out, and we sold all 14 box sets. We're already done with those. Okay, let's jump over here. Chad needs some blue juice before I do anything else. I'm going to have something to drink. Ooh. You've got to get better Little Debbie stacks. Okay. There is so much going on right now. Let me figure out what's going on. All right, so here is what's going on. There is so much going on. Let me figure out what's going on. There is a lot going on. Salty Dog is at $80 with Dwayne Sevilla. We got a request for Trouble and Destruction. Michael Ruttman on Metal Massacre waitlist. We have Smiths at 7. Morbid Angel, 236. We got the Smiths at 7. We have the Smiths at 10. We have Morbid Angel at 240. We got Salty Dog at 88. We got Jim Berg on a Metal Massacre. Ken Crooker says give his Metal Massacre to someone else and he would rather have a clear one. That's only if clear shows up, but we'll do that for Ken. So somebody next in line's about to get one. And then did Chad Metallica Low Box have a list? Done and done. Okay. So, Salty Dog, the last bid that came in on this is a final call with MT Map for $88. Okay? MT Map. Now, we have Morbid Angel, Dwayne, Justin Deckelman's out. Morbid Angel is a final call to Danny Thomason for $240. Morbid Angel, $240. And then here is the Smiths. And the Smiths is at 10 with Eddie Gut. 10 with Eddie Gut. Salty Dog's at 88. Now the Smiths is at 11. I think we're good to go. The next thing I have in here is Nirvana, Under the Covers, the songs they didn't write. Nirvana is a 2LP unofficial from Parachute. This is Nirvana doing covers, like the Immigrant Song, $34.99. That's a 2LP. I've got 3 of those in stock. Over here, I've got 2 copies of Flash Gordon by Queen, a Half-Speed Master, $33.99. And I've got 2 copies of Throbbing Gristle Greatest Hits, limited edition orange vinyl with a 12-inch booklet, $34.99. Salty Dog is sold to MT Map for $88. That is sold. Danny Thomason is going to get the Morbid Angel box, and this is sold to Danny Thomason, and Danny Thomason gets this for $240. That's sold to Danny for $240. Morbid Angel is sold. That's going right over here. We got Nirvana sold to Chris Gardner. Nirvana sold to Warren Hardin. And those are sold, and I have exactly, if I can fit them in here. Do I have room? Let's see if I can get them in here. Those are sold. I think I can. There we go. All right, let me swap out crates. We have officially filled up 4 crates, and I need a new empty one as fast as I can grab it to keep rolling in here. All right, so there's that, and there's that. And now we have Ninja Pony on Flash Gordon. That is sold. Tom Sullivan on Nirvana. That's sold. And the Smiths is sold. And the Smiths is sold for Nick Bargeron for $11. Okay, now new auctions. We have a lot of stuff that was requested here. I know what y'all want to bid on. Everything. It's kind of like, do y'all remember last Thursday? I read off the auctions, and literally everything got requested. I'm not going to do that again. They will be put up for bid. Give me 1 second. First thing we're going to do is Danzig in Trouble. Danzig in Trouble. This is Danzig 2, Lucifage. It's a bootleg unofficial. It's on multicolored vinyl. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Trouble, a gold stamp promo. Oh man, this is a good one. A 1990 U.S. original. A gold stamp promo. It has been out of print ever since. Trouble. This has been out of print ever since. It has the original under sleeve, and Trouble, gold stamp promo, is a $75 start. Over here, we got Danzig 2. It is a bootleg unofficial on colored vinyl, multicolor. It's got the inserts in shrink, and of course, if you want an original of that, good luck. $35 is the starting bet on that. So we sold out of Nirvana's. We sold a Queen. There's 1 Queen left. Todd Fisher wants a Metallica load box. There is 1 new Metallica box set that came in today, and these are $284.99. Somebody actually commented on the pre-order and said, why would we order the Metallica box set through you when we can get it on the Metallica website? And I said, because ours is cheaper. I went to pre-order through the Metallica website. They were going to charge me $26.14 shipping. So after you think $8 unlimited shipping with us, it is actually cheaper to buy this one for $284.99 to actually order it direct from Metallica, because we're going to take a loss on shipping when we ship this separately to you. These are $284. This was George Sambaraz. We've already sold 12. We had one extra one show up. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? This is sold $284.99, George Sambaraz. Make sure he gets tagged for that. If anybody else wants one, it's a waiting list. I only had one more come in. But I did the math. It's actually cheaper to order it through us because of the shipping. And I think that is I think that's the story with a lot of those. Just saying. We cannot get David Lee Roth. Metallica's on deck. David Lee Roth is not available to independent record stores. Danzig's at 35. Trouble's at 75. Now we have a request for justice. And then over here we have Danzig at 35. Trouble's at 88. And Trouble's at 90. Throbbing Gristle, I've got Yes. And this is Yes, $29.99. Broadcast, 1969. Also, we got Guns N' Roses, the ultra rare tracks, Rarities, Obscurities, and Oddities. Guns N' Roses, a 2LP, $36.99. Solarplex, I think you already got a Metallica. I can check the original pre-order so we don't actually get one for you. But I think you're already down for one. Those came in on Monday, and here's this, and here's this. And this is Metallica. And the Metallica load box set was, here's everybody who pre-ordered it. It was Justin Deckelman, Paul Brothers, Brandon Jones, Jeremy Todd, Cynthia Herdron, James Bragg, Tony Riddle, JK, Autumn Betts, MT Matt, Darren Warman, Tom Harris. So we need to give a waiting list to Solarplex Studios. Solarplex Studios on a waiting list there, okay? I'll put you down for one. Hopefully they come in on Monday. Trouble 90, Trouble 93, and then we have Trouble at 100. Trouble 105. I'll make sure Chad Solar gets a Metallica load box set, okay? Next thing we have here is two more Guns N' Roses live. This is an unofficial. It's a compilation of unreleased tracks, $36.99. Journey's Greatest Hits Volume 2, pressed at RTI. Very cool there. Volume 2, $39.99 for Journey. And we have Cream, Disraeli Gears. Wow, look at that cover. Holy moly, Sunshine of Your Love, $38.99. And I don't have enough. There's more on the way. This is how I know my orders got shipped. I ordered 25 more of these, and this is all that I got. But I know they shipped. Like, they're on their way. So definitely they held back some boxes today. That's very unfortunate. We really needed a lot more to show up tonight. But that's okay. We got plenty of other stuff to go through. But Black Sabbath, here was the waiting list. And this is for non-Sing Split copies. And this is Samuel Kopich, James Caldron, Fred Cardinale, Chris Bajek, and John Mincemoyer. One more time, Samuel Kopich, James Caldron, Fred Cardinale, Chris Bajek, and John Mincemoyer. And yeah, these are all beautiful copies. I've got like 20 more on the way. If anybody wants on a waiting list, that was it for Paranoid. Cut from the original Analog Masters. You're going to be very happy you bought these. That is sold, and let's get another waiting list going. The reason we had a waiting list there, we sold out on Monday. There were some with Sing Splits, and people obviously didn't want a Sing Split. We sold one of these from a flip video. I got to change the price on it. This is Carcass Heartwork Ultimate Edition. Carcass is $54.99. Sabbath is $39.99. Here's where we're at on these auctions. I'm about to get another one going. First thing we had was Trouble was at $100, now $105. Danzig is at $40, Trouble's at $113, Trouble's at $115. Sound quality on Guns N' Roses Rarities. You'll have to ask somebody that's bought one. Anybody had a chance to listen to this? Scott is very curious on how it sounds. Tom Sullivan on a waiting list for Rhino. Denise Sides wants one of the RTI pressings of Journey's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Stone in Love, Feeling That Way, Anytime You Need Me. Just the Same Way. We have Dennis Sides. Dennis Sides. Dennis, have you bought from us before? I want to make sure I have all these first-time buyers registered and good to go. I think I mentioned your name earlier. You may have bought from me before, and I just want to make sure. Let me do this over here, and we got Dennis. Make sure you are good to go. Let me go ahead and check on some stuff here. And I keep wanting to say Denise. I'm sorry. My eyes are crossed and I'm blind and I don't have information from you yet. Dennis, I think I've already sold you several things tonight, I need you to make sure you message us right now. I need your email address and mailing address, okay? I need your email address and mailing address. I don't have a message from you yet. Next thing over here was Sabbath was 39. Brian C. wants a Paranoid. Chris Gardner got Carcass. That's $54.99. Danzig's at 41. Out on Trouble. How much is Misfits? Misfits is on Purple Swirl Vinyl. That is $36.99. Nick Orlando. Danzig at 42. Tom Sullivan also on that. And then Chad, second question that you're ignoring me. Dennis. Yes. Jim Berg on Paramore. Danzig 43. David Baber wants to know everything I can physically tell him about this Trouble record. So I was about to do that. I don't sell them unless I go over them again. We have Trouble. The name of the album by Trouble is called Trouble. It's a 1990 USOG. It is a gold stamp promo. It's been out of print ever since. I did not say the condition because there is no condition. It is near mint minus. It has the original inner sleeve. It is flawless. It is no condition notes. It has the original inner sleeve. The high bid on Trouble right now, the high bid on this is Tyler Huberty at $115. Now, I just know David Baber is about to slap down a $175 bid. We'll see if he really is a fan of metal. Your whole reputation's on the line, David Baber. You got to slap down a $175 bid now. The high bid on that at the moment is $125, $115 with Tyler Huberty. And now Danzig's at 45. Now Danzig's at 45 again. Joe Colosi also wants on the Paranoid. How much is a green? Okay, thanks. It's Typo Negative OG. Trouble has a new bid for 150. John's helping us get there. Now we're at 150. Also over here is what? Somebody wanted the Misfits. It was Nick Orlando. Now Trouble's at 155. So, let me figure out what hadn't been answered. There's probably a lot of stuff I'm not answering tonight. I'm going to go ahead and apologize for the next 5 hours. There is absolutely no way I'll be able to answer everything. I will try my best, especially if it's about a price or a record, but anything else, it's going to be very hard, nearly impossible tonight. Now, if I stopped right now and said I'm going to answer questions for the next 3 hours and not sell any records, we'd still have a couple hundred people watching. I can't do that. I got to sell records. This is sold to Nick Orlando. That was my last copy. It's sold. That's it. I can't get any more but for that price, but I think for a few dollars more, they're still in print if anybody wants to go on a waiting list. Now Trouble's at 185. That's more like it. Over here is Danzig. This is a unofficial. It's on yellow vinyl. I'm going to answer as much as I can. However, if y'all know this by now, on a night like tonight, if I answer everything, it's going to be nearly impossible. Laura's back there helping a little bit. Some other customers are helping a little bit, but it's going to be nearly impossible. The next auction is going to go up right now. It's Laz Rocket. Know Your Enemy. Laz Rocket's a 1987 U.S. original. Laz Rocket is OG, and this has been out of print ever since its original pressing. Right over here, an 87 US OG. Know Your Enemy. There's no condition notes. This is out of print, and not only that, it's never been reissued. Now, earlier I said Zakk Wylde was out of print. Zakk Wylde, if I look at the two most largest major vinyl distributors in the country, they do not offer that Zakk Wylde. Now, sometimes stuff is exclusive through other websites. I'm talking about through me. That album is not in print. I think somebody was asking about that. That Zakk Wylde, if I search just his name in one of the largest media indexes in the world, there are 0 albums in print by Zakk Wylde. Now, you can get Black Label Society. You can get that record he plays on with Steve Vai. But guess what? None of those are in stock. So that's what I was talking about. They're not offered to independent record stores. Now, over here, we have Trouble. The last bid was $185. John's Mince Warriors out. And now Danzig is a final call. John Durden, $46. Laz Rocket's a $35 start. Now, the reason I've waited so long for this is because I've got a bunch of people to tag. This is that Jim Sullivan record I've been selling. Jim Sullivan, Vinyl Me Please, rare folk album. There's only basically known sold examples that's ever come across market. It's rare. Very cool story behind this guy, and the rest of them finally come in, and I think I've got another 10 or 15 on the way as well. So here's Jim Sullivan. Let's tag the rest of the pre-order. Jim Sullivan, and let's update these other auctions, okay? But first, here's everybody that hadn't got one yet. We've already got one to R.J. Myers. We've already got one to Aaron Below, Tom Sullivan, Patrick Lear, Scott. The next person is Paul Conway. That's sold to Paul Conway. We also got one to George Delisle. We also have one for George Delisle and Gary Samuels. Thank you, George Delisle. Thank you, Gary Samuels. Those are sold. We got one for Jerry Stone and Amy Hutchings. Thank you, Jerry Stone. Thank you, Amy Hutchings. We also got one for R.K. Tucker, and we also got one for Cecil Grosskopf, and we also got one for Debbie Blair. So Kyle Tucker, Cecil Grosskopf, and Debbie Blair. Now, right around the corner over here, we have a waiting list. Let me go in here and try to find it right quick. April's pretending she's typing on the keyboard. Thank you, April, for pretending you're typing on the keyboard like Kramer when he was working for Murphy Brown. Y'all remember that scene? Kramer's typing on that keyboard. Here's everybody else that got one. Lisa Davidson, Jetstream, Chris Kirkley, Robert Barnett, Rebecca Howitt, Chris Collins, Jamie McCord, and Kenneth Russell. So Lisa Davidson, Jetstream, Chris Kirkley, Robert Barnett, Rebecca Howitt, Chris Collins, Jamie McCord, and Kenneth Russell. I've got like 16 more on the way. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Listen, just say right now, Chad, I'll take a Jim Sullivan, and then you'll be happy you did. I promise, okay? Just say, Chad, I'll take a Jim Sullivan. They'll be back in on Monday or Tuesday, and you'll be like, wow, thank you, Chad, for introducing this to my life. I've already thanked Paul 2 or 3 times. I've said, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. And now, let's update these auctions. I think we were done on trouble. There's the whole story from Craig. He just dropped it in the chat. There it is. And now, over here, Laz Rocket. Holy moly, what happened over here? So we had Danzig at $46. Trouble was the final call. If I get to the bottom and there's no other bids, we're selling it for $185. What is the Wasp over here? Wasp is Wasp. It's a 40th anniversary half-speed master on red vinyl. $38.99. I've sold dozens. I've got one left. We have a request for warrant. We have Laz Rocket at $35. Danzig got a new bid for $60. Laz Rocket $36. Danzig got a new bid for $47. What is the Danzig? Who is Jim Sullivan? What is his story? Laz Rocket $40. Next thing is Danzig is at $51. There's the story. And then over here we have I'll take a Jim Sullivan. Thank you, JK. There's one. If anybody else wants one, they're $29.99. Blaine Zapnick wants a Jim Sullivan. That is 2 sold. Laz Rocket's at $38. Laz Rocket's $40. Scott Arnold wants the Wasp. If anybody else wants one, I can put you on a waiting list. Warren, they'll be in next week. And that means Trouble is sold. And this is gone. I knew it was going to do well. It's gone. See you later, Trouble. Trouble is sold to Tyler Hubry for $185. That is sold. Now the Danzig. It's a yellow and black marbled unofficial pressing of Danzig 2. Danzig 2 is a bootleg unofficial. It's at $65 with JK. And now Laz Rocket, also an OG record. Jason Wilski has it for $40. I think that's the high bidder right now. Going once, going twice. It is out of print ever since. It is a very nice copy. Not much left in there after all the Jim Sullivans. The next auction is going to go up right now. It is Ozzy Osbourne, the Randy Rhoads tribute. I hope y'all get with this. I hope y'all understand what I'm about to put up. This is an OG Japanese pressing of the Ozzy Osbourne Randy Rhoads tribute album, and it's complete, and it's near mint, and it's going to go up for a $155 start. This is the ultimate copy of this, a Japanese import, near mint minus with Obi. Beautiful jacket, beautiful Obi. There's the cover. Thing over here. There is the LP. Guess what? It is a stone cold stunner. I just heard glass break. It is near mint minus, the Randy Rhoads tribute. It has the book with it. It's a $155 start. It has the Japanese book with it. And then also, you know what you have here? The sticker. The sticker has a little bit of a ding, and it has the solicitation card. So it also has a sticker that came just with these Japanese pressings, a bonus book that came just with a Japanese pressing. Ozzy is a beautiful copy. There's the sticker. It is now up for bid, $155. Good luck. May the best bidder win. We have Ozzy at $160. Laz Rocket is at $50. Laz Rocket is at $50 with Justin Deckelman. That's the new bid on Laz Rocket. Are we done on Danzig? I did say JK had it for $65. We got Jason Wilski on a Wasp waiting list. We're also going to put Warren Hardin on a Wasp waiting list unless he says otherwise. Over here, This is, let me see what else is going on over here. We have, oh man, let's go right over here. And then we have, okay, Laz Rock at 55, and then Laz Rock at 50-50, Aussie 160, Aussie 160. Halloween's on deck. We got to sell Danzig first. And there was no other bids. I'm moving it over here to JK. And boy, where's his last bid at? $50 on Danzig. JK on YouTube. JK on YouTube. Okay? JK on YouTube. JK on YouTube has Danzig for $50. I'm about to sell it. Here's what's next. I have one copy of Queen. This is the Flash Gordon soundtrack for $33.99. Throbbing Gristle's Greatest Hits, Orange Vinyl, $34.99. Yes is $29.99. Guns N' Roses is $36.99. Also, Journey's Greatest Hits Volume 2 is $39. And Cream, Disraeli Gears is $38.99. JK on YouTube gets Danzig for $50. Aussie's at $165. Laz Rockets at $52. Laz Rockets at $52. Now, the next trick up my sleeve. I don't know if y'all are ready for this. If not, you probably should be ready. If not, I need you to get ready. I have more tricks up my sleeve. I've got stuff you don't know about. I got stuff you hadn't seen. I got a whole box of metal 45s over here you don't know about. I've got CDs. I've got cassettes. I've got a little bit of this and some of that. But also, more importantly, I have those. I have this. I also have these. And I've got that. And don't forget about those over there. Yes. Let me not forget about these. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot about those. Oh my gosh, then I got all this stuff over here. Holy moly. I've actually misplaced 4 or 5 things, which was over here with these. But now I put it over here with this, and I don't know where those went to. So that's kind of my problem right now with that. Run to the Hills. Iron Maiden is an original 7-inch single, UK edition. The vinyl is VG Plus, maybe EX. The sleeve, just a little bit of fraying up here at the top. Run to the Hills. Iron Maiden is a $10 start. That's up for bid. A $10 start. That is now up for bid, okay? The Danzig was $65. I might have misspoke. Danzig is $65 to JK. $65 to JK. Laz Rocket is at $53. Now, MT Matt says he's the high bidder at $60. Okay? So let me clarify, because right now, a lot of these auctions get so many bids, by the time they hit your feed, somebody's bid may have already been in higher, then it hits later. So here's what I've got to clarify on the Laz Rocket. Let's figure out where we're at on Aussie, and then I'm about to bring up another crate. Laura's in the back working on some stuff as well, I'm pretty sure. I've got this crate over here. I've got other vintage records we can go through as well. But right now, here is what I have. Laz Rocket, MT Matt, the last bid that came in on this, he said he's the high bidder, and he does have it for $60. $60, Laz Rocket. That is the high bid on that. It's now going twice, going 3 times. Iron Maiden is at $31. I can go ahead and slip that in right now. And now there's another $31. This complete OG Aussie Japanese pressing, the last bid on this that came in was Brian Thurman at $180. Brian Thurman at $180. Everybody else is out. Brian Thurman, $180. Laura is working on her metal sticker. She's about to bring up some records. I have a lot of requests. Yes, I do. I'm chipping away at them. It's really hard for me to not put up more than 2 auctions. Otherwise, y'all see what happens. I basically can't even show records. I just got to constantly be calling out bids. As soon as one of those back 2 wrap up, I'll put up something else that's been heavily requested. There is a ton still left in here that I still keep people asking for. I see them. Don't worry, I hadn't forgot about you. They are on the way, I promise. The good stuff will be sold as soon as possible. All of it's good stuff. Did I read everything in here? I think I did. I do have another Paul crate over here. I don't know if it's metal or more like Paul records, but whatever it is, I'm going to go through it. Paul has actually went to go buy a collection. He told me, he said, we have leads on about 4 or 5 just absolute mind blowers. And I said, son, go get them. Go get them. So I think Paul's in Hermitage right now buying records. He's got a lead on like 8,000 metal records, I think, up in Connecticut or something. I was like, oh my gosh, go get them. Go get them. Here's the first thing in here. This is the BB&Q Band. It's an 82 euro import, a funk soul disco album, 1999. The beautiful Zion Missionary Baptist Church Choir. Paul trying to throw in some gospel music with y'all, $14.99. Brian Thurman. Nobody else bid on Ozzy. Either they didn't want to bid again, or they didn't say out, or they said out and I didn't see them. Ozzy sold to Brian Thurman for $180. Thank you, Brian. That is so to you. Josh Brown says he's done. That is so. Just a reminder for anybody new that's watching, if you're done on an auction, say out. That way we can expedite this sale and we can sell a lot more faster. Only thing I need you to do is say out when you're out. Now, since I told everybody MT Matt had Laz Rocket at $60, I never did hear from anybody else. This is sold to MT Matt. He's had it for $60 for 6 minutes. And there was no other bids, and this is sold to MT Matt for $60. And now Iron Maiden, the last bid that came in was Gregory Roberts at $35. Gregory Roberts is at $35 on Iron Maiden. We are about to sell it. Hope everybody's done. Hope everybody's ready. I'm moving on to our next auction. Make sure you stay very active in the bidding. Just bid like you want it. That's what I've always heard. Next is Halloween. I've never seen this before. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, The Legacy. This is a 2006 German import. It's EX Plus near mint minus. Disc 2 is VG Plus. It's a $55 start. Halloween is now up for auction. Next thing in here is Anita Baker, Giving You the Best That I Got, $14.99. Aurora, Little Love, perfect for Metal Night. An 82 French import, more disco funk soul, $14.99 on that. And Mark Slade's new hat. 69 US, the largest poster I've ever seen in a record, is included with that one, $14.99. And Sundance is a 75 promo folk rock album, $9.99. Halloween has an opening bid for $60. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's the Metallica and Justice for All box set. This is one of the largest, just based on content and size of the box, that I've ever seen. Metallica. This is going to go up for auction. I hope y'all are ready. The first thing we have is I'm going to move over here to our overhead cam. I think I can maybe show some of this a little bit better from this perspective. Here is Metallica and Justice for All. It's a 2018 US Deluxe Edition box set. It's limited to 30,000, and this is numbered 24504 out of 30,000. All discs are near mint, and it's complete with all extras, which are also all near mint. This is a $350 start. I don't want to unbox it all. I want to keep it a surprise. I think y'all might know by now, but wow, this has got stuff that's never been individually released. This has got extras, it's got picture disc, and everything in here is all near mint. It's a $350 start. The box itself, just a little bit of shelf wear. I think you can see right, whoop, I'm on the wrong camera. Right here, just a little bit of shelf wear on the bottom. Really hard to find sleeves for these, but it does have some edge wear right there and right there, and everything else is nice. The box is actually in wonderful condition, especially to weigh 350 pounds. It is very heavy. But there it is, very nice. There it is right here. And I sure, okay, you must have registered, Dennis, you must have never messaged the Facebook page. You must have registered through the website. So what happens is, I think you're good to go. What happens is, if you're on Facebook, I check Facebook messages. But I'm still not showing anything. So you've bought from us before. Is your name actually Dennis Sides? I don't see anything in our system that says Dennis Sides, and I've never got a Facebook message from you either. So I think that's why I'm kind of questioning that. But we'll go with that for right now. I'll reach out to Ed if I can get a hold of him. Okay, so let's go over here and see what's going on. Okay, Iron Maiden was at 36 with Nick Galetti. Halloween 60. We have Travis Woods on Anita Baker. Travis Wood's got Anita Baker. Blaine Zapnick on Nina Simone. There is no Nina Simone in here. And then Metallica, $350. What's the price on the church choir? The Zion is $14.99. Beautiful Zion Missionary Baptist, Black Gospel, $14.99. Metallica, $350. Metallica, $360. Metallica, $400. We got Metallica at $400, Metallica $375, Metallica $401, Metallica $416, Metallica $425, Metallica $425, Metallica $426. So the high bid on the Iron Maiden Run to the Hills is $36. $36 with Nick Galetti. Halloween has one bid with Jeff Brindley for $60. I have never seen this one before. It's an OG 2006 German, Keeper of the Seven Keys, The Legacy. One bid for $60. One bid for $60. Next is Mickey Newberry, Frisco Maple Joy. Mickey Newberry. The note from Paul on the back says, great, $9.99. The Articulate Artistics, a 1968 mono promo, a Chicago soul album, $59.99. A Chicago soul album, $59.99. Metallica's at $444. Boulder is a 1979 U.S. hard rock sealed for $14.99. Also, we have 4x4. This is a 1987 U.S., $9.99. Now, I need to ask Gregory Roberts, do you want back in on the Iron Maiden single? It is a final call on the Iron Maiden single, and the Iron Maiden single is with Nick Galetti at $36. Also over here, we have Brian DeLeon on Artistics. That's so to Brian DeLeon. Chris Reddings on Boulder. That's so to Chris Reddings. We're going through a very interesting batch of stuff here. Gregory Abbott, I'll prove it to you, $9.99. We got Atlantic Star, straight from the point. Atlantic Star is $9.99. Now there's a new bid on Iron Maiden for $37. Aurora, Send Your Love, $14.99. He's out, but there's a new bidder. Now Metallica's at $530. Now Halloween is sold to Jeff Brindley for $60. One and only bidder, sold to Jeff Brindley for $60. Whoever wins also gets the metal auction box set Laura sticker. By the way, Laura brought a box up here. Holy moly, we got a Laura crate to go through next. Goodness gracious, our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Dark Angel, Darkness Descends. Dark Angel is a 1986 U.S. original with the original on her sleeve. Dark Angel is a $55 start. Dark Angel, Darkness Descends, a $55 start. Now Metallica's at $37. I don't know who had it for the longest, but you don't have it anymore. It's now at $37. Bar Keys as one, $14.99 on that. We have Janie Selv, Can I Sleep in Your Arms Tonight? Lucky Ladies, a country album from 73, $9.99. Iron Maiden, it was Nick Galetti. Nick's back in at $38. Todd Fisher, you're out. Metallica is at $555. We have Wildlife. That's an 83 U.S. rock album. That's $9.99. Dark Angel is an 86 U.S. OG, a $55 start. We have not sold Typo Negative yet. Thomas Golanas and Pacina, Take Me Away. It's an 83 U.S. rock album, sealed, $9.99. How about Gary Bart's Music Is My Sanctuary, a 77 U.S. jazz funk, $34.99. Metallica is at $580. $580. Craig, that's what I was saying. The Zakk Wylde, it could be available through some kind of exclusive. It is not available through distribution. I've got it pulled up right here. There's no way I can order that record for anybody. I'm not saying you can't get it elsewhere. There's some stuff like David Lee Roth. When I say that it's not available, that means I can't order it. Now, you can go to the Rhino website and get it, but it's not available. I cannot order it, unfortunately. I can't order that if I want it. Now, somebody else can get it here or there, but that clear vinyl, the 2LP clear vinyl sealed original that we had, that was not in print. That's no longer available for any independent record store to order. I'm looking at the main media index of the country right here. That's everything that's available to be ordered. Brent Robley on BK for Bar Keys. There's all kinds of stuff you can order. Bandcamp. I had this guy send me a list of 2 or 3 records, and they're only available on Bandcamp. That means it's a website that they don't sell to distribution. You got to get them direct. Brent Robley on bar keys. Next thing over here is Iron Maiden out, Metallica 588. Arnold Adams wants this country album, this one right here. Now Dark Angel has one bid for $55, and that's a final call. Next thing over here is Iron Maiden, and this is sold to Nick Galletti for $45. So whenever I say out of print, that means it's not available for major independent record store distribution. It could be still being made, I guess, out of print. How about out of distribution? That might be a better term. It's nowhere, there's nobody that can order it. I have access to the main media index over here. That means no store can order that wholesale. You can order it, but you can't get it wholesale where you could mark it up unless you want to mark it up more than list price. Jim Davis got Gary Bartz. That's sold. Next over here is Chuck Berry, Rocking at the Hops. Chuck Berry's in VG condition, $9.99. And Blackgrass Music, Bad Bass Comb, I think is what that says. A 74 US, a funk soul progressive bluegrass album, VG Plus, $24.99. Dark Angel. Dark Angel's a final call. Dark Angel's a final call. David Baber, 55. Bandcamp is site for band sale direct to customer. Exactly. Basically, what they're saying is we're not going to sell these any less to stores, which we're not good. Here's it is. You can buy it direct from us. We'll ship it to you direct, but it's not available for distribution. Now, unless I reach out to them and be like, hey, can I get this wholesale from you? They're probably going to be like, no, we'd rather sell them ourselves and get full price. We got Metallica at $640. Metallica's at $666. We got Marlon Green, Tiptoe Past the Dragon, EX edition, $12.99. George Scherer on Black Grass. Metallica's at $666. Are we about to sell Dark Angel for one bid? It looks like it, $55. We got Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's, VG for $12.99. Also, the Allen Bound. That's VG for $7.99. Metallica's at $700. Folks, don't forget, that's not too far out of range. We sold Master of Puppets last week for over $700. This is the Injustice for All, Super Deluxe. These are currently out of stock. The only Metallica boxes I've been able to get lately is Ride the Lightning, and the last time I tried to order 5 more, they sent me 0. They said, not anymore, they're all gone again. I don't know if they're still making them or what. I think the ones that don't have a lot of like extra patches and stuff like that, sometimes they still make them. So that specific variant is out of print. Yeah, the Coke bottle clear that we auctioned, yeah, that's definitely. Now, I haven't been able to click on your link, so I don't know exactly which one that is, but just saying. We have Metallica, $700, now $777. Kevin Lamb, Sailing Down the Years. This is VG Plus, $9.99. And we have Pete Seinfeld, not Jerry, Steele. This is a King Crimson lyricist. The King Crimson lyricist. Wow, I've never seen that before. That looks interesting. EX, $16.99. And Stillwater, I Reserve the Right. Stillwater is VG Plus, $11.99. Let's go ahead and introduce a new auction. If there's a new bid on Dark Angel, we'll keep it going. If not, then I'm going to go ahead and put this up right here. It is typo negative, World Coming Down. This is out of print. I can tell you this right now. This is out of print. I'm going to slap that word on it and stick by it. Typo negative, World Coming Down. This is out of print. It is a 2020 green and black mixed 20th anniversary remaster. First time on vinyl with posters. Some of them have sold for as much as $316. That is $175. Over here, Metallica is at $800. Metallica is at $800. Metallica is at $800. Dark Angel 56, Dark Angel 57, Dark Angel 57, Dark Angel 58. Metallica is at $800. We have this right here. We have Good Seed, Rooted and Grounded. Good Seed is a 1974 U.S. religious folk rock country album, VG Plus $9.99. And Dirk Hamilton, Thug of Love. Dirk Hamilton's a white label promo with press kit, VG Plus $9.99. We have Dark Angel at $58. Metallica is at $888. Metallica is at $888. Don't make me start singing one. I will break out into some shortest straw here in a second. Whatever keeps this auction going. We have Kenneth Russell on Stillwater. Stillwater is sold to Kenneth Russell. As of right now, there's no bid on typo negative. It's a $175 start. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Dark Angel has a new bid. David Baber, $59. $59. $59. The high bid on Metallica is $888. Black Grass is already sold, Garrett. It is gone. Here's what's left. We got Dirk Hamilton. We got Good Seed. We got Pete Seinfeld. We got Kevin Lamb, the Alan Bound, Jefferson Airplane, Marlon Green, Chuck Berry, Thomas Gould Lunas. We got Wildlife, Aurora, Atlantic Star, Gregory Abbott, 4x4, Mickey Newberry. We have the beautiful Xylon Missionary Baptist Church. We have Sundance, Mark Slade's New Hat, Aurora, the Barbecue Band. That is available. I wish I could sing like James when he's singing in Justice for All. Justice, da 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 da. April, do you want to come sing in Justice for All for us? What's your favorite Metallica song, April? Go. Say Enter Sandman. Do you know a Metallica song? She said, please leave me alone. Okay. She could not name a Metallica song. All right, well, let's move over. All right, here we have. We're going to do this Laura sticker. She wants to do this one. Since it's not randomly hid, I guess Laura has decided, let's do this one. First come, first serve. Okay? Here's the rules. Folks, this is not some parlor trick that we hand out willy-nilly. This isn't some etch-a-sketch. This is a masterpiece. Okay? This is a masterpiece. We're talking Vermeer, Da Vinci, Rembrandt. Okay? This is not something that just poof, it happens. Pay close attention. What we're going to do is I'm going to show 5 records in this crate. The first person who buys a record will receive this sticker. No putbacks. That means if you're buying something, make sure you absolutely want it. Okay? Make sure you absolutely want it. We are going to read through some comments before I get started in a crazy crate. Okay, this is a crazy crate. Hope y'all are ready. Dark Angel got a new bid for $60. Dark Angel has a new bid for $60. Mr. Somberes, do you want back in on Metallica? I think I was just making sure you were done. If you said out, unfortunately, I hadn't seen it. Solarplex Studios has the bid at $888. And I don't think I've heard back from George. I know he's still watching. But George, I want to make sure, okay? It's at $888. It's at $888. We have sold Warlock. We hadn't sold Brittany Fox. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Metallica is at $1,100. Metallica is at $1,100. Somebody asked twice what the condition of Typo Negative. A 2020 pressing on green and black mixed colored vinyl. It's on green and black. First time ever on vinyl. It is opened, but it is near mint. $175 start. Right now, there has been 0 bids. The last bid on Dark Angel that came in was this 1986 US original with the original inner sleeve. Okay? With the original inner sleeve. Folks, this has the original inner sleeve with it. And the last bid was MT Matte at $60. empty matte at $60. There's a new bid on Metallica for $1,111. We're not done yet. There is a new bid for $1,111. I'm going to show these records. Y'all know the rules of the lower crate. I might only do 3, okay? Because I know it's going to be crazy. So let me do 3. Hope y'all are ready, and I hope there's 3 that y'all actually want. Bark at the Moon, Ozzy, Record Store Day Essential, blue vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Scorpions, Love at First Sting, 50th anniversary, $27.99. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, sealed on smoke-colored vinyl for $29.99. Next thing we have over here, Metallica, 11111. Metallica, $1,200. Jeremy Rourke was first on Ozzy. What is Typo Negative at? $175. I've done a final call for an opening bid 7 times. I've done a final call for an opening bid 7 times. It's $175. This is sold to Jeremy Rourke. Ken Crooker, 2nd. Brandon Lack, 3rd. George Jones, 4th. John Durden, 5th. Ryan Eaton, 6th. Rebecca Howitt, 7th. Metallica is at $1,222. Isaiah next on Ozzy. Bridget next on Ozzy. Stephen Lewis Jr. first on Scorpions. Eddie Gutt next on Scorpions. Bob Riger next on Scorpions. Jetstream, Chris Martin, Ron Burns, all next on Scorpions. Gabe Baez, you were about 17th on Ozzy. First on Sabbath is Josh Brown. You see right through Distorted Eyes. Black Sabbath. Sold to Josh Brown. Eddie Gutt next on Scorpions. Metallica is at $1,250. Matt Marco has Typo Negative at $175. I hope we were done on Dark Angel. This is sold to MT Matt for $60. And now I am changing crates. Typo Negative has a new bid. The bidding has officially begun. It only took about 15, 20 minutes. But now everybody's like, all right, I'm in, Chad. I'm in. We just filled up our 5th full crate of vinyl. I'm changing crates because we're about to sell everything in this lower crate. Everything. If not, Chad's going to get angry. I'm going to turn green, and I'm going to start smashing everything. Let's not let that happen. Okay, April? Typo Negative, $180. Metallica is at $1,333. Harvester of Sorrow. If you didn't think things were kind of crazy already, I don't know what to put up next. This is a Rollins band. 1994 US OG gold stamp, Coke bottle clear vinyl, original first pressing with hop sticker, $125 start. We've got 3,000 45s, 8,000 cassettes, and over 68 million CDs still left to show tonight. Rollins band is $125 start. A 1994 US OG gold stamp promo with the insert, a beautiful jacket, Rollins band, $125 start. Typo Negative. What is the Typo Negative? Typo Negative is called World Coming Down, a 2020 pressing on green and black mixed vinyl, a 20th anniversary remaster. The first time ever, some of these have sold for as much as $316. The high bid is $185. Destruction's on deck. Typo negatives at $185. The last bid on Metallica was $1,500. Rollins bands at $130. Misfits, glow-in-the-dark vinyl, sealed, $39.99. AC/DC Live, Go Vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Kiss, Animalize, alternate S's, sealed, German import, $29.99. Zach Sabbath, Vertigo, sealed, red vinyl, $24.99. Next, Typo Negative, $185. Metallica, $1,500 of George Sambaraz. It goes back to Solarplex Studios. Henry Rollins, Rollins Band, $130. Metallica, $1,555. Natasha Pickett, Misfits, sold. Rollins Band, $150. Matt Marco, second on Misfits. Scully Mac, first on Zach Sabbath. Steve, your last name is pronounced Kucharski. Sold to Steve Kucharski. That just leaves AC/DC Live on Go Vinyl. Matt Marco second on Zach, Janet next on Zach. I have not seen another bid on Typo Negative since I did the first call for $185 with Matt Marco. Going twice, going 3 times now. The Rollins Band is at $150 with Ivan R. Everybody else is out. George Sambaraz says he is out on Metallica. The Metallica and Justice for All Super Deluxe box set is at $1,555.00. All done. Final call. We're about to sell it. Dangerous Toys, Pissed. Red vinyl, Dangerous Toys, $34.99. Black Label Society, Hangover Music. I've never seen that one. Black Label Society is sealed on orange vinyl, $34.99. Metallica, 72 Seasons, sealed, black vinyl, $24.99. If Darkness Had a Son, Lux Eterna. Rebecca Howard on Dangerous Toys. That is sold to Rebecca Howard. Ryan Eaton on Black Label Society. Then Fred Carnell. Then Shane Devers. AC/DC is sold to Garrett Cypriot. Nick Galetti got 72 Seasons. Typo Negative did not get any other bids. This is sold. It's over. Typo Negative, Matt Marco. It is his for $185. That is sold. Rollins Band is moving to a final call. Rollins Band is a final call. It has one bid, or the high bid's $150. $150. I'm about to sell it. It's a 94 OG gold stamp, Coke bottle clear vinyl, $150. Where's it going to end up? Possibly $150. I have Pantera, A Decade of Domination, Walmart exclusive 2LP on black ice colored vinyl, sealed, just $22.99. That seems like a great price. This auction is over. It is sold to Chad Solar at Solarplex Studios for the high bid of $1,555. Now, if y'all don't know what we do here, we do a big thank you with a celebratory air horn. I hope everybody's ready. Hopefully Laura and April cover their ears. Thank you, Chad Solar. He's not even watching right now, but thank you. I appreciate it. Now, I had my headphones on, but I heard April mumble something around the corner. What was that, April? This is sold, and let's put it righty over here. Done. Chad's touching his toes. I'm going to have to stretch after that one. Oh my gosh. I feel like I've been ran over by a train and then beat up by a moose. Here's where I left off. Rollins Band. Rollins Band 155. Javi got Pantera. Chad, did you not say last night Dangerous Toys album are not in print? They're not. This is all pre-owned stuff. It's sealed, but this is stuff we bought in a collection. This is not stuff that I've ordered new. Javi got Pantera. Steven was next. Darren 3rd. Brian 4th. Antonio 5th. John 6th. Dave 7th. Danny 8th. And now we have, we're at the bottom. Okay, so Rollins Band, the last bid on that, I'm waiting for Ivan R. because there was a lot of comments. I don't want that bid to get lost. 155, okay? 155. Ivan R., it goes back to you. Now, the next thing I have is this, which has been requested a bunch, a lot. Destruction, Infernal Overkill. Destruction is a 1985 US with insert, a $55 start from Metal Blade Records. Destruction, an 85 US original. There's the insert. Destruction, Infernal Overkill, an 85 US original. No condition notes. Direct metal mastering. 160 is the new bid on Rollins. Destruction's a $55 start. The next auction is going to go up right now. It is Ozzy Osbourne. Talk about something out of print. You're looking at it right now. This is a 1988 US original. Ozzy Osbourne, No Rest for the Wicked. It is in EX Plus condition. Miracle Man. We're going to start it for $95. There's that. There's this. And there's this. No Rest for the Wicked. A $95 start. That is up for bid. Next. Jar of Flies, Alice in Chains. Sealed, $29.99. Rotten Apple. I Stay Away. Astro Creep 2000, White Zombie. Unopened, $34.99. White Zombie. No More Tears. Tears. Sealed, $34.99. Let's update all these bids. The first bid will be the oldest bid, the oldest auction, Rollins Band. A 1994 US gold stamp promo, Coke bottle clear vinyl. Ivan R., it goes back to you. The high bid on this is $162. Ozzy is at $110 with Chris Frazier. Destruction is at $110 with MT Matt. Todd Saw actually bid first at 110, then Chris Frazier, then Daniel Bouziden. Fred Cardinale first on Ozzy, then Tom Sullivan, then Bradley Smith. Janet Gray wants Jar of Flies. White Zombies, $34.99. Next in this crate is the Browning Isolation. Orange vinyl, $27.99. The Browning. Sex Pistols, Nevermind the Bollocks. Green vinyl, $24.99. Ozzy is at $120. Destruction's at $140. Ivan R., it's up to you on the Rollins Band. The newest high bid is $162. Ministry, Psalm 69, $24.99. Also, Slayer, Live, Decade of Aggression. Slayer is sealed, a 2LP, $44.99. Rebecca Howitt on the Sex Pistols. White Zombie is an unopened music on vinyl press, $34.99. Chris next on the Sex Pistols. Destruction's at $155. Ozzy's at $125. Brian DeLeon on Ministry. Travis Wade next on Ministry. Chad Saul's first on Slayer. Rollins Band is sold to Josh Brown, $162. This is sold. Josh Brown, $162. Sold. Dangerous Toys is gone. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Bonham, as in Jason Bonham. And this is the disregard of timekeeping. Bonham is an original 89 US EX condition. Bonham's a $25 start. Danny, if you do not want White Zombie, Donna Hand Shoemaker does. Only thing left is the Browning right now. Black Label Society Grimmest Hits. I've never seen that. Another one out of print. It's either green or a picture disc. We don't know till we open it. It's either on green vinyl or a picture disc. $34.99. Bonham has a bid for $25. Ozzy has a bid for $130. And Destruction's at $165. I knew those would be heated. Now I'm going to try something risky, and I'm going to introduce a fourth auction. I'm going to do something a little risky and introduce a fourth auction. Okay? Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, a limited edition red vinyl pressing with free calendar poster. This is 2005. It does have the poster down in there. It's near mint, a $10 start. Next thing I have is Ozzy at $130. Destruction, $135. Bonham, $25. Bonham, $30. Matt Marco on Black Label Society. Okay? Destruction, $168. Dwayne next on Black Label Society. Bonham has a new bid for $35. Janet next on Black Label Society. Bonham has another $35 bid. Dwayne next on Black Label Society. Destruction, $170. Bonham is another bid for $30. Fred needs to put back No More Tears. Give it to Tom Sullivan instead. Tom Sullivan, you're going to get the Ozzy No More Tears. Fred said you were next. Ozzy has a new bid for $135. Danny said he will take the White Zombie. Donna Hand Shoemaker was second. Bonham has a new bid for $40. Iron Maiden has a bid for $12. Iron Maiden has another bid for $16. Bonham has a new bid for $40 with Randy Tabron. That tied Stephen Reeves. Iron Maiden, $15. Iron Maiden, $10. Destruction has a new bid for $173. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $22. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $12. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $20. Bonham has a new bid for $50. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $15. Destruction has a new bid for $175. Maiden has a new bid for $11. Bonham has a new bid for $55. Maiden has a new bid for $22. Maiden has a new bid for $25. Maiden has a new bid for $22. Maiden has another bid for $25. Bonham has a bid for $55. Ozzy has a new bid for $135. Destruction has a new bid for $178. Bonham has a new bid for 60. Iron Maiden has a bid for 26. Iron Maiden has another bid for 26. Bonham has a new bid for 60. We have Iron Maiden with a new bid of 26. Iron Maiden has a new bid for 125. Paul says, check your phone right quick. Iron Maiden has a new bid for 28. Iron Maiden has another bid for 25. Iron Maiden has another bid for 28. Destruction has a bid for 185. Bonham has a bid for 66. Bonham has a bid for 61. Iron Maiden has a bid for 27. Iron Maiden has a bid for 40. Iron Maiden has another bid for 40. Iron Maiden has a bid for 29. My comments are coming in slow. Iron Maiden 26. Jeremy Wark wants the Browning. Bonham's at 65. Iron Maiden's out with Chris Bryant. George Samberez is out on Bonham. Iron Maiden has a bid for 30. Iron Maiden has another bid for 30. Bonham has a bid for 68. Angela Lewis is out on Bonham. John Durden is testing his feed. Iron Maiden's out with Todd Fisher. Destruction has a new bid for 195. This is why I can only do 2 auctions at a time on Metal Night. I have pretty much had to stop the show to put up bids. This is why I've got to ignore requests for additional auctions. Only 2 at a time. Because right now, I honestly don't know who has the high bid. Bonham's at 75, Iron Maiden's at 31, and Destruction's at 198. I have no idea where we're at on Ozzy. And if I start showing any other records, everything else is going to get buried. Paul wants me to check my phone right quick. Let me do that right now. Let me not ignore Paul. And Paul has sent me a video, and it looks like he has bought one of the greatest metal collections of all time. Oh my gosh. Paul's right down the road buying a collection. Paul has got Alice in Chains. Paul's got Pantera. Paul's got Pantera. Paul's got Badlands. Paul's got Dangerous Toys. Paul's got Lynch Mob. Paul has Soundgarden. Paul has YZZXYZ. He has Cherry Pie. He has Pretty Boy Floyd. He has that album. He has Junkyard. He has Junkyard. He has Suicidal Tendencies. He has Britney Fox. He also has LA Guns. He's got Megadeth. He's got Dangerous Toys. Now, what's in all those other crates, Paul? What's in all those other crates? Facebook is sending me messages. They're saying I need to spend more on ads. They're wanting more money. Paul's sending me videos. We have videos. We have Ace, Anthrax, 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 Bang Tango, Bad English, Black Sabbath, 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 Black Sabbath. We have Black Sabbath, Bon Jovi, Cinderella's, The Cult, The Damned, Dio, Dawkins, Europe's Extreme, Faster Pussycats, Great Whites, Guns N' Roses, Helix, Iron Maidens galore, and Badlands. And with that, folks, we're just going to stop the show right there. We're done. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock. April, can I ask a tremendous favor? My cup is fresh out of ice. And if I leave this chat, then things are even going to go crazier. I have no idea who has the high bid on any of these auctions. I may need to eat a fudge round. The room is spinning. I don't know who I am. I don't know what's going on. I'm really lost right now. I'm out of oxygen. I just don't know. Okay? So, let me figure out who has the high bids. I can't even show a record right now. Things are so crazy, okay? So let me figure out who has these high bids, okay? I got to figure out who has these high bids. I honestly have no idea. I don't know if April's nice enough to come help me out right now. We have Ozzy. Does anybody want to bid again? Does anybody want to bid again? And just let me know who you are. I think it's Daniel Boozidens at 135. Daniel Booziden, 135. Daniel Buzide, he has it for $135. That's the high bid right now. Daniel Buzide, $135. This is an OG copy in EX Plus condition. An OG copy in EX Plus condition. $135 is the high bid. Destruction. We started Destruction at $45. This is Infernal Overkill. And the last bid on Destruction that came in, the last bid on Destruction was MT Matt at $225. MT Matt at $225. MT Matt at $225. MT Matt at $225. The last bid on Bonham that came in was Randy Taborin at $85. Nick Bargeron bid $86. Nick Bargeron has it for $86. Iron Maiden $51. Ozzy $140. And that's the high bids right now. Now, if I don't stay really locked in right now, I'm going to have trouble keeping up with these. I'm trying to sell one, but they just keep still getting bids. I'm basically in a hole. I'm trying to dig my way out. I'm in a tunnel, I guess. Something's going on. I'm trying to use a metaphor. The last bid on Iron Maiden was 50. Bids are still coming in. Now it's at $52. Ozzy's at $140. And Destruction, no one has set out either. Destruction, the last bid on that was $225. And Bonham is still getting bids too. Creed, Human Clay. Creed is sealed. 2 LP, Anniversary Edition, $29.99. Velvet Revolver, Contraband. Music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. Creed, Velvet Revolver, Messed, Destination Unknown. Messed, $29.99. Noisium, Blossoming Decay, Grindcore Thrash, $14.99. Are we done on Bonham? The last bid on Bonham that came in was Nick Bargeron at $86. Nick Bargeron at $86. Nick Bargeron at $86. Nick Bargeron at $86. The last bid on Iron Maiden is Nick Galletti at $52. I've already set a final call on Destruction. I can help myself out a lot by finding this bid. I'm going to go back down to the bottom, and if there's no bids, it's been plenty of time to bid. MT Matt, 225. I'm scrolling to the bottom. MT Matt, 225. MT Matt, 225. MT Matt, 225. Sold to MT Matt for $225. Bonham has a new bid for $90. Bonham has a new bid for $90. Ozzy. Ozzy's a final call to Daniel Buzide for $145. There's still several active people. It's at $145. Maiden is sold to Nick Galletti for $52. I can breathe now. My head's above water. Nick Galletti, thank you. My head is above water. Bonham is at $95 with Randy Jr. and Taborin. The first person to comment Creed was Stephen A. Young. James Vasquez was second. Ron Burns is third. Anthony Clark on Messed. Darren Chrisman on Noisium. Rebecca Howard next on Mest. Eddie Gutt next on Noisium. Bonham 90. Bonham 95. Another 95. Ozzy is at 150. No more auctions until one of those sell. I still got a plethora of stuff. Hopefully everybody has their plans canceled for the night. Disturbed, Down with the Sickness, 1999. Bonham's at 101. Ozzy's at 160. The one to your left is new. The one on the right is pre-owned, vintage. Iris, Order of the Mind. Iris is on orange and black vinyl, 1999. Minor Threat, 1999. Minor Threat. Christian Death, The Iron Mask, blue vinyl, 1799. Ozzy, 160. Isaiah, You've Been Outbid. Dwayne Worley, first on Disturbed. Danny was second. Bonham has a new bid for 110. Michael Hamburger, third on Disturbed. Randy's out on Bonham. It's between Nick and Tom Sullivan. Michael Reed on MT for Minor Threat. Brian DeLeon, second on Minor Threat. Travis Wade on Christian Death. Eddie Gutt, next on Minor Threat. David Smith, next on Minor Threat. Brett and Amanda, next on Christian Death. Bonham's at 116. Nick Bargeron, You've Been Outbid. Ozzy is going twice, going three times to Daniel for 160. Zach Sabbath, Doomed Forever, Forever Doomed, $22.99. Cold, self-titled, first time on vinyl, unopened, $24.99. Spiritual Independence, a black metal album, $17.99 from Mortuary Drape. The artist is Mortuary Drape. Ozzy has a new bid, $165. Bonham has a new bid, $116. Ozzy's at 165. Jake Perganson on Velvet Revolver. Thank you, Jake Perganson. Jeremy Rourke next on ZB, which I bet he meant Zach Sabbath. That's so to Jeremy Rourke. Robert Warner next on Christian Death. Dave Seretna next on Zach. Jeremy Rourke first on Cold. Danny Thomason next on Zach. Amanda next on Cold. Mike Strauss, Chad Sauls next on Zach. Justin Deckelman next on Cold. Janet next on Zach. Bradley next on Cold. Matt Marco next on Zach. Mark next on Zach. Danny first on Mortuary Drape. Ozzy's at $175. New bid, $175. Where are we on Bonham? I've lost Nick Bargeron. This is a final call to Tom Sullivan for $116. Nick, if you're out there, I really need to know. Ozzy is at $175. The only record Rebecca left, the first one here, is Iris. I-R-I-S-T, Order the Mind. 1999. Isaiah's is out on Ozzy. Final call, $175 to Daniel Booziden. Slash, featuring Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators 4. Walmart exclusive red vinyl, $19.99. AC/DC, If You Want Blood, You Got It. A Whole Lot of Rosie, $34.99. Rebecca Howard on Iris. That's so to Rebecca Howard. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, sealed, $29.99. Merciful Fate, Melissa, a 2020 pressing, $22.99. Bonham. Bonham is sold to Tom Sullivan. This is sold to Tom Sullivan for $116. I lost Nick Bargeron. Ozzy is sold. Isaiah is out. Daniel Booziden gets this for $175. Next, We have Angela Lewis on Slash, sold to Angela Lewis. Josh Brown on AC/DC, sold to Josh Brown. Stephen Reeves on Pantera. Justin Deckelman next on AC/DC. Angela, you did get Slash. Nico on Pantera next. Michael next on Pantera. Donna next on AC/DC. Laura says whoever buys that last record, she's going to make a sticker for them. First person to get Merciful Fate, you get a Laura sticker, a Merciful Fate record, and Chad's going to blow the air horn. Who just walked in the front door? Do you want to go check, April? My guess is Paul. I was wrong. It's Tanner. He's walking. He's here probably to get, hopefully, some dollars to probably buy this collection, pay for this collection we just bought. He's getting a dolly. Sounds like they might be unloading a collection. Tanner had to use his truck. A lot of records. I've got headphones on. I can't hear anything else because we're about to blow this air horn. Fair warning. Steve Weaver, you let Laura know what you want her to draw for you. Thank you. Mike Massey's on the road this week, but just so he knows, these are very low-quality air horns. I like the big boat horn we had where it sounded like a cruise ship was coming through. So that went to Steve, then Rebecca, then Merciful, then Edwin, then Brandon, then Bradley, then Danny, then Eddie, then Jeanette, then Ivan, then Steven. Blue Murder. Yes, we had that last week, actually. Folks, we are cleared. We are ready for a whole new beginning here at Coletco. We are about to put up more new everything, okay? New auctions are coming up, new box sets. I've got a check condition vintage rock crate over here we're about to go through. More 45s, more cassettes, more CDs, more cake, more Little Debbie's, more chocolate gravy, more biscuits, more bacon, more sausage, more waffles, more pancakes, more sausage links, steaks, spaghetti, meatball subs, roast beef sandwiches, Publix bread, mayonnaise, cucumbers, banana peppers, green peppers, pickles, onions, tomato, lettuce, spinach, carrots, celery, cucumbers, ranch dressing, mustard, mayonnaise. No, I'm okay. I'm pretty delusional tonight. I'm hungry. I've asked April 3 times nicely to help me out and refill my ice, and she won't do it. So I'm just kind of in a pickle. And that wraps up my food metaphors. Okay, here we go. Oh, boy. Chad's going to have to take a vacation after tonight. Y'all might not see me for a few days after tonight. I think I might take off to Denver for about a week and see Metallica up there. Okay. Brittany Fox. This is an original 1988 US with the original on her sleeve. It's a promo sticker on the back of the jacket. The vinyl's an EX. It's a $35 start. It has an original on her sleeve. Brittany Fox is an OG 1988 US. Now, what we were saying here is it has like a promotional sticker on the back. It has a little bit of edge and cover wear. It has a hop sticker. The cover's VG just because of the wear, and that is a $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Now, over here, the first thing that I have is the following, okay? I've got what and where. Let's see here. Well, there's no claims. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything else. Pizza. Oh, my gosh, pizza. Yeah, don't get me started. So, Brittany Fox is now up for bid. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with me. It's only 9:45 till 10. We literally have enough auctions left for 2 nights. So I better get on it because everything that's advertised is selling tonight. We sold last week up until midnight. So here's what I ask of you. If you're bidding, stay active, stay focused, and then if you're done, say out, and we'll fly through these, okay? If they get bid on for an hour, we'll have to leave them up. That's just the way it is. But we'll get through these pretty fast if everybody says in, out, etc., etc. We got Faith No More, King for a Day. Faith No More is a 2016. This is a 2 LP. Faith No More is a $45 start. $45 start. Faith No More, King for a Day. $45 start. There it is. Now, over here, we have the following. We got Brittany Fox for 36. Brittany Fox for 35. Brittany Fox for 35. Brittany Fox for 40, Brittany Fox for 50. Brittany Fox for 42, Brittany Fox for 42. And Brittany Fox is already, I think I said at 50 or 60, didn't I? It's at 50 with Michael Peevler. Faith No More is a $45 start. I can only keep 2 going. That's the way it is. No, I'm good. April was actually just about to get ice, she said. Right, April? Yes, she's on her way. And we have Ray Charles, Modern Sounds. Laura's offering all the way from the back, April. We got Ray Charles, Modern Sounds and Country and Western Music. This is in VG condition, $9.99. We have Live Rust, Neil Young, a 2 LP, VG Plus, $24.99. Also, we have Aorta. Aorta is in EX condition, $42.99. It's on a Columbia 2i. Aorta. Brittany Fox is at 55. Faith No More is at 55. This is new check condition stuff. It could be rock, it could be pop, it could be soul, it could be jazz, it could be rock. And this first claim is Ray Charles, so to Ryan Eaton. John Darden was second. Faith No More is at $55. Brittany Fox is at $55. Robert Barnett on Ray Charles. We got Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. That's EX condition, $17.99. And James Brown, Everybody Doing the Hustle, and Dead on the Bubble Bump. That is in Shrink. It is actually, hold on one second here, it's in VG Plus condition, $24.99. I keep seeing Tanner and Paul wheel in crate after crate of metal records. Just, Paul says it's an insane collection. He just wheeled by me 6 crates of OG metal records. There is literally fire coming out of the side of the crates like smoke. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's called Frozen Water. Next thing over here is F plus 5. So Brittany Fox, 56. Brittany Fox, 58. Faith No More is at $60. $60 with Chad Sauls. Next is Seek the Lord, The Caravans. VG Plus. We've been trying to throw in gospel stuff tonight when we can. Got to keep you reminded about Jesus. $14.99. All this dementic music we've been selling. $14.99. We have Aretha Franklin's Greatest Hits. 1960, 1965. VG, $9.99. Aretha Franklin. VG, $9.99. These are now up for bid. Tanner's bringing me more cassettes, and I hadn't even sold these yet. Easy there. Bullet Boy, Extreme, The Doors, Metallica, Damn Yankees, Dangerous Toys, Kicks. That's a lot of great looking cassettes, Tanner. Faith No More is at $65. The Doobie Brothers, Living on the Fault Line. The Doobie Brothers is VG Plus $9.99. Faith No More is at $65. Brittany Fox. Chris Frazier has it for $58. Chris Frazier has it for $58. Over here, Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. VG Plus condition, $17.99. Toys in the Attic, Aerosmith, VG Plus, $17.99. Yes, Fragile with the book, VG Plus, $19.99. I'll Be the Roundabout. First label, 1841 Broadway. It is a CRC Columbia Record Club. That is now up for bid. Chad Saul says whatever Faith No More is, add $5. So Chad Sauls has it for $70. Brittany Fox, Todd Fisher's out. Chris Frazier has it for $58. One more look at Brittany Fox. It is OG. The vinyl's nice, EX. It has the original on her sleeve. It has a sticker up here. It has a promo sticker on the back. It has a gold stamp promo up here, but there is a little bit of wear on the cover. It has ring wear. It has sticker residue, just FYI. But the high bid on this is $58 of Chris Frazier. Every once in a while, Music on Vinyl will press those, and we will sell out of them. Next is Scott Oman on AS. That's for Aerosmith. Andrew Hawkins on Yes. Jerry Roch next on Aerosmith. Serenity Now. The Yardbirds, 20 Greatest Hits. The Yardbirds is EX condition, $19.99. Greenpeace. That's who that's who Russell Dalrymple went and worked for to try to impress Elaine. He was out there hunting. He was fighting back against the whale hunters. That's Greenpeace. Greenpeace. Russell Dalrymple, EX edition. He was the president of NBC, $17.99. Peter Gabriel, Queen, etc., etc. Also, Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, VG Plus, $24.99. Columbia 2i. Faith No More is at $75. Andrew, you did get Yes. We got Susie on Yardbirds. Rebecca Howitt is Greenpeace. Thank you on that. Faith No More is at $75. That means Chad Sauls, you're out, and that means Brittany Fox is sold. Chris Frazier, $58. Chris Frazier, $5.8. He gets the Brittany Fox. He gets the Brittany Fox. That is sold to Chris Frazier. Yes, that is way too much ice. Thank you. I appreciate that. That is exactly. I have been needing purple juice for the last 3 hours. She basically put too much ice in here. This is just like a cup of ice. Great job, April. Strike 2. You know what? I may have made a mistake on something. This isn't the load box. This is a, hold on a second. We didn't get another load box. George Sambaraz, earlier I said you was on a waiting list for load. I misspoke. I just looked over here and saw the edge of this box. This is actually a Black Album box that was in stock with my distributor. This is Metallica, the Black Album. If anybody wants it, it is available. The price is $299.99. This is new and sealed, a Metallica Black Album box set. I thought it was a restock of Load for George Sambaraz. This is the Black Album, the Metallica self-titled album. I've got one. It's brand new and sealed. It's $299.99. First come, first serve. I'm glad I caught that. I'm glad I looked over there and noticed that. You want me to go ahead and start selling these cassettes right now? Tanner said do it. Okay, there's that. Over here, we have what? Greenpeace. Brett was next. Faith No More out. The next person on Faith No More is Josh Brown. Josh Brown, you have Faith No More for $75. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Oh my goodness. We still got Megadeth. Peace sales, but who's buying? Megadeth is a 1986 U.S. specialty OG. So George Sambaraz, just so you know, you're still on a waiting list for the load box. $95 start on Megadeth, an 86 U.S. OG specialty with the original on her sleeve. It is a $95 start. EX minus on that. If anybody wants to go on a waiting list for the Metallica Black Album box, let me know right now. I might can get more Metallica Black Album boxes. This one is sold to MT Matt. Thank you, MT Matt. That is sold to you. Okay? And then we'll start a waiting list if anybody else wants one. We will start a waiting list. Paul's heading out. Thank you, Paul. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Next thing we have is, if anybody else wants one, we have one. We got Chad Sauls, if you're okay, of a waiting list, okay? Now, we got Megadeth at 100. Next thing in here is Spooky Tooth, You Broke My Heart, So I Busted Your Jaw. VG Plus $14.99 on Spooky Tooth. We got Pretenders, VG Plus $14.99. I've got Brass, In Pocket, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu, VG Condition, $14.99. Deja Vu, great stuff in here. Faith No More is sold. Faith No More is sold to Josh Brown for $75. Megadeth is with Matt Marco at 100, going once, going twice, going 3 times. We might sell that one fast. Hope everybody's paying attention. Goodness gracious, what do we have here? It's a 1986 U.S. original. Excuse me, a 1986 Japanese original. This is with inserts and obi. It is a $95 start. The Ultimate Sin. Goodness gracious. Good golly, Miss Molly. It has an Aussie solicitation. It has this insert. It's in shrink with obi. Paul's coming back. He just can't get enough. Aussie's a $95 start. Over here, we have Chris Bryant on Pretenders. Chad Sauls does one on the Metallica waiting list. Next over here is Wild Side Under the Influence. I can probably check in 2 clicks. Give me 1 second. Okay, Ozzy is up for bid. Holy moly. Yes, it is. Now, we got Megadeth. Nobody else is going to bid. Matt Marco 100. It's about to sell. And now, somebody put Jerry Roch bid 110, and I don't know what that's for. And then Ozzy 100, one Ozzy 100, Ozzy 100. That looks like it is currently out of stock right now. I'll check one more place, but I think it's currently out of stock, it looks like. I will look one more other place. And I can get it. It'll be here next week for $39.99. Wild Side Under the Influence on colored vinyl. Who wants one? Who wants one? Wild Side Under the Influence. $39.99. All right, so Ozzy and Megadeth. So all of a sudden, Megadeth has new bids, but it's not higher than the high bid, and Ozzy's still getting lots of bids. Let's keep going in here. Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. Whoa, China Grove. VG Condition, $9.99. Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. Johnny's EX, $17.99. Let's put Rick Peabody on a waiting list for Wild Side Under the Influence. Fire Orange Vinyl. If anybody else wants one, let me know. They are $39.99. Wild Side Under the Influence. Next is Leslie West, Mountain. Leslie West is EX Condition, $17.99. Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. Leonard Skinner, VG Plus, $24.99. That is on the first label. Anybody else on Megadeth? So let me clarify this. Megadeth has a new bid with Chad Sauls for $105. $105. Ozzy is at $150. Ozzy's at $150. I'm about to put my entire mental capacity on the line right now. Are y'all ready for this? Our next cassette is Bullet Boys. It is going to go up for a $7 start. Bullet Boys is a $7 start. That is now up for bid. I am saying the coveted words, Bullet Boys. Holy moly. Steve Kucharski said he will take it. Steve Kucharski said he'll take a Wild Side. Anybody else? Donna Handshoemaker says she'll take Leonard Skinner. Bullet Boys is a $10 start. $7, $10, $15, whatever. It's going to get to $20, $30, $40. Ozzy's at $160. Bullet Boys is at $70. Megadeth's at $105. Next in the bin is James Taylor, Mudslide Slim. James Taylor's VG Plus, $17.99. We have the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, EX, $17.99. And we have Cosmos Factory, Creedence, Clearwater, Revival. That's VG Plus, $24.99. Creedence, Clearwater, Revival. Reminiscing, Buddy Holly, VG Plus. We just sold a VG copy in the flip video this morning, $27.99. Ozzy's at $165, and Justin says order him the Devil Driver box set. I'm sure Ed knows about that, but we will do it. So we got 2 people on Wild Side. Anybody else? We'll get a list going right now. What about Megadeth? Chad Sauls, you're out. The high bid on Megadeth is with Matt Marco at $110. Ozzy's at $165. Next thing is Neil Young. Tonight's the night. Neil Young's VG $14.99. El Terrible Torio has Ozzy Ultimate Sin at $167. The Bullet Boys cassettes at $12. Chad Saul says he's back in on Megadeth. The new high bid's $115 with Chad Sauls. $115 with Chad Sauls. $115's the high bid. Badfinger, no dice. This is on the Apple label. VG Plus $17.99. Matt Marco, you've been outbid on Megadeth. Now Ozzy's at $167. Diodate Prelude, EX Condition $17.99. James Brown contains the original hit single Hot Pants, VG Plus $24.99. Justin Deckelman's out on Ozzy. It's up to El Terrible. He has the high bid, and the next highest person was Chris Frazier. Now Megadeth's at $120. Now Chad Sauls, you're out. The Bullet Boys cassette is with Chris Frazier at $12. Anybody else, if we had that up for vinyl tonight, it would bring $390,000. We need new air horns. These are honestly pretty bad. Next. Do I want a strawberry banana V8? Is that what you just asked me? No, I will take a pomegranate blueberry. April, we need your help. All right, next, over here, we have Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy. VG Plus $14.99. The Best of Leon Russell, EX $17.99. Marshall Tucker Band, EX $22.99. Toto 4, VG $9.99 for Toto 4. And we have the Cars self-titled, Moving in Stereo, VG Plus $24.99. Next thing over here is Ozzy at $175. Megadeth has a new bid, $125 with Chad Sauls. The Bullet Boys did not get another bid. Nobody else said out. This is sold, and Bullet Boys is sold to Chris Frazier for $12. Thank you, Chris. That is sold to you. Next thing we have up for bid right now is I'm going to add a third LP auction. And this third LP auction is going to go up right now, and it is going to be for Dokken. Dokken. This is Beast from the East. Dokken is an original 1988 US with both company inner sleeves. It's EX Plus near minus. It is OG, and it is a $35 start. All right, next thing we have is Jerry Roch on Toto. That is sold to Jerry. And then Josh Brown on Cars. Moving in Stereo. Megadeth is at $130. Chad Sauls, you're out. Shane has the Ozzy for $175. El Terrible, anybody? Final call. Tanner and Paul have both left. They went and got those records. Now, it sounds like tonight I've got to dig out these metal records, post a picture, and it will probably shut down our Facebook page after I run an ad and let the world know that Collectco just acquired another OG metal collection. Wow. Next Thursday will be even more insane. I'm looking for 35 on Dokken, then 40, then 45, then 50, then 55, then 60. We have our first 35. Now, we have Ozzy, and the last bid on Ozzy was Shane Devers. The other bidder went out. It's up to Chad Sauls on Megadeth. The last bid on that came in was $130. Jamie Tucker on Badfinger. Thank you, Jamie Tucker. No dice. That has the hit song on it. No Matter What. That's on there. On the Apple label. Nice. Okay. There's that. We good to go? I'm about to sell some auctions. Dokken just has one bid for 35. I was looking for 40, then 45, then 50. But right now we're at 35. Can I get a 40, then 45, then 50? Right now we're at 35. That was a great check condition, being a vintage new arrivals, never shown before. We read through those once. I'm going to very quickly do it one more time. The hammer of justice has been dropped on Ozzy. It is going to Shane Devers for $175. Wow. I've still got two other box sets over here to run. A Megadeth and a Black Sabbath. But first, Dokken's at 40. Here is Megadeth. He's out. This is sold to Matt Marco then. Congratulations, Matt. That's sold to you for $130. Now, Dawkins at 41. Now it's at 44. Our next auction is Warrant. Dirty, rotten, filthy, stinking rich. I hope y'all are ready. This is a 1989 U.S. original gold stamp promo copy. No condition notes, beautiful. All the way around, $125 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has a crisp inner sleeve, a beautiful jacket, gold stamp promo, a little bit of a stress crease here. It has a little bit of a stress crease there. Nice. Probably VG++ EX on the jacket. The vinyl's near mint. 125 on Warrant. Now, Denise wants to say aorta again. You can. I'm about to go through these one more time. We have Neil Young, VG Plus $24.99. Aorta. This is a gatefold. It's on the Columbia 2i, self-titled, EX $42.99. Also had Traffic, James Brown, Seek Ye the Lord, The Caravans, Aretha Franklin, The Doobies, Bob Dylan, Spooky Tooth, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Doobie Brothers, Johnny Winter, Leslie West, James Taylor, Ozark, CCR, Buddy Holly, Neil Young, Deodato, James Brown, Three Dog Night, Leon Russell, and Marshall Tucker Band. Docking is at $52. Warrant's $125 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that one is this right here. It looks really nice. It is a U.S. reissue. We just don't know when or where, most likely 2000s. But first of all, it has this kind of really cool pinkish, more than the purplish, Black Sabbath. It's a U.S. reissue of an unknown year. It's on red vinyl, too. Very, very cool. Sweet Leaf. All right now, won't you listen? $25 start. Nobody has bid on Warrant. Knock, knock. Anybody out there? $125. Black Sabbath is a $25 start. Price on Dylan, Nashville Skyline. That is in VG Plus condition. It's a Columbia 2i, $24.99. Now, we have Hold Up Leon Russell. You want me to literally rob them? We have Best of Leon. Unfortunately, it's from that dreaded Connery collection where he wrote his name on the cover. It's EX $17.99. Now, Docking is at $53. Now, Black Sabbath is at $25.30. Rebecca has Warrant for $125. Black Sabbath $40. Dawkins at $53. George Samberez, you've been outbid. Warrant's at $125. George is back in at $62. Now Black Sabbath's already at $40. Wow. That goes to that. That goes to that. And we're good to go. Tom Sullivan wants Leon Russell. Let's make sure that Michael Peveler doesn't want it. So he passes. That goes to Tom Sullivan. All righty, folks. Here we are. That felt good. Nice little neck adjustment. Okay. So, the next thing I need to show y'all is all right, let's go through this crate. All right, Denise said she will take aorta. Thank you, Denise Offenthal. Thank you, Denise. Okay? Moving right along. Are y'all ready? So, Warren only got that one bid with Rebecca. If I get to the bottom and there's no other bids, I'm selling it for $125. Black Sabbath got up to 50, Dawkins 64, Black Sabbath 55, Dawkins 72, and Dawkins out. Okay, now Dawkins is a final call to George for 72, Black Sabbath 60. And I've got 2 copies of Dawkins here, tooth and nail. Blue vinyl, lenticular cover. Dawkins is $44.99. Blue vinyl, that's $44.99. 40th anniversary, blue vinyl, $44.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. You may have heard about this before. Hopefully you've actually heard it. It's a 50th anniversary. Breathe, breathe in the air. Time, ticking away the moments. We have Warrant, sold to Rebecca Howitt. Surprisingly, just 1 bid for a near mint gold stamp promo. That is sold to Rebecca, $125. Black Sabbath is moving to 60. Denise Oftendal, however your last name is pronounced, Offendal, Offenthal. George Samberez gets Dawkins for $72. Now we're down to Black Sabbath. Now our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Rat Detonator. Oh my goodness. Rat Detonator is a 1990 Euro original. Rare rat here. Rare rat. 1990 OG EX condition. Detonator is a $95 start. Rare album from Rat here. $95 start. Judas Priest. We sold one earlier. I hadn't even looked in my bonus crate in a while. We got a Judas Priest live still. I can't read everything in here because it would completely disrupt the show if I read everything that I still could possibly put up. But I do have a Sad Wings of Destiny, a live, and I've got a British Steel. So that's some potential Judas Priest I have for auction. I have another crate over here about half full. It is full loaded of great stuff. Okay? Now, the first thing we have is George Samberez would like to pay for this Dawkins record, and he wants to send it to Angela Lewis. Angela, you just got a free record from George Samberez. He is going to pay for this record, and he wants to send it as a gift for free to Angela Lewis. Pink Floyd is $38.99. Rats at $95, Rats at $95. The last bid on Black Sabbath, Todd Fisher went out. Mark Stanley has it for $65. I got 2 copies of Soundgarden, King Animal. Soundgarden's on white vinyl for $46.99. Soundgarden, $46.99. Make sure you know this is the 50th anniversary remaster. Amazing. Hope everybody has a copy. Next thing is Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. White and True Metal Gray marble vinyl, $33.99. A New Level, Mouth of War, $33.99. A New Level. We have 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. Halo number 8. It was originally released in 1994, and that is $44.99. 9 Inch Nails, 1 left. And the greatest hits of Bon Jovi, a 2 LP. Whoa, we're halfway there. $39.99. Rat is a 1990 Euro original. 1990 Euro. Also over here is Black Sabbath. This is sold to Mark Stanley. Mark Stanley, thank you. That's sold to you for $65. $65. Also over here is Rat. It's got 2 $95 bids. The first person was Matt. Chad tied them. First thing is Chad Sauls also wants a Dark Side of the Moon. Breathe. Breathe in the air. Next thing we have is Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $33.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, $33.99. And Shrek, music from the motion picture. Hey Now, You're an All-Star, $34.99. And the Sound of Music soundtrack, that is $33.99. Pink Floyd is on black vinyl. This is on black vinyl. It's not the screen printed. It's just the whichever edition. I guess it's black vinyl. Next auction, we have Motorhead on Parole. Motorhead is a 1979 UK original. Motorhead on Parole, a $30 start. Never had that before. Rat has a new bid for $100. 9 Inch Nails was $46.99. So far, I've shown the Sound of Music, Shrek, Iron Maiden is sold to Jerry Rauch. Hope I'm getting your name close. Rauch. Bon Jovi, 9 Inch Nails, Pantera, Soundgarden, Pink Floyd, and Dawkins. We also have Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, $34.99. Motorhead is a $30 start. Gojira, From Mars to Sirius, Gojira, $56.99. And we have a new delivery from Laura. A Laura crate has been delivered. Whiskey Myers Mud, $28.99. Whiskey Myers Early Morning Shakes, $29.99. Motorhead, $30. Motorhead, $36. The last bid on Rat was $100. $100. Also, we have over here Motorhead 35, Motorhead 36. Donna Handshoemaker on Beetlejuice or Bon Jovi. Is it for Bon Jovi or Beetlejuice? And that will depend on what Corey gets. And then Motorhead's at 38. Rat's at 100. The Doors cassette is the Doors' greatest hits. Hello, I love you. Baby, won't you light my fire? People are strange. Love me 2 times. Riders on the storm. Break on through to the other side. Roadhouse Blues. Not to touch the earth. Come on. Now touch me, babe. And L.A. Woman. $7 start on that. We have BJ was for Beetlejuice. So Donna gets a Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. That is so to Donna Handshoemaker. Thank you. That's so to you. Corey Ross got a Bon Jovi. Whoa, we're halfway there. I'm a cowboy. I'm not going to start trying to sing like Bon Jovi at this moment in my life. Corey Ross is next, or Corey Ross got Bon Jovi. Next is Doors is at $7. Let's move right to a final call. Chad has it for 100. MT Matt's out. Motorhead is at 38 with Eddie Gutt. I'm about to put up this Black Sabbath box, and when we sell this Motorhead record, I'm going to sell the Motorhead box set. But first, I got to move this crate over here out of my way. We have filled up our 6 full crate of vinyl tonight. Let me step around the corner and make sure April's okay. She just said something very annoying, but we'll go on from there. We have a new crate going up right now, and that's an empty crate. Now, the goal of this empty crate is for us to fill it up with sold records ASAP. And for those that don't know, that's an abbreviation for as soon as possible. I'm a cowboy. On a steel horse I ride. The Doors is at 7. Did I just hear Laura laugh at me? We have Doors is at 7 again. Okay, and over here is Rat, and Rat is sold for $100. Rat is sold for $100, Chad Sauls. Thank you, Chad Sauls. That's S-A-L-Z. And then over here is Motorhead. I think we're done. Can you get the Bloodsport soundtrack? I will look. A couple people's asked that tonight. I don't know what that is, but I'll look right now. Eddie Gutt, you get Motorhead for $38. Bloodsport, let's type that in this main database. If I search that, the only thing that comes up is the artist Suede, and the name of the album is Bloodsports. It's an artist Suede, and it's Bloodsports. Let me check the other database over here. Same thing. That doesn't appear to be in print. Next auctions are going to go up right now. Black Sabbath and Motorhead. Black Sabbath Live Evil Super Deluxe. Black Sabbath is the 2023 anniversary with books and poster. Live Evil, a $65 start. Motorhead XXXX Bad Magic, a 2015 limited edition box set with CD, poster, back patch. Smaller patch is missing. So it's supposed to come with this big patch and a small patch. The small patch, unfortunately, is missing. The CD's in here. The LP, Motorhead Bad Magic, is a $35 start. Now, over here, we had the Doors at 12. The only thing, Bloodsport, the DVD's back ordered. The Funko's back ordered. There's nothing in stock from Bloodsport. Everything is sold out. It's all back ordered and sold out. DVDs, Blu-rays, Funkos, and there's no vinyl available. We stopped right here with Whiskey Myers, which somebody did want. Back to the crate. Whiskey Myers is sold to MT Matt, Early Morning Shakes. Thank you, MT Matt. Is Shrek the original motion picture score? Shrek is the soundtrack, like Smash Mouth and Self and Eels and Rufus Wainwright doing Hallelujah. Okay, now the Doors cassette was at 12 with Ryan Eaton, and now Motorhead's at 37, Evil's at 70, and Motorhead's at 40. Next is over here. New York Dolls. New York Dolls is a 2LP MoFi pressing, $59.99, 45 RPM. This came out just a few weeks ago. Dune Prophecy, limited to 1,000 on Spice Marble Vinyl, $38.99. Rascal Flatts, new blue vinyl duets, Life is a Highway, $33.99. The Virgin Suicide soundtrack, $33.99. Enough's Enough, purple vinyl, $39.99. Green Day, $29.99. Colored vinyl. In Flames, Siren Charms. In Flames is $29.99. By the way, that's a 10th anniversary. Green vinyl, 2LP. The Cars, Rhino High Fidelity of Candy O, $44.99. Cat Power is $33. And Dawkins, Under Lock and Key, yellow vinyl, Dawkins, $33. There's only been one bid on Black Sabbath, and it's $70 of Todd Fisher. Scott Markheim, you're out on Motorhead. George has it for $40. The Doors cassette is at 12 of Ryan Eaton, and it's sold to him for $12. George Sabara's also got Cars. And then over here is, that's sold to George Sabara's. Todd Saw said, my Shrek question was missed. I actually just answered it. You may have not heard. This is the soundtrack, not the score. That is the soundtrack to Shrek, $34.99. Now Black Sabbath's at 71. So we got two boxes. Scott's done on Motorhead. George, you may be getting that for $40. Final call. Let's put up another auction. And we've got Voivod, Dimension Hatros. And Voivod is a 1988 U.S. original. And this has been out of print since. It's near mint. And we're going to put it up for a $55 start. $55 start. And we have a lower crate coming up. But 1 second, April's making hand gestures that she needs me to go up front and let her out of the front door so I can lock it behind her. Black Sabbath's at 71, now 72, and Jetstream wants the Virgin Suicides album. That is sold. I'll be right back. I got to go get a V8 anyway since she wouldn't bring me one. Okay. I'm good to go. Okay. Sorry. I'm good to go now. I had to go let April out. And then I had to eat some Doritos. I was getting very low on calories. I feel much better now. Sorry for the break, but it had to happen. So I left off. We got Jetstream of Virgin Suicides. Black Sabbath was at 72. And then Michael Herrera also been 72. Voivod at 55. Voivod at 60. Voivod at 60. And then Black Sabbath 73. Black Sabbath 74. And then my mic's not out. I was just muted. And then Motorhead is sold to George Sambares for 40. So the last bit on Voivod, the last bit on Voivod was Stephen Lewis. He tied Matt Marco. So Matt Marco has this for 60. The last high bid on Black Sabbath was $72 with Todd Fisher. $72 with Todd Fisher. And then Dwayne Worley bid 73. Then Todd Fisher bid 74. So Todd still has it for $74. Okay? Now, this is what you want, Todd saw. If you're buying this for your daughter, as everybody's explained, this is the soundtrack you would want. If I say soundtrack, it's like music typically that's by artists such as Smash Mouth, Hey Now, You're an All-Star. I usually try to say score if it's like Hans Zimmer, John Williams. That's the score music. But also some people call Star Wars the soundtrack because there's not really any music in Star Wars except for the score music. Now, some things are the music and the score, and they put them together. Like Guardians of the Galaxy. There's a Guardians of the Galaxy where one disc is the score and one disc is like the soundtrack. So it's, but if I say soundtrack, it's typically the music. But, you'll hear some people say the Star Wars soundtrack by John Williams. Well, there's no Led Zeppelin movie songs in Star Wars or Star Trek. They're typically just score music, like, Jurassic Park. It's just really good score music. So Todd Saw says he'll take it. That's the one you're going to want. So Voivod, Matt Marco's out. Stephen Lewis has it for 62. That's a final call. And the Black Sabbath box is a final call. BS for Black Sabbath, Dwayne Worley, $73. We got Dokken. We got Cat Power, In Flames. Green Day, Enough's Enough. Virgin Suicides, Rascal Flatts, Dune. New York Dolls, Whiskey Myers. Gojira, Beetlejuice. Sound of Music, Nine Inch Nails. Pantera, Soundgarden. Pink Floyd, and Dokken. If anybody needed anything in there, just let me know. They're going right here behind me, okay? And I think that was a crate I was going to use for possibly the flip crate tomorrow. But now we got a lower crate coming up, which is going to be probably a lot of new arrivals that are very metal much related. With that being said, let me put them up here. It could be other stuff too. I have a feeling that last metal collection they bought, with all the stuff we're going to price, I'd say a lot of it's been put out already. Now, with that being said, if you heard me earlier, they just bought another collection. So, pretty wild. Jeff wants a Dokken. Jeff, do you want under lock and key, or do you want, let's see here, or do you want tooth and nail? Lock and key or tooth and nail? We got Dokken under lock and key on yellow vinyl for $33 and Dokken tooth and nail on blue vinyl, lenticular cover, $44. Let's drop some auctions here, not literally. Voivod is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $62, and Black Sabbath is sold, and this is sold to Todd Fisher for $74. Jeff wants an under lock and key. So, Steve, I still got a tooth and nail and another under lock and key if you want it. And then, can you show Enough's Enough? Was that Enough's Enough? Never heard of that. No, the Green Day was a live bootleg. It's a live unofficial from New Jersey, 1992, on 180-gram colored vinyl. It's $29.99. And then Enough's Enough is the self-titled album from the 80s. Enough's Enough's on purple vinyl. That's $39.99. Steve Weaver wants one each of the Dokkens. You got them. Steve Weaver on the Dokkens. All right. So right now we're in a new lower crate. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the auctions before I say anything else, though. The next auction is Megadeth Rust and Peace. This is the 2008 pressing. The 2008 pressing, VG++ EX. Megadeth is 2008. That's a $20 start. And then over here, we have Dokken Tooth and Nail, an OG, a 1984 U.S. Carrollton OG, a Columbia Clubhouse copy with the original inner sleeve. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Dokken Tooth and Nail. The lower crate sticker will be first come, first serve this time. There it is. So I'm going to show 3 records instead of 5, because I think I could probably show 1, but I'll show 3. No putbacks. And here we go. If you were waiting for something, it's now the time. It's 10:30. I know it's still a weeknight. So let me know your request, and I'll start trying to get those bumped up, okay? I will try my best to start getting some of those bumped up. We've got enough stuff. We could do this all night long. Let's show 3 records. I hope y'all are ready. Dokken's a $35 start, and Megadeth's already at $25. I have no idea what's in here. I think I know that one. I know the second one just from the top of it. Pantera, official live, 101 proof. Sealed, out of print, $49.99. Pantera. Dwight Yoakam, Guitars, Cadillacs, blue vinyl. Sealed, just $19.99. Parquet Courts, light up gold. Laura loves Parquet Courts, 5-heart rating, $19.99. Okay? The first thing I'm going to do is say Megadeth's at $25 and now $35. Dokken has a bid for $35. We also have a request for Gojira. John Durden first on Pantera. John Durden first on Pantera. That is sold to John. Thank you, and also congratulations. Rebecca was second. Dokken does have a bid for $35. Matt next on Pantera. Chad next on Pantera. Todd Saw and Dwight Yoakam. Then Amanda Darby. Then Michael Rudolph. Then Gary Wellman. William Drugovich on Parquet Courts. Then Chris Knapp. And now Dokken 36. Now Megadeth 40. Now Megadeth 36. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. I have only touched 2 45s out of this whole box that Paul brought me. I need to post that Beatles video right now because I've got so much I'm going to have to post tomorrow. I'm going to be behind if I don't do that right now. So let's go ahead and try to slip in a few more singles. How about Talk Dirty to Me by Poison? Talk Dirty to Me, Poison. No condition notes on the vinyl in the picture sleeve. Poison is a $7 start. $7 start on that. Next thing in here, Tyler the Creator, Wolf. 2 LP pink vinyl. $24.99 sealed. Laura loves Tyler the Creator. 3-heart rating, just FYI. Billy Joe Piano Man on tan swirl vinyl, a Walmart exclusive. $22.99 sealed. It was new in Walmart for $25.97. We've got it here for $22.99. This is Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros, Up From Below, and that is $27.99. $27.99. Let me do something over here. Click on this. And let's go down the line and introduce these auctions again. And we've got a lot of likes on tonight's video. Thank y'all for that. Next thing I need y'all to do is, let me find this Beatles box. Is that it? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So, first let's take a look at Megadeth. Megadeth is Rust in Peace. It is a 2008 US. It is VG++ EX with the original inner sleeve. Chad Sauls has it for $45. Dokken is with Mark Buddha at $40. And Poison has one bid for $7. No other claims. Let's keep rolling. Poison first got a bid with Robert. Corey, you're actually second. Robert's bid came in first. Coheed and Cabria, Vaxis 2, a window of the waking mind. And that is sealed, a 4-heart rating, $29.99 on that. Golden Smog, Another Fine Day. Golden Smog is on orange vinyl. It's a 2LP, $49.99. Golden Smog. The Fiery Furnaces, Widow City, a 2007 US original, a 2LP, $32.99. Megadeth is at 46. Megadeth is at 48. Poison's at 9. Dokken is at 40. Steve Weaver, it goes back to you. Now we have Craig Ruth on C&C. Coheed and Cabria sold to Craig Ruth. Thank you for that. Poison still getting bids. Next is Dangerous Toys. Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live. Sealed for $39.99. That's on the Coke bottle green vinyl. Some of those we've been getting new and sealed. There. Everything in here came from a collection. A lot of this is brand new and sealed. Some of it could be pretty recent new and sealed, like last year or this year. But it's all stuff we bought pre-owned from somebody, even though some of it may be sealed, just FYI. Here's Porcupine Tree, Dead Wing. Porcupine Tree is a 2LP. There is a 3-heart rating. Laura loves Porcupine Tree. And she has a note here. Halo is my favorite Porcupine Tree song. I'll have to check that one out. I don't know a lot about them. $34.99. Now Poison's at 9 with William Drugovich, which is a final call. I haven't heard back from the first couple bidders. Curtis Marachi got Dangerous Toys. If anybody wants on a waiting list, I can get those for that same price. We've been selling them this week. I think I already have a waiting list. Same thing, it might just be a different color. That's sold to Curtis. Amanda, you're second unless you want on a waiting list. Cynthia on Porcupine Tree. Mark Buddha's back in on Dokken at 43. I haven't seen anybody else bid on Megadeth since Chris Ligero bid $48. And Chris had outbid Chad Sauls. Chad, you're outbid on Megadeth. Steve's done on Dokken. Mark Buddha has it for $43. Next in this crate is Blood Orange Negro Swan, $22.99. 2LP, $22.99. Also, we have Ben Shimmy, Disdorata, numbered 342 of 400. Avant-Garde Modern Classical, $12.99 on that. Let's try another cassette right quick. The Honeymoon in Vegas. Billy Joel, Ricky Van Shelton, Travis Tritt, Amy Grant, Jeff Beck, Willie Nelson. Honeymoon, that's from this collection that Paul literally just bought. The jewel case has a little bit of damage. $7 start on that. He's out on Megadeth. This is sold to Chris Ligero for $48. William Drugovich, you get Poison for $9. And now Dawkins at $43. That's a final call. Honeymoon in Vegas, $7 start. Our next auction is Gorgira, La Font Sauvage. Gorgira is a 2021 US, on orange vinyl, $25 start. Gorgira, $25 start, now up for bid. Also, we have Midlake, Anti-Fawn. We have this for $17.99. Music is Dead, Nolan Potter. Nolan Potter is a prog psych experimental record on purple vinyl for $19.99. One second, please. Okay. Gorgira has a bid for $25. Dawkins is sold to Mark Buddha for $43. Mark, have you bought from us before? If not, just say first-time buyer and I'll get you registered. Gorgira has a bid for $25. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And we have a... Let's not do that because it's also a G. Let's do this right here. Dio, Holy Diver. Dio, Holy Diver. Dio is a 1983 U.S. Allied original with the original inner sleeve. Beautiful. $55 start for Holy Diver. OG with original inner sleeve. Ronnie James Dio. A classic. I thought so. Mark's a first-time buyer. Mark, do me a favor. Make sure you message our page. I need your email address and your mailing address, okay? Your email address and your mailing address. You can send that to us in the form of a Facebook instant message. Our staff... Sorry, I'm stretching. Bad time for me to be giving instructions. Our staff will get that. Probably Ed. He will send you an invoice on Monday. In the meantime, you can buy tonight. You can buy Friday and Saturday, $8 in limited shipping, okay? $8 in limited shipping. If anybody wants the Honeymoon in Vegas cassette, it's a $7 buy it now. $7 buy it now on that. All right, and then the crate, there was a question here. What was the last one in the crate? We have the Avant-Garde Classical was Ben Shimmy, and then Midlake was $17.99. Okay? And then Gary Wellman wants the Prague LP. That's still available, I think. Or did it get claimed? No, that was this one right here. This one here is sold to Gary Wellman. $19.99. Gorgira 30, Gorgira 35, Dio 55, Dio 55, Gorgira 32, Dio 56. Okay, moving right along. We have Yours Dreamily, The Arcs. Yours Dreamily is $17.99. The Arcs. Also, we have 1,000 gecs and the Tree of Clues. 1,000 gecs is actually 100 gecs. I get really confused by this, but there's a note from Laura. Laura loves 100 gecs, a 4-heart rating, $22.99 on that. Dio's now at $61. And now the Gorgira is at $32, just FYI. I'm going to add a third auction. I hope y'all ready for this. It is Korn. Literally, are you ready? Korn is a 2015 Music on Vinyl. This is no longer available through Music on Vinyl. It's still in print, but not the Music on Vinyl edition. $25 start on that. That is Korn Untouchables. $25 start on that. Okay, Dio's at 61. Also over here, I have, this is AJO, Sunshine. AJO, the artist is Justin Gallego, Gallego. It's an Avant-Garde album, $19.99. Cynthia on the 100 gecs. Now Dio's at 61. Korn is a $25 start, has a bid for $30. What about Gorgira? Brandon in Delaware has bid $32. And the bidder before that was Joshua Hepburn. Joshua Hepburn has already bid $35. Korn is not numbered. No, it's a black vinyl 2LP, kind of an unlimited edition. Next thing we have is Glass Boys, and the name of the artist is Effed Up. That's the name of the artist. It's a hardcore punk album, $17.99 on that. Over here is King Tough, Was Dead. King Tough, Killer Garage is the note from Laura, $19.99. The Glass Boys Effed Up is sold to Rebecca. Kelly was second. Are we done on Dio? Mark Buddha, $61. And Gorgira is at $35 with Joshua Hepburn. And now Brandon's at $37. William Drugovich on King Tough. Korn's a final call for $30. Final call on that for $30. Next is Grimes. Grimes is $17.99. The note on back from Laura reads, Laura loves Grimes. A 4-heart rating, $17.99. It's in shrink. And then over here, we have Big Star's third. Big Star is $19.99. Big Star's third, $19.99. Just FYI. And Passion Pit Manners. This is $27.99. The note on the back says Great 2000 Synth Pop, $27.99. Cynthia heard you on Grimes. So Korn is sold for $30 to Josh Brown. As soon as I said that, Todd bid $31. Sorry about that, Todd. And Amanda bid $31. Wow, those came in late. Josh had it for almost 4 minutes. And those $31 bids just came in, but we are done on this. Now, Mark Buddha, this is your second auction purchase in a row. So what I need you to do is make sure you have right now sent me your information, okay? I got to get a great email address from you. I got to get a great mailing address. I got to confirm your profile. I got to make sure you're good to go, okay? So please go ahead and message us right now. Email address and mailing address before you bid or buy on anything else, please. Send that to us right now. And if anybody else news out there, I'm going to have them set all the new stuff aside. I'm going to have all the new stuff set aside, okay? If you're new tonight and you hadn't registered, you need to do that. If not, we may go ahead and resell it tomorrow immediately. Second thing is if you buy quite a bit, if we go ahead and say, hey, this new person registered last night, they've already bought $390 worth, we might go ahead and send you an invoice. So be prepared to pay in the next 24 hours if you buy quite a bit. Just saying, okay? Now, here we are. First thing we have is Gorgira. I got to make sure that Joshua Hepburn doesn't want it. He was out. The new high bid is Brandon over on YouTube for $37. Next was Passion Pit, sold to Travis Wade. Now we're good to go. New auctions coming up as soon as I show you this right here. Moving Units, Dangerous Dreams. Moving Units, a 2004 U.S. original, a post-punk alternate rock, $32.99. Joshua says he's done. Gorgira L'Enfant Sauvage, a 2021 orange vinyl. These are about to sell. These are about to sell. After getting invoice, how long do we have to pay? Well, hopefully immediately, but we'll give you 1 week. Hopefully you can pay immediately, but we will give you 1 week. I've always said I would buy stuff as if you can pay on Monday. But people that get well established, we do give them a week and sometimes maybe even longer. Our next auction is Kicks. This is an OG copy of Cool Kids. It's an 83 specialty original. It has a company inner sleeve. Kicks is in EX condition, but the cover has quite a bit of damage. I'm going to show that to you right now. The vinyl's EX. It's just a $25 start for Kicks. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve. It is a gold stamp promo, but it has damage here. It has a lot of damage there. It has some damage here, and it has some damage there. But Kicks is just a $25 start. Gorgira has a new bid for $37. Brandon from Delaware, you have been tied by Chris Ligero. Chris, that was already at $37. He's already at $37. Rebecca wants Moving Units. That's sold to him. Next thing we have is Dusted Blackout Summer. Dusted is on that colored vinyl, $14.99, or maybe the artist is Blackout Summer, one of the two. And then we have Entrance, Prayer of Death. Entrance is a 2006 blues psych album, $17.99 for Entrance. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is not a Disney movie, but it is called Cinderella Night Songs. Cinderella is an OG US hot hog, a US OG hot hog, EX Plus condition, and this is a $35 start. Cinderella Night Songs, a $35 start. Cinderella, OG, $35 start. Kicks is a $25 start. Do we have any reissues in stock? I would have to flip, but I think we do. Now, I'm going to do Gorgira, a 5-second countdown, maybe 10. Chris, you tied already the high bidder, and I was just about to sell it to him, and you tied him. He had it for 37. So, Chris, you're out. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's about to sell. Next in here, and Rebecca, yes, you did get moving units. And then here's Billy Joe Glass Houses. This is sealed on blue vinyl for $22.99. Chris said, sorry, give it to him for $37. No problem. This is sold to Brandon from Delaware for $37. Thank you for that. I can't believe it, but Kicks did not get a bid. I'm moving it to extended fair final warning time. $25 start. No bid yet. Cinderella's already at $50. Cinderella's already at $50. Let's grab another $45 right quick and put it up for auction. I think I got more metal or hair metal related singles over here. Oh yeah. Here I go again on my own. Down this lonely road I've never known. This is a $7 start. $7 start on Whitesnake. $7 start on Whitesnake. I still haven't got a message. No message yet from Mark Buddha. Mark, are you out there? Let me check over here. Let me make sure he hadn't filled out the first time buyer form. But I don't think I've got, he might have filled out the form instead of a message. Sean Schweitzer. Some people register that hadn't bought yet, which is great. That's a great idea. But, yeah, no luck yet. I've caught a couple tonight, just wanting to make sure we get them registered. Because I think he bought Dawkin and Dio. Waiting for a message. Okay, is your name actually Mark Buddha? Okay. Gotcha. I found you. Just came through. Thank you, Mark Buddha. All right, good to go. Now, we have Whitesnake, Cinderella, and Kicks does have a bid for 26. Michael Peevler. Now, it has quite a bit of cover damage, but it's good to go. I'll show it again in 1 second. Pat Fratt got Billy Joel. Thank you. I always got to make sure on Thursday Metal Night. Always got to make sure. We have Jimi Hendrix, First Rays of the New Rising Sun. Hendrix is sealed for $24.99. We also have Girls Records, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Girls, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. I think that's the name of the artist. $22.99 on that. Also, we have Purity Ring, Shrines. That's on turquoise colored vinyl for $27.99. And Broadcast, The Noise Made People by People. It's actually called, I think I butchered that, The Noise Made by People. Laura loves Broadcast, 3-heart rating. Okay, so $22.99. Let's update Kicks. David Polkey has it for $26. It's got cover damage on the back. It is a gold stamp promo, but EX vinyl. And we have over here, Kicks is with David Polkey at $26. That is going once, going twice. And Cinderella, Travis Wade has this for $55. That's the new high bid, now $65. Whitesnake, here I go again on my own, is at $8 with William Drugovich. Amanda Davis, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And Travis Wade wants PR for Purity Ring. And Tom, Go Forth said, Chad, I just want to let you know that dealing with Paul tonight with my collection was great. Tom, first of all, thank you for contacting us to sell your collection. And we are very excited. And everybody that's here watching right now at CollectCo as customers, they're very excited. And we will be happily sending your collection to buyers all over America and the world. I'm very excited to look through it tonight. I've got to probably take pictures and get some ads going. Anytime we buy a metal collection, it's great for business and it's great for public relations. Anytime we buy a metal collection, we will probably get 1,000 new followers on our page. So it's like incredible when we buy metal collections. So thank you. And anybody else out there, we're the place to call. I tell in ads, we are logistically equipped to buy large collections. Some people's like, there's no way you can come buy all 50,000 of my albums. I'm like, trust me, we know how to get them back here. And then some people's like, yeah, you probably don't want to buy my collection. I'm wanting $89 million for it. And some people don't realize that's an exaggeration, but we will buy expensive collections. I've never had anybody, I've had somebody price me some expensive collections before. They're like, there's no way you want to buy my collection. You're not going to want to pay what I want for it. And I'm like, let's bet. And then Paul shows up and we buy them. So thank you and appreciate it. We're all very excited. Paul's a true professional. Everybody here on staff, we try to keep it that way. They're all great at what they do. All right, broadcast, Buck, no precise year, but it's a recent pressing. White Snake is, I never hear back from Amanda. So she said out. Thank you, Amanda. That's sold to William for $8. Cinderella's at $73. And Kicks is sold for $26 to David Polkey. All right. Now, here's what we're going to do. Since it's 11 o'clock, it's the top of the hour, I'm definitely going to read what's left in this lower crate. Let me tell y'all what we can do for the rest of the night. We have our next auction first. This is an OG 87 Club copy of Great White. An OG 1987 US Club. VG++ EX. Great White's a $35 start. Just a $35 start on Great White. Once bitten. An 87 US Club VG++ EX. Cinderella's at $74 with Corey Ross. So I have, we're going to be live until about 1:30 a.m. tonight. Right now it's 11. So that's 2.5 hours. I have a whole nother crate of metal and metal related auctions. And I'm going to keep putting those up. I'm about to tell you what's in the crate. But I'm going to tell you this. Not everything's going to be sold tonight. It could be, but maybe not. I'm not saying, but I'm about to read y'all some titles. I can go through new arrivals from John and discount bins for the rest of the night. But also, on Thursday nights, we tend to go through a lot of new vinyl. I've had people asking about Kicks reissues, Megadeth reissues. I've got Slayers over here. Like, look, I bet we can sell this right now. Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99. Slayer, South of Heaven, $34. I probably need to go back through some crates like that and remind y'all of stuff we got in stock. Over here, I've got Opeth. I've got Metallica's. I've got Tool over here. I've got Nirvana. I got Stone Temple Pilots. I feel like a lot of people would be interested in our new vinyl inventory because a lot of it is metal related. Now, if someone doesn't buy Slayer, I'm going to be very disappointed. $34.99 for South of Heaven. And Matt Marco came through. So that's why I'm like, we got to go through some of these other new vinyl crates. I went through a crate just a minute ago that had those Dawkins and soundtracks in it, and we sold almost everything. Okay? So there's that. Here's what's left in the lower crate. I'm just going to try to read these titles. It takes me a little bit longer because some of these I'm not familiar with, but there's Tyler, the Creator. That was sealed for $24.99. Let me read you also the auctions I could possibly put up. Billy Joel's debut, Piano Man, $22.99. We have $27.99 for Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros. Over here is Golden Smog, Another Fine Day, a 2006 U.S. original for $49.99. The Fiery Furnaces, Widow City, a 2007 OG for $32.99. We had Blood Orange, that is $22.99. Also, we have Ben Shimmy, Shemie, Desperata, numbered, an avant-garde modern classical, $12.99. Midlake was $17.99. Now, Great White, the last bid that came in on that was Isaiah's at $50. Going twice, going three times. Cinderella's at $80. Corey Ross, you're out. Let's grab another single for auction. Or how about, what do we have for auction? Another single. Here's Accept. Accept this free. It's a promo. Accept is going to go up for a $7 start. It's a white label promo. Screaming for a Love Bite and Midnight Mover. Accept is a $7 start. We got Yours Dreamily, The Arcs, $17.99 for Yours Dreamily. Also, we have Argo Sunshine. The artist is Justin Gallego. Avant-garde, that's $19.99. This is Big Star's third, live at the Alex Theater, 2016. Big Star, $19.99. Also, Blackout Summer, Dusted, $14.99. Accept has a bid for $7. Also, Entrance, Prayer of Death, a 2006 Blue Psych album for $17.99. That looks interesting. Entrance, how about Jimi Hendrix here? Sealed, First Rays of the New Rising Sun, just $24.99 on that. All analog and remastered by Bernie Grundman. Wow. Here is Girls, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, $22.99. And Broadcast, The Noise Made by People, $22.99 on that. Cinderella is sold to Travis Woods for $80. Great White is sold to Isaiah's for $50. Accept has two $7 bids. Here's what I got over here in this auction box. Holy moly. I got Judas Priest, Ramones, Saxon, Quiet Riot, Warrant, Twisted Sister, Thin Lizzy, Keel, Europe, Guns N' Roses, Kiss, Raven, Ozzy, Scorpions, Sabbath, Kiss, and Cult. And I'm probably going to start trying to slip some of those in, beginning with this one right here. Judas Priest live. I think somebody asked me earlier, where's the Priest, Chad? I said, we can slip them in. This is a 1987 U.S. original, Judas Priest live. I've always loved this cover. Embossed, very, very cool. It's an 87 US. It's a 2 LP, VG++ EX copy on both discs. It is going to go up for a $35 start. It has the original printed inner sleeves. How cool is that? It's a gatefold jacket. Wow. There it is. Priest, a $35 start. Has a catalog sticker on the side of it. $35. Thomas Hujar on Broadcast. Is that right, Thomas? Accept is now at $8. Priest is a $35 start. Now up for bid. Okay? First thing I'm going to do is slide this crate to the left of me, or to the right of me over here. And let's grab the Saxon album for Gregory. He may or may not want it, but since it was requested, I'll put it up anyway. This is Saxon. It is a music on vinyl, numbered, 180 gram. It is a $30 start. Dogs of War. So it has the original MOV sticker, numbered gold vinyl. It is going up for a $30 start. Okay? Now Judas Priest is at $40. And folks, we are rolling. First, I'm going to slide this crate over right here and knock out some of these. Oh, almost had a spill on cassettes. I don't want that to happen, especially these. Let me go ahead and take these in the operations room before I have a disaster. I caught those. That was quick hands. Thank goodness. All righty. Whoa, China Grove. Da-da-da-da. I think I just combined China Grove and Van Morrison's Domino in the same song. Whoa, China Grove. Ra-da-da-da. Roll me over, Domino. I did. I combined two songs into one right then. Let's see here. Very quickly, a classic. Stone Temple Pilots, Core, plus Sex Type Thing, Naked Sunday, Creep, Cracker Man, Where the River Goes. Stone Temple Pilots is $33.99. Audio Slave, 2 LP. Chris Cornell, Tom Morello, $36.99. Show Me How to Live, Like a Stone, Set It Off, $36.99. Audio Slave, 2 LP. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, the 2 LP 45 edition, pressed at furnace, $59.99. We have Nirvana, In Utero, $36.99, single LP, new and sealed, and Deftones, Saturday Night Wrist, $33.99. Over here is Saxon. This has a bid with Alonzo for $40. Judas Priest got a bid for $35 and then $40. Saxon has a bid for $40. Also over here is, do you have Tool 10,000 Days? Isaiah's Tool has never been pressed on vinyl. 10,000 Days has never officially been pressed on vinyl. Never been officially pressed on vinyl. You cannot get it. If you do have a copy, it is a bootleg, an unauthorized pressing. Tool has never released that on vinyl, and they have not released Anima on vinyl since the original pressing. We have Tool Opiate. Speaking of Tool, $28.99. I can get Opiate. I can get Undertow. I can get Lateralis and Fear Inoculum. Anima and 10,000 Days. One doesn't exist officially. The other one is like a $1,000 record. A nice, clean copy of Anima is extremely expensive, like $1,000. I've only ever had two, and they were both sealed, and we sold them both for over $1,000. I don't think I've ever had one opened. I know I've had two sealed copies. Pink Floyd Animals is $34.99. Animals, Dogs, $34.99. The new mix, it is amazing. Fleetwood Mac is $33.99. And we have Led Zeppelin, a 3 LP deluxe edition. This is $64.99. It is the album remastered and then a complete live concert from 1969, $64.99. Out on Judas Priest, Saxon 45. Saxon 46, Judas Priest 45. Saxon 47, and that means Accept, is sold to Tony Kepler for $8. About whenever I think it's time to quit vinyl, when we're done with auctions and I've gone through as much as I feel like I need to, we're going to do at least an hour of CDs, maybe an hour and a half, and I have found a new batch, a new great batch of CDs tonight. For tonight and for the rest of the week. Make sure y'all can stay up for them. Last night we got into some great stuff, and that's going to continue tonight. We got Led Zeppelin sold to Dean Tedford. Accept was sold. And we have right here the Cars, a MoFi pressing. Self-titled, $44.99. Good Times Roll, My Best Friend's Girl. Just what I needed. I'm in touch with her. Don't you stop. You're all I've got tonight. By Love. Moving in Stereo. It's all mixed up. Wow, that's so good. John Lennon, Give Me Some Truth, a 2 LP. Blue Vinyl, $34.99. Blue Vinyl, $34.99. Oh my gosh, there it is. We've had some wars tonight. There it is. And Justice for All. Justice. Laura's like, what is going on here? She was walking by when I was doing all that. I want to listen to this so bad. It's been stuck in my head all night. Shortest Straw, $44.99. There it is. Amazing. Y'all got to have that. I think people will like that don't even think they like metal or Metallica. They think, no, Metallica's a little too heavy for me. But then they listen to that, and I don't you're just going to love it. I promise. If you don't, then we just don't sync with ears, I guess. Kill 'Em All. This is more of their first album, more so thrashy here. $33.99. I still like the songs on here. Hit the Lights and Motor Breath and Jump in the Fire. $33.99. There's their debut. And speaking of Tool, there it is, Lateralis. Now, another note, this has never been pressed on vinyl, just as a picture disc. Just as a picture disc, Lateralis. That is $59.99. So where did we get to on Saxon? Saxon, $48. Judas Priest, $47. Judas Priest, $48. Generator is plugged up. And Curtis needs to put back Dangerous Toys. Dangerous Toys is a putback. Okay, maybe they can figure out who is next. I don't remember. Curtis, do you remember who was next? I have no idea. Maybe they can rewind that and figure out whenever they're tagging. Okay? And now Matt Marco wants Metallica and Justice for All. That is so to Matt Marco. Thank you on that. That's so to Matt Marco. Now Judas Priest is at 50 and Saxon's at 48. The generator is plugged up. Thank you. Also, we got Led Zeppelin on clear vinyl for $33.99. $33.99. Also, we have Opeth Damnation, $33.99. Breakfast at Tiffany's, Henry Mancini, $24.99. One of those left. And then Boys in the Hood, Ice Cube, Two Live Crew, Too Short, Stanley Clark, Tony, $34.99. And Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. Limp Bizkit's $39.99. All right. If Metallica said, hey, we're going to go on tour and play Just and Justice for All in its entirety, I'd say sign me up. How much? That's the only thing we're going to play. We're going to come out there and play it from beginning to end and say goodnight. No encore, no gimmicks, no pyro, nothing. We're going to do it and just walk out, play it, and leave. I'd be like, sign me up. $500 a ticket. They would have to really polish. Some of those are very difficult to play live for them. A couple of those they would have to rehearse it. They could get it down, I'm sure, but I think they'd have to polish some skills. Priest is at 50 and Saxon's at 50. And Tom Sullivan wants a Tool. Don't get me started on them either. Amanda Davis. Okay, so give Amanda Davis that Dangerous Toys that Curtis was second on. Thank you, Curtis. And anybody else? Great crate there. I'm glad I went through that. That's already been sold. I just need to move my crate over here. And now that. We sold a big chunk out of that. All right. There's that. And now Saxon. Still getting bids. Music on vinyl. I've got to post a new music on vinyl. There's some... They're putting out a couple of other new Saxons on music on vinyl. I got to get those pre-orders up. Okay, so there's that crate. What about the one right here in the middle? Let me see what's right here in the middle. Let's see. I think I might go through a better one. I know what's in that one. I might go through this one that may have more metal in it. Yeah, let's go through this one. It's got a little bit of everything in it. All right. And then we'll probably try to do some kind of pre-owned or discount crate for buy it now best offer. I like the Black Album. I like those songs you don't hear as much, like Holier Than Thou. What's your name? Where you're from? I like that. It's like he's mad singing. U2. This is the best of. It's a Beautiful Day. $34.99, even better than The Real Thing. $34.99. Mysterious Ways, I should say. One. This Stuck in a Moment you can't get out of. $34.99. U2, the best of 1990 to 2000. Saxon's at $60 with Gregory Roberts. Are we done on Judas Priest? It was Brian went out and it was sold to Michael Hamburger for $50. Thank you on that. Okay. Now we have Saxon. Let's update what this is. It's Dogs of War. Dogs of War is a numbered 1,000 gold vinyl pressing, and the high bids with Alonzo at $61. Dogs of War. So U2 is typically about $45. This is technically on sale for $34.99. $34.99. Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Chris, how about Kiss? We have Kiss, Creatures of the Night, $34.99. This is a half-speed master, 180-gram audiophile vinyl tip-on jacket, $34.99. Also, Bad Company, Burning Sky. This is the newest Analog Productions, 2LP, 45 RPM, $59.99. This is Bad Company, Burning Sky. The sky is burning. Next is Gregory's out on Saxon. Alonzo has it for $61. It is a final call. I've got White Line Pride, or excuse me, White Line Big Game. White Line Big Game is $38.99. Also, I have White Line Pride. Those are both new music on vinyl pressings, $38.99. And Defiance, Void Terra Firma. Defiance is a limited edition 1,000 on red and black marble vinyl. Defiance is $38.99. So let's go ahead and introduce another auction. What else was asked about over here? Let me flip through them. I can remember if I flip through them again. Let's see. I think it was, let's see here. Scorpions. I think it's a reissue, but I'll try it. And then I get this sometimes new, so let's just go ahead and put this up for auction too. We have Scorpions Animal Magnetism. Scorpions is a 2015 Euro reissue deluxe edition. It has the inner sleeve, the shrink, and the height. It's a round VG Plus EX. And then we have over here, and this is going to go up for a $20 start, Animal Magnetism. This is sold, Alonzo gets Saxon for $61. And now the Cult, and this is a 2LP on green vinyl. It's a 2023 edition, 2LP green vinyl, a $25 start on that. Matt Marco wants Defiance. So Scorpions, a $20 start, and the Cult, a $25 start. Next over here is The Doors. It is 45 RPM, cut from the original Analog Master tapes. $59.99 for The Doors, 45 RPM. Also, another U2, this time on colored vinyl. It is Live Under a Blood Red Sky, $34.99. U2, that is available, and so is this right here. Darius Rutger's #1 Volume 1. Darius Rutger is $29.99. Volume 1's #1's $29.99. And 7 Mary 3 American Standard. 7 Mary 3, I've got 3 available. 3 7 Mary 3s, and those are $38.99. That's a new musical on vinyl press. Musical. How about music on vinyl? Music on vinyl press. Okay, there's that. There's that. Colt 25, Scorpions 30, and 7 Mary 3 is $38.99. I've got one copy of Wet Leg, the debut album. That is $29.99. And I've got Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, 2LP. That is $39.99. The original motion picture soundtrack. Over here is the Cult. It's a 2LP green vinyl, and it has a high bid of $25 of Mark Stanley. The Scorpions is Animal Magnetism. It's a 50th anniversary remaster. The high bid is $30, now $32. Becky Lerner on 7 Mary 3. That's sold to Becky Lerner. I've got 2 more of those left if anybody else wants one. Here is My Chemical Romance, 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge. That's a 2LP, 17 tracks, 2 LPs, red and black Corona vinyl. That's $44.99. And 9 Inch Nails Pretty Hate Machine. 9 Inch Nails, $33.99 for that. Also, the first Harry Potter movie, The Sorcerer's Stone, that is $39.99. That's a 2LP. And we have Johnny Cash. And Mr. Cash here is American 3, Solitary Man, $33.99. We have the Scorpions at $35. We have the Scorpions, another bid for $35. We have the Colt at $27. Scorpions and Colt. Nick has both bids. The Police Around the World, restored and expanded. limited edition DVD and LP, that is $29.99. Reba, Rumor Has It, that's on orange vinyl. Reba's $29, and Kiss Unplugged, the 2014 remaster, $36.99. All right, now let's see what else I have in here that I can put up for auction. What does that say? Ooh, trying to figure out what else is over here in this. This looks cool. What is that? Ooh, let's see here. 4-track tour edition. This looks pretty cool. So here was Quiet Riot Metal Health, a 4-track gatefold tour edition. Quiet Riot. How cool is that? It's a gatefold 2-single tour edition of Metal Health. The discs are nice. The tracks are Metal Health, Love's a Bitch, Come On Feel the Noise, and Let's Go Crazy. It's a $245 gatefold deal from the UK, tour edition. Quiet Riot's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that. Over here is Scorpions 35, Scorpions 36, and Steve says he'll take Kiss Unplugged. Kiss was reissued. All Kiss albums have been reissued. Yes. That's sold to Steve Kuchari. All right, so sold a few things out of there. Great. We sold the Defiance, the 7 Mary 3, and Kiss. Anybody else before I change out crates? I kind of need to do it's past the cleanup time, but I didn't want to do it too much tonight because it was been so busy. But first thing I'm going to do is try to organize what we've been through tonight. I might show tonight's newest arrivals one more time because I feel like when I first was going through them tonight, the show was just so crazy. But here's what's left in here. Reba, The Police, Cash, Harry Potter, 9 Inch Nails, My Chemical Romance, Harry Potter, Wet Leg, 7 Mary 3, Darius Rucker, U2, The Doors, White Line, Bad Company, Kiss, and U2. And I'm going to take those off the table, and I'm going to stack these back over here where I had them, so I know I've gone through them at least once. Let me move these over here. I'm really boxed in over here, so I'm going to have to do a little bit of cleanup, but I am pretty boxed in. Very much boxed in. There's that. There's this. There's this. There's that. There's some empty crates. All right. You probably hear me rumbling around some empty crates over here. That's exactly what I'm doing. And let's update these auctions. So we had, first of all, The Cult at 40, Scorpions at 38, Scorpions at 38, Scorpions at 40. So Josh Brown has the Scorpions at 40. Rebecca has the Quiet Riot at 35. And The Cult is at 40 with James Frank. So James Frank has the Cult at 40. And then Scorpions is at 40. And then Quiet Riot is at 35 with Rebecca Howitt. That's the high bid on all those auctions as of right now. I'm going to read through these one more time very quickly. We got the Beastie Boys music for $34.99, a greatest hits of the Beastie Boys. The Fall Out Boy, Believers Never Die, greatest hits 2 LP compilation, $34.99. Husker Du, Zen Arcade, $39, a 2 LP. Shania Twain, Come On Over, that is the red vinyl edition for $33, which is an on-sale price. Fugazi's $24.99, 7 songs. The Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection, I Want You Back. ABC, as easy as Violent Femmes, Why Do Birds Sing? Smoke Vinyl from Kraft, $33.99. We have Keith Richards' Main Offender. Keith Richards is $29.99. Journey, live in Houston, 1981, $34.99. The Offspring's Greatest Hits, $33.99 for The Offspring. And then Killing Joke. Killing Joke was a 2 LP for $46.99. Not much available by them in print. Queen live in Buenos Aires for $29. Steely Dan live in Memphis, $29.99. The Beatles Past Masters for $49. The Monkees is $29. AC/DC Johnson City $34. And Ram is $33. So over here we got Quiet Riot. And this is sold to Rebecca Howard for $35. We have filled up another crate as soon as I put these auctions away. So that is sold and that's sold. And the first thing we're going to do is this right here. And that is the Scorpions. That's sold to Josh Brown for $40. Thank you, Josh Brown. And now the Cult. The Cult is sold to James Frank for $40. And this crate is now really full. Thank you. I am wearing a... I've been talking about Justice. I'm wearing a... That's what I'm wearing tonight. No wonder. Every time I look down, I'm reminded of it. No wonder I've been talking about it a lot tonight. All right, so there's that, and there's that. That's actually our 7th full crate of vinyl tonight. Wow. 7 full crates of vinyl tonight. Wow. All right, so Piano Man, RAM, and Steely Dan details. Ram is a McCartney remaster from Abbey Road Studios. Uncle Albert. Uncle Albert. Admiral Halsey, $33.99. Too Many People. And then over here we have Steely Dan. That is Steely Dan. It's a live unofficial recorded in Memphis. And that concert they played in Memphis was... What happened to them? They are right here. Oh, that's Keith Richards. They're right here. Steely Dan was at Ellis Auditorium, 1974. And then Piano Man. Piano Man was from a previous band. That was a sealed Walmart exclusive on colored vinyl, I think for $22.99. And the only other new vinyl we had was this right here. And I think everything will fit into one crate. And that was Creamed Israeli Gears for $38.99. We have Journey's Greatest Hits Volume 2 for $39.99, pressed at RTI. Guns N' Roses, the Ultra Rare Tracks, $36.99. Yes, live, early, $29.99. When was this recorded? I think it's late 60s BBC recordings. We have Throbbing Gristle, $34.99. That's Throbbing Gristle's Greatest Hits on orange vinyl, $34.99. And Flash Gordon, a half-speed master, $33. The Offspring album was Greatest Hits, which I think was a Record Store Day edition, and then they've repressed it on black vinyl. So 3 or 4 crates of new vinyl tonight turned into 1 crate. That helps with some of what we've sold so far tonight. And I actually need that crate for our next empty crate to fill up. Wow, we've gone through a lot of stuff. We have. Okay, now, we do not have MoFi. They're back ordered. What they did, they ran out, and before they manufactured more, there was a price increase. We all got an email saying they was going to go up, and I'm about to probably buy like 1,000 cases. It's going to cost a lot of money up front, but I can get them at a better price. We should have them by July. They're supposed to ship in July, and hopefully that comes through. Rebecca Howard wants Flash Gordon. Flash! Aha! Defender of the universe. No, MoFi, they've ran out. They're very expensive elsewhere. There was an increase in price because they're an import from China. And I think they wanted to do a solicitation before they committed to making thousands of cases. They want to try to get an idea of how many people would still buy. And about the only way I can still get them where they're about the same price is I'm going to have to order a bunch of them. They're basically saying, hey, if you still want them for the old price, you got to buy like 1,000 cases, which means I've got to put up a lot of money up front, thousands of dollars, tens of thousands probably. But we will eventually sell them here. We will eventually sell them. I think I'm going to go ahead and try to go through another new arrivals crate, like new stuff that's never been shown before. I'm going to go through that while we put up some more auctions, and I may do some of these CD or cassettes. Some of the cassettes I didn't want to auction. I may go ahead and start doing those at Buy It Nows, okay? Now, we saw Flash Gordon. And then what was Guns N' Roses? Corey, this is a pretty cool comp. I've sold a bunch of them. They've been in print for a while. Hopefully they stay in print. It's called Rare Tracks. It's rarities, obscurities, and oddities. Like here's Free Falling with Tom Petty. And Herod song with Meatloaf. And Mama Ken with Aerosmith. And Come Together with Bruce Springsteen. And Under My Wheels with Alice Cooper. So it's stuff like that. Demos maybe as well. $36.99. It's on red vinyl. And then also Ghost Main. I am not familiar with that. And Kill Switch Engage. They have something new coming out. I think we have it coming in tomorrow, I think. Chad, please pick up Journey's Greatest Hits. I have Journey Greatest Hits from you. Cover scene. Don't want to say Volume 2, just Greatest Hits. Journey, yeah, this is Volume 2. You need this one as well. This is Volume 2. You do not have this one, Todd. So that's sold to him, and it's pressed at RTI, Original Master Recordings. It's got some of my favorites. I love Just the Same Way. That's a they go back and forth. Greg Raleigh and Steve Perry. Yesterday was a good day. Ooh, feeling that way when the summer comes. That's a great one there. All right, and then we have Guns N' Roses, so to Corey Ross. That was my last Journey, but I do have more Guns N' Roses if anybody else wants one. All right, so new arrivals are coming up here. These are all brand new arrivals. And let's read through them, and I'm going to add some new auctions. I think you're going to like these. We got Quiet Riot going up for auction. And we sold an OG tonight. I'm going to slip this in so who's paying attention. Warrant, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. But first, here is Quiet Riot. And this is sealed, and it's OG, and it's never been opened. It does have a punch hole right there. Hop sticker, but a sealed OG copy. $35 start. And then here is Warrant. And Warrant is the numbered clear vinyl edition from Music on Vinyl. And that's also going to go up for a $35 start. As I'm going through this crate, I'm going to be showing cassettes for $6.99. Okay? These are the ones that I have decided I'm probably not going to auction. And I'm going to try to sort through this stack so I can figure out which ones I do want to auction. And we can run some of those tomorrow. Or maybe tonight. But right now, here is what I have for $6.99. The Cranberries. Everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? The Cranberries. No need to argue. Boys to Men. Streisand. Guilty. We have Driving and Crying. Fly Me Courageous. Texas Tornadoes and more Cranberries. Texas Tornadoes and the Cranberries. So those are all $6.99. And I'll go ahead and show the only no bid. Also now for $6.99, Honeymoon in Vegas. Okay? So Quiet Riot's a $35 start. Warren already has 3 bids and now 37. These are new arrivals, including the Moody Blues. Go Now on the Blue London label. No condition notes on anything in here. These are all going to be very clean and very nice. $19.99. $19.99. All the cassettes are $6.99 each. Tony Kepler said DC6. So he wants Driving and Crying for $6.99. That is so to Tony Kepler. Todd Saul wants the Texas Tornadoes. That's so to Todd for $6.99. And that leaves 3 Cranberries, Boys to Men, Barbra Streisand, and Honeymoon in Vegas. Poco, the songs of Richie Furay. That one's pretty cool looking. Gold stamp promo. Poco is $9.99, and it's a white label promotional copy. White label promotional copy. Next thing we have is Doug Kershaw. Doug Kershaw is $19.99. Green label. Mr. Kershaw is $19.99. And Dave Mason, Let It Flow. Dave Mason is $9.99. Original on her sleeve and clean. And that is $9.99 for Mr. Dave Mason. Let me get that in here, back in its inner sleeve. Now, we have Put Me for Both Cranberries ? Does that mean you want to buy cranberries, everybody else is doing it, and cranberries, no need to argue? I want to make sure, since you have a question mark at the end, those are $6.99 each. And we have Warrant at 41, and now Quiet Riot at 35, and Mary Miles gets Poco. We're in new, classic rock, pop, soul, and jazz. Clean, nice, sticker price, brand new stuff here. Thousands and millions of cassettes to be showed tonight. Millions. The best of Jerry Lee Lewis, Volume 2. This is $9.99. Ninja Pony wants No Need to Argue, and everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? Great albums there. Those are $6.99 each. $6.99 each on those. We have Carly Simon, Playing Possum, $9.99 on that. Quiet Riot, a sealed original, just one bid for $35. We're about to sell it. The high bid on the Warrant came in at 41 with Amanda Darby. Which cranberries in it? We've already sold them, but there is one left. Bury the Hatchet. I still got Bury the Hatchet left, and Boys to Men. Next is El Dorado, Electric Light Orchestra. No condition notes. $24.99. Clean. It has the original on her sleeve. ELO, $24.99. Nice. Michael Jackson Bad, $34.99. Michael Jackson has the original on her sleeve. Beautiful copy. OG as well. $34.99 for Bad. Dirty Diana, Smooth Criminal, $34.99. We have Dan Fogelberg, Exiles. Mr. Dan is in Shrink with the Hype. No condition notes, $9.99. Next thing we have, Warrant 42, Warrant 43. Michael Nath on the Carly Simon, Playing Possum. Now there's a new bid on Quiet Riot for $36, and that's with David Smith. Excuse me. That's with Jeff Metcalf. Andrew Hawkins first on Bad. John Smetzer, you were second. Let's show a few more cassettes right quick, okay? I'm going to set those unsold ones right over there. These are all $6.99. Interesting. Very interesting. We have the Glass Family Electric Band. The London Suede, Stay Together. The Replacements, Don't Tell a Soul. Roberta Flack, Roberta, the jewel case is pretty dingy. And Lemonheads, Come On Feel. Lemonheads, those are all $6.99. Mary Miles on Dan Fogelberg. Warrant has a new bid for $45. Quiet Riot has a new bid for $37. I Got You, I Feel Good. Na. You know that I would. James Brown's, a 66 mono. No condition notes, beautiful jacket. Wow. $49.99. I might keep that if nobody buys it. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits. The Lovely Linda is $9.99. Eric Clapton, Just One Night, $34.99. That's a 2 LP. Eric Clapton, Just One Night, $34.99. That stack of cassettes had the Glass Family Electric Band, the London Suede, the Replacements, Roberta Flack, and the Lemonheads. Next thing we have is Alan Parsons Project. If I had a mind too, I wouldn't want to be like you. It is a gatefold. It has the original inner sleeve, and the vinyl is superb. I'm trying to figure out, I think John put it with a sideways opening. Yeah, I had a feeling it was hung on something. I think that is, quote, a original inner sleeve from Arista. Right here is what you got to be careful with. I'm actually going to save it some trouble, and I'm going to fix this. And just be careful when you're putting this in here. You might want to go ahead and put it in a new anti-static sleeve if you happen to buy it. Just be careful with these sleeves with the cut in the middle, because what happens is when you're putting it in there, it gets jagged, it gets hung up on the edge, and then the whole operation's ruined. So make sure you're careful with those, okay? That's a great album. We sell hundreds of those every year. Darren Johnson on Linda Ronstadt. That's sold to Darren Johnson. Quiet Riot still getting bid, and Warrant still getting bid. Chad, in your personal collection, if you got a record in shrink wrap, would you put it in an outer cover sleeve? Yes. Yes. I try to protect the shrink wrap. Shrink wrap is a very important thing. The best of Dolly Parton, $24.99. Some people don't care about it, but when you're talking about like 60s records like Doors and Monkees or Zeppelin stuff and Pink Floyd Shrink adds a premium to the collectability because it's basically preserved the cover. And now you want to try to protect the shrink that's protecting the cover. Dolly's at $24.99. We have Wishbone Ash New England. Wishbone Ash is $14.99, has a promo sticker on the front, and the Steels Young Band, Long May You Run, $19.99. I'm going to put those no-bid cassettes right over there. Now, Quiet Riot is sealed. It's a sealed original. Jeff Metcalf has it for $40, and now Warrant's at $46. This has got Stephen Stills and Neil Young on it. Great song, Long May You Run. That's $19.99. How about this Ventures? Look at that cover. Going to the Ventures dance party. She's on her Vespa scooter. She's got her dancing skirt on, and she is $9.99. We have Frank Zappa's 200 Motels. That is a gatefold, $44.99. Make sure this Wishbone Ash goes in for $14.99, and that's for Adam Bernardi. And then over here, we have Quiet Riot at $41, and then we have John Darden on the Ventures. What is the details on the Warrant? The Warrant is a music on vinyl pressing, limited and numbered on clear vinyl. It's one of those numbered music on vinyl pressings, and the last bid on this was Amanda Darby at $46. And then Quiet Riot is still getting bids. This is a sealed original. OG copy, and Mark Buddha has it for $41. Next in here is the Footloose picture disc, the full soundtrack. Footloose, Cut Loose, $29.99. The original full album picture disc here. And I think this is technically the front. I'm going to put it in a cardboard divider. Picture discs are kind of strange because if you don't have them kind of protected by something, we usually do them like this. We put them behind a packer, a bag, a board, like a packing board. That way they have some stability to them. And I think that's the front. I don't know. That has the copyright on it. That actually might be the front. Well, they both have copyright. I would say that's the front, though, if I were to guess. I'd say that's the A side. There's Footloose. And then over here, we have the Alarm, Eye of the Hurricane. The Alarm is $24.99. They're still bidding on Quiet Riot, and I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid on Warrant. Hammers Up. Amanda has it for $46. We sold an original tonight for over $100. Sybil Shepherd, $19.99. Sybil Does It. Johnny Winter, Serious Business. This is on Alligator Records, $19.99. Johnny Winter, Serious Business, $19.99 for Johnny. And the Beach Boys, Holland, with insert and the EP. The Beach Boys, $34.99. Has the really cool EP with it that is not in every copy that I see. $34.99. Another Wishbone Ash, front page news. This one's $19.99. Another really clean copy. Right over here is the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager, $14.99. All right, so Quiet Riot is sold to Mark Buddha for $41. And now, Amanda, you're going to get the Warrant here for $46. Thank you. Now, over here is this. We're going to put this up right now. Holy moly, look at the color. I've never seen this before. Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. Look at this. Wow, never seen that before on that color. It's numbered on pink and black Starburst vinyl. It has an inner sleeve and a band poster. It's near mint, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. How cool is that? Limited edition of 2,500. It's on really cool colored vinyl. That is a $35 start. Footloose soundtrack has a lot of great songs. Interested. Does it not have a cover? Footloose never came with a cover. It only came in a plastic sleeve, and either somebody discarded it, or sometimes if it wasn't the right plastic or stored the proper way, they actually can do damage to the picture disc. They can gas. I've also seen them turn an ugly yellow color, and people just throw them away. So this is about the best you can do. It's technically in a sleeve now, but it just don't have a cover. $29.99. And Todd, it's yours. If not, I think Adam Ross wants it. And now Twisted Sisters at 35. Gary Wellman got the other Wishbone Ash. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Did the Twisted Sister have a crease or cut in the front of the cover? This right here, no, that's part of the image. That's part of the photograph. No, the jacket's also near mint. That's on all of them. That little peak, that's just like a crack in the wall or something. All right, and then over here, and then Todd, if you don't want this, I'm going to give it to Adam Ross. Adam, it does go to you. Okay, Van Morrison, Hard Nosed the Highway. This is a UK copy, $39.99, made in the United Kingdom. On Warner Brothers, $39.99 on that. And then Themes Like Old Times, 90 of the most original radio themes. Wow, radio theme songs. Y'all have seen those compilations for TV theme songs? This is back when you were listening to stuff on the radio pre-TV. That's a compilation of 90 theme songs. Here comes some more cassettes for $6.99. I forgot about them over here. Y'all got to keep reminding me. I just did one blast, and here comes some more. These are all $6.99. First thing is Susie and the Banshees, Superstition. Susie and the Banshees is $6.99. Chris Isaak, Heart-Shaped World. Chris Isaak, $6.99. Howlin' Wolf, How Many More Years? The Beatles, Hey Jude, and Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits. Like Little Orphy Annie's. I bet it's on here. Are they in alphabetical order? It's got to be. There's 90. There's got to be a bunch on here. Golly. Superman. Captain Midnight. Green Hornet. Nick Carter. Wow. There's a lot on there. I can't read them all, but there's a lot. Rebecca Howard got Susie for $6.99. Chris Frazier got Chris Isaak. And Amanda Darby next on Susie. So Twisted Sister 36.40, now 41. Let's go ahead and put up another auction as well. And the next auction I have for y'all at this moment is what? I don't know. Kiss, a 2014 US remaster. Their debut album, Near Mint, Jacket and Vinyl. Kiss is a $20 start. Firehouse, Strutter, Nothing to Lose, Cold Gin, Kiss, 2014. There it is. Howlin' Wolf cassette is sold to Darren Chrisman. Thank you. I can't believe no one got the Beatles' Hey Jude cassette. Let's keep going through this crate. The Professional Approach to Disco Dance Instruction. Night Moves. It is $24.99. You listen to this, and it will teach you how to disco. Not bad for $24.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. Jean-Luc Ponty is $9.99. The Four Tops, Reach Out. This is a Four Tops compilation. Like Reach Out, I'll Be There. And Walk Away Renee, $19.99. If I Were a Carpenter, that's a good one too. Their cover, If I Was a Carpenter. The Moody Blues Octave, $14.99. Kiss is a $20 start. Twisted Sisters at $45. Nobody on the Beatles' Hey Jude, and nobody on Patsy Cline, right? That's pretty surprising. But I will grab some more. I will do a Ramones auction next. Ramones auction on deck. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. 100%. Okay. We have over here. We got Twisted 45. We got Adam Bernardi on Moody Blues. Kiss at 20. Kiss at 20. G. Bepco on Four Tops. Pam comes through on the Beatles cassette. Beatles is sold to Pam for $6.99. Thank you. Next, this is heavy. Of course, it's the Triple LP Neil Young Decade. Triple LP, $44.99. Down to the Wire, Burned, Mr. Soul, Broken Arrow, Expecting to Fly, Sugar Mountain, The Loner, The Old Laughing Lady, Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, Cowgirl in the Sand, After the Gold Rush, I Believe in You, Southern Man, Helpless, Ohio, Four Dead in Ohio, Soldier, Old Man, A Man Needs a Maid, Harvest, Heart of Gold, Star of Bethlehem, The Needle and the Damage Done, Tonight's the Night, Tired Eyes, Walk On for the Turnstiles, Winterlog, Deep Forbidden Lake, Like a Hurricane, Love is the Road, Cortez the Killer, Campaigner, and Long May You Run. How great is that? A triple LP, how great is that? $44.99. As of right now, all the advertised auctions are sold. There are no left behind anything. Right now, we're getting into that video. If you saw the video that I posted in Whole Lot of Records, that's what's left. I'm going to try to get through most of those tonight. I'm going to leave us about an hour or an hour and a half for CDs. So we've got about another 30, maybe one more crate of vinyl, or maybe 30 more minutes worth of vinyl, whatever you want to consider it. And then we can still auction vinyl, but we're going to have to be showing some CDs. If you'll hang around, we'll try to knock out all this metal stuff, okay? So, first thing we have here is Leon Redbone. This is $19.99. Also, we have Renaissance, Ashes Are Burning. Renaissance is $9.99. REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble. REO Speedwagon's $19.99. Poco, Picking Up the Pieces. Poco is $9.99. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine. Mr. Elvis, $14.99. Aretha, Shrink and Hype of Who's Zooming Whom. Aretha is $19.99. The Best of James Brown, $26.99 on Mr. James. We have Edgar Winter's White Trash, a nice looking copy in shrink wrap. It's in the, wow, it's in a perforated bag sleeve on the yellow Epic label. That's unusual. And that's $19.99. Hot Butter with the die-cut popcorn cover, $9.99. And Alarm Strength, $22.99. So where did we get to on Twisted Sister? Oso was at 46. Shane was at 47. And then Kiss 21, Kiss 25. And then Corey, everything in here right now is new arrivals. So I will sell you Neil, but it will be for $44.99, Corey. I've kept all these sticker price. First time showing these. Surely that $4.99 won't keep us apart. Come through for me. Neil Young is possibly sold to Corey, and then Kiss has a bid for $25. Gary Wellman got Poco, and then Paul, you're second. And now we have cassettes. Yes, thank you. Let's grab these right here. I'm going to grab this one, and I've got a classic rock, a pop. I got two country, and how about we do a hard rock, and y'all are going to want this one immediately. It's Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. Has an old Goodwill sticker on the front. Guns N' Roses, Leanne Rimes, Sitting on Top of the World. That came out in 1998. I've never seen that on vinyl. Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits. Foreigner's Double Vision. Foreigner, Double Vision. And Prince, Party Like It's 1999. $6.99. Yeah, these are all new arrivals. I'm about to wrap up vinyl probably with back-to-back discount crates. Kiss was at 25. Twisted Sisters at 50. Shane Devers, You've Been Outbid. Rebecca Howlett got Guns N' Roses. Then Corey Ross, and then Shane Devers. And then Matt Marco. And that left Leanne Rimes, Willie, Foreigner, and Prince. Okay? So let me just read through here. Corey Gaston said he will take Neil Young. You're going to be very happy. And it's in nice condition. This one's known for having a lot of ring wear. Trust me. I have had dozens, hundreds, whatever. This thing looks really nice, actually. I'm kind of jealous. I don't think mine's this nice. And that is truly like the one you would want of Neil. I mean, it has the Buffalo Springfield. It has the Crosby, Stills, and Nash stuff. It has his solo, his best solo stuff. That is the one to get from Neil, in my opinion. If someone's like, Chad, make a Neil Young compilation, there'd be some stuff on here I wouldn't have put on here, but there's not much that's not left behind from this point on. You got to remember, they came out with a 3 LP, and since then, he's put out like 100 albums. But yeah, if you ever see these pop up, it's a 3 LP, and it's just loaded. It's got Cowgirl in the Sound, Down by the River. It's got Heart of Gold. It's got the uh, uh, Old Man. It's got Old Man and Heart of Gold from Harvest. Ohio and Helpless from Crosby, Stills, and Nash. It has the Buffalo Springfield stuff, and then some of his first great solos. So yeah, that is it. But y'all got to remember, Neil Young's put out albums with Buffalo Springfield starting in the 60s. And then he was solo, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And then he's went back solo all through the 70s, and since then he's put out dozens and dozens of albums. So that would be the one to own. Whenever those pop up, you might want to grab it. Now, Jeff Metcalf got Foreigner, and Todd Saw got Willie Nelson. Okay, and that left Leanne Rimes and Prince. Okay. Twisted Sister, Oh So You're Out, and then Kiss is sold for $25 to Stephen A. Young. Let's find some kind of great discount crate in here. The only thing I know is Sweet Caroline. That is Neil Diamond. That's Neil Diamond. If you don't know Neil Young, you're about to go on a beautiful adventure in music. Okay, so let's go ahead. I did have somebody ask me to put up Ramones. Let's put up this Road to Ruin on red vinyl. This is a 2005 limited edition reissue on red vinyl, EX Plus condition, a $25 start. Ramones, Road to Ruin, $25 start. I do not have a new sealed copy of Harvest right now. I do not have a new sealed copy of Harvest. Okay, here's what's left in here. And if anybody wants anything, now's the time. We've got Moody Blues, Doug Kershaw, Dave Mason, Jerry Lee Lewis, ELO, James Brown, Eric Clapton, Alan Parsons, Dolly Parton, Steels Young, Frank Zappa, The Alarm, Sybil Shepherd, Johnny Winter, Beach Boys, Moody Blues, Van Morrison, 90 Themes from the Radio, How to Disco, Jean-Luc Ponty, Leon Redbone, Renaissance, REO, Elvis, Aretha, James Brown, Edgar Winter, Alarm, and Hot Butter. The Ramones is at $25. It's a red vinyl. And then Josh says that's a typo, okay? And now Twisted Sisters at 52. Now it's at 55. Dolly's Greatest Hits. Now we just sold a new copy earlier. This has got Jolene, Traveling Man, Lonely Coming Down, The Bargain Store, Touch Your Woman, I Will Always Love You, Love Is Like a Butterfly, Coat of Many Colors, My Tennessee Mountain Home, and When I Sing for Him. There's the wonderful Dolly, $24.99. Sometimes they have a poster. This one doesn't. Which Jerry Lee Lewis? It's the Best of Jerry Lee Lewis, Volume 2. It's $9.99. Twist Sister 55. Zappa is that classic soundtrack, 200 Motels, $44.99. I don't know if classic was the appropriate word there. I will say I love the cover, and usually it has great materials with it too. $44.99. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Some of them come with a full movie poster. I don't think this one does, though. Okay? Now, the last thing we had was Zappa and then info on radio themes. Radio themes is 90 of the most original radio themes, like all the radio shows from the 20s and 30s, pre-TV, $9.99. And then Ramones 25, Ramones 26. He's out on Twisted Sister. Is that Elvis, His Hand in Mine? This is Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine. It's an early 80s pressing with a barcode, $14.99 near mint. And then price on radio things, $9.99. And then we got the Ramones at 30, Ramones 26, and Ramones 28. What is the Electric Light Orchestra? The Electric Light Orchestra is El Dorado, $24.99. Shane Devers, you get the Twisted Sister for $55. Tim Graham asked first about radio, and he says he'll take it. So that is sold to Tim Graham. We're going to give him the radio themes. And right after that was Pew Pew Pardon. Sorry, somebody just asked before you, and then they said they wanted it. And now the Ramones is at 32. They beat you to the punch there. Yeah, so who was it? Adam Ross. Adam, yeah, you need to go listen. I'll give you some Neil Young songs to listen to. Heart of Gold and Old Man, okay? You start there, and then I'll give you a couple more. Heart of Gold and Old Man, especially Old Man and Heart of Gold. You go listen to those and then come back. I'll give you two more because I know you're going to say, wow, those were great. Give me two more. And I'm like, okay, here's two more. And then you're going to come by and be like, wow, those were great. Give me two more. I'm going to be, all right, here's 2 more. And then you're going to come back and be like, wow, those were great. Give me 2 more. Are y'all ready for some more auctions? The first one's a $10 buy it now, not $6.99. This one's $10. We already auctioned one tonight. The Cramps is $10. Big Beat from Badsville. The next auction is going to go up right now. Europe. It's the final countdown. Da-da-dun-dun. Ra-da-dun-dun-dun. This is an 86 Japanese original pressing. It has 2 inserts and obi. It is nice. EX or better. Europe is a $45 start. Europe is a $45 start. The Cramps is sold to David Smith for $10. Okay, that one was $10. That one's a little bit more. I'm working on doing another stack over here. Y'all are going to probably want this one for $6.99. This is a single, but it probably should be $6.99. I'm going to make that $6.99, and I'm going to make that an auction, and that one an auction, and we're going to show what else for $6.99. We're going to show, golly, there's so many cassettes in here. There are so many cassettes in here. We're going to do this one for $6.99, and they just bought more. Paul and Tanner literally just rolled in another metal collection. Just crazy. We're going to make those $6.99 and this one. All right, here's 5 more cassettes. We have the B-52s, $6.99. 9-inch Nails, Closer. A single, Halo 9, Closer, March of the Pigs Live. Led Zeppelin 4. Pearl Jam Yield, and Memphis Slim, The Real Folk Blues. Those are all $6.99. All right, Europe at 45, Europe at 46. The last bid on the Ramones was Rebecca Howard at $40. Okay? Adam says he does want the Steely Dan, Memphis, and the Billy Joe Piano Man. Okay, we can do that for you. So I now have one left. Steely Dan, live at Ellis Auditorium. Okay? And this is sold to Adam Bernardi. I have one left. It's a live unofficial from the Dan. And then Adam, I may have to do a little hunting on Piano Man, but I hope I can find it. I think it was in that last Laura crate. I feel like it's one of the first records. Here it is. Yep. All right, and now this is sold as well. And Billy Joe Piano Man is sold to Adam Bernardi. Rebecca got 9-inch Nails, Closer for $6.99. Shane Deaver's got Led Zeppelin for $6.99. David Smith got B-52s for $6.99. Europe has a new bid for $50. Shane got Memphis Slim for $6.99. And how much is Steely? $29.99. That just left Pearl Jam Yield. And I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold cassettes. And Gary, if you don't get the Steely, Paul Redfern does. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold cassettes in here. Here's what we're going to do. There's about an hour and a half left in the stream. The first thing I'm going to do is knock out some sort of half-off crate to probably fill up our 8th full crate of the night. And I'm going to keep some auctions going. And as I'm going through some auctions, we're probably going to go ahead and be trying to start CDs. But we do have one, probably one more crate of half-off vinyl to do. And I'm still going to try to show some cassettes when I can. I do have to do something. What just got asked about? Steely Dan again. Steely Dan is called Ellis Auditorium, Memphis, $29.99. Live, I've never had it before. Never had it before. All right, we can go ahead and sell the Ramones. Whoop. We can go ahead and sell the Ramones. And this is sold to Rebecca Howard for $40. And now the Europe is at $50 with Ken Crooker. And we're about to sell it. Let's find a great half-off crate to go through. Okay, and here's what I got left in the auction bin. Let me know. Keel, Priest, Ramones. I got another one. Thin Lizzy, Guns N' Roses, Kiss, Raven, might do an Ozzy, Black Sabbath. If not, they'll be shown again next Thursday night. Let's find a great half-off crate to go through. Harvest Moon. Yep, that's from the album Harvest Moon. Dum, dum. Neil Young is one of the most important figures in music history. Some like him, some don't. But it's very important in the cycle of everything that is now. We got some signed albums if anybody's interested. I've got several signed albums. I can promise you this, they're not cheap whatsoever, but I have them. Let's go through a half-off crate, half off, no more, no less. And let's knock this out, and let's get some new auctions rolling. I'll still try to show some cassettes, okay? I got a lot of killer signed stuff. I got some stuff that's been put away for a while that I hadn't shown in a while. Gary Wellman. Okay, so Gary Wellman did want to steal it in. Paul Redfern, do you want on a waiting list? Paul Redfern, let me know if you want on a waiting list. What did I do with that record now? Oh, I put it right here. Paul, let me know if you want on a waiting list. Okay. Paul, let me know if you want on a waiting list. Josh Brown, GNR, Ozzy Ramones, signed. And we have Ramones, or we have Europe. I never did hear back from Buddha, but we got to sell it. And this is sold to Ken Crooker for $50, okay? And let me put this over here. Give me a second. I will show you some of those, okay? And first we have Ramones and Guns N' Roses. We have Ramones Rocket to Russia. This is a 2005 U.S. limited edition, $30 start, Rocket to Russia. Another red vinyl limited edition. We have a 2008 USOG, 2LP, Guns N' Roses, Chinese Democracy. That is a $55 start. $55 start. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. All right, let me try to find those. Here's the best Neil Young. We'll start with the best and work our way down. Here's the best one I have. It's $1,575. This is the best one I have. It's $1,575. Comes with a full letter of authenticity. It's from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This guy personally met Neil Young and got about 40 album jackets signed. We bought them all. I've been selling them for a couple years now. This is the best one I have. Harvest. Signed. $1,575. That is the top of the line. That is the best Neil Young signed album I have. The best album and the best, which means the best, probably the best price. That is the crown jewel. And then I have other ones that work down from there. But after this one, they all get around. They all get around 1,200, maybe 1,400. I may have a couple, and then I've got a couple signed backstage passes. Those are also pretty expensive, but I do have, that's probably, if you just want a Neil Young signature, I have a couple backstage passes. But an iconic album, an important album, and it's signed by the man himself. Neil actually held this album and said, yes, this is mine. And he signed it. That's what makes me, I get so impressed with signed albums because I think about that. He held this and said, yes, this is mine. And he signed it. Neil Young. I had another one that was signed right here. And we sold that one here, I think, for $17.50. It was the best one I'd ever seen. He signed his like full name right here. It, you know, it looked like that, but it was more like Neil Y. And we sold that one for $17.50 right here. I'm pretty sure it was $17.50. And when I said sold and I dropped the hammer, my stomach hurt. But I have that one. I've already got the 3 I'm keeping. I've got self-titled autographed. I've got Freedom autographed. And I've got a signed Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young album. So I'm good with Neil. I would love to have another sign, but I can't justify keeping another $1,500 album when I can buy or keep something else. My best one signed, I've got Paul McCartney, a signed Ram, and I've got a John Bonham signed Led Zeppelin 2. That's the crown jewels in my autograph collection. I got a signed Led Zeppelin 2 from John Bonham, and I've got a signed Paul McCartney Ram album. All right. And if anybody's interested, if you think you're going to be interested for around that $1,200 range, I can show you all the other ones. Or if you want to see the backstage pass, I've got those two. It's a little triangle thing. It's about that big. I've got 2 of those signed. All right. Let's do a half-off vintage bin. No more, no less. I have Cat Stevens, Buddha in the Chocolate Box. This is $7.50. Right now, Guns N' Roses is at $70, Guns N' Roses at $75. And Nick, you're out on the Ramones. Rebecca bid $30 and you bid $30. I haven't heard back from you on the Ramones. Rebecca still has it for $30. We're going to do a half-off bin, probably our last crate of vinyl, and we will sell CDs, and we're going to sell a bunch of them while we're wrapping up this. I think we can do this in about 15 minutes, and that will give us an hour for CDs. Greg Raleigh from Journey, Greg Raleigh from Santana, $7.50. The Best of Mimi and Richard Farina. That is $7.50. Adam Bernardi got Cat Stevens. For those that's relatively new, Patty just said it best. We bought a guy's collection up in Pittsburgh. He had thousands of albums. Most of them were signed. I'm talking about one of the greatest acquisitions ever in a music collection. It should have been documented on CNN, NBC, Fox, Al Jazeera. The world should have been seeing what Dale had. It was amazing. You'll never see anything like that again. That many signed albums from the original obtainer, no way. And if you want to go buy all those signed, you'd spend your life and hundreds of thousands of dollars, possibly millions. He had incredible stuff. Next over here, we sold Greg Raleigh to Gary Wellman. And we have Guns N' Roses 81. The Ramones is at 35. Next is Splack Pack featuring Kid Money. It's a 93. It's bass music, $12.50. Elton John, 11/17/70. This is $14. $14 on that. $14 on that. We'll have to come to see them. We've sold them all. I've only got about 20 left. I've sold everything. I kept about 10 for my personal collection, and I've got Neil Young's, I got John Prine, I've got a lot of expensive ones that we had duplicates of. I've still got Eric Clapton. I've still got some stuff like that, but everything else is gone. We've sold everything. It took us. We've been chipping away. When I find out we got a new customer, I'm like, dang. Welcome to Collectco, but y'all are about to see a lot of great stuff, but you don't even want to know what you've missed over the last few years. Incredible what we've sold off from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Jefferson Starship. This is $7.50. Elton John is sold to Adam Bernardi. That's probably my best. I have a signed Elton John Captain Fantastic. That's probably my third best autograph, far as on an album. Probably Elton John Captain Fantastic. And then those Neil Youngs. Those are worth about the same fair market value. Neil Young, Elton John. Jefferson Airplane, 30 Seconds Over Winterland. Jefferson Airplane is $13.50. Craig got Danny Gatton's. Michael Nath, Clapton's. A lot of people watching know what I'm talking about. A lot of people watching bought some of those incredible autographs. I wish I had them all back. It will never. We might find a collection like we did a while back with like 10 autographs or 5. There's not many people that have 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 signed albums. It's just, that's just mind-blowing. Like, when I found out what they had bought, they're like, Chad, we're on our way back from Pittsburgh. You got to be at the store. And actually, that night, I was so overwhelmed looking through them, I didn't have a sale. That tells y'all a lot. I canceled the sale that night. I went live just showing everybody what we had bought. I was just flabbergasted. Plus, he had bootlegs, which are impossible to obtain now because of eBay blocking them and Discogs blocking them. He had all those dead bootlegs, Beatles. We still got Beatles and Stones bootlegs, but not as many as we had. Holy moly. Carly Simon, $5. We have Nashville Guitars. Nashville Guitars is $5. We're in a half-off vintage bin. No more, no less. Go Head Records, Tell a Love. That is Neo Soul for $15. We do have signed John Prine albums, yes. King's Record Shop, Roseanne Cash is $10. Chad, I sent you a message about Michael Shane collection. I'll send the guy a message, AM Connect. Might want to work out together. Nice. I'm interested. How about Grace Jones, a 12-inch single promo? $5 on Grace Jones. We have the Rolling Stones, One Hit to the Body, $7.50. Linda Ronstadt, What's New? Linda Ronstadt's $5. Emmylou Harris, Luxury Liner, $7.50. I've got 2 of them. They're the same price. We have Guns N' Roses is at $96. What about the Ramones? Rebecca has it for $45. David V went out. Final call on the Ramones for $45. Final call on Guns N' Roses at $96. Leslie wants the Roseanne Cash. That is sold to Leslie Holt. Michael Nath on the Rolling Stones. And then next was the Grace Jones. It was I'm Not Perfect, but I'm Perfect for You. And the ride on, let's see. It's I'm Not Perfect, but I'm Perfect for You. 3 different mixes. $5. And if you don't want it, Tracy, Rebecca does. Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom. That's $10. They're still bidding on Guns N' Roses. And Duck's Breath, Mystery Theater. And that's a 1980 comedy album. $5. $5 on those. Can I see the artist on Nashville Guitar? Nashville Guitar is, the guitars are being played by Harold Bailey, Jimmy Calvar, Jack Eubanks, Joe Tanner, Pete Wade, Wayne Moss, Ray Editon, Charlie McCoy, Glenn Gaden, and then steel guitar by Charlie Bird. Bass is played by Charlie McCoy and Henry Strezlik. Piano and vibes by Bill Purcell, and drums by Buddy Harman. So it's like a Monument label studio session where they're playing those guitars. $5 on that. And we have Guns N' Roses at $97. Guns N' Roses at $97. And then Grace Jones is sold to Tracy. Big Bam Boom is an original studio album from Hall & Oates. That's an original studio album. $10 on that. The Ramones is sold to Rebecca for $45. A slobber knocker. It was. Some of those nights, it was just so crazy. One night we did 18 air horns, and it wasn't for clearing out crates. It was for stuff for $500 or more, and it's a rare one of kind. Listen, I have went back and tried to track down some of those signed albums that we sold, and I've got on eBay. I've had search notifications turned on now for 2 years, and some of that stuff hadn't shown back up signed like that. And if it has, I'm seeing it sell for twice of what I sold it for. So even though I sold like a signed Blind Faith album for almost $2,000, if I see one again signed by Steve Winwood and Clapton, people's asking $7,500 for them. So I'm like, holy moly. You know, it just seemed like amazing we were selling that many for that much. But now that I've looked back, you try to look up a Clapton dual signed Steve Winwood and Ginger Baker album,
big money. Chris Riddings on Nashville Guitars, and Guns N' Roses at 102. Let's put up another auction. And the next auction I have is, oh boy, this is a 1981 US OG. Excuse me, a 1981 US. It's billed as a reissue, even though it's on Jet Records, but it is from 1981. It's EX, and Ozzy is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. The Oh Yeah Glass Tower. Oh Yeah is an 87 reggae album. That is $10. Also, Hank Crawford. Hank Crawford's Back. That is $5. And The Changing Face of Harlem, the Savoy Sessions. VG Plus, $7.50. $7.50. And what was the question about the Beatles? The Beatles is, those are, I'm going to plan on auctioning those in the near future. Probably starting tomorrow and Saturday. They're going to be slipped in for auctions here and there. We kind of already started on some of those. There's already been people asking how much certain ones. I'm going to reply right now. They will be auctioned during our live streams on Friday and Saturday. And I'm going to let those people know that right now, and also Chris that asked. I usually don't post videos because people will start wanting to buy stuff, and there's just no way I can control it. It would be chaos. We know how to do flip videos, but if I post anything else, it gets chaotic. Now, we have Ozzy at 55. The next thing we have is Guns N' Roses at 102. And Adam Bernardi on Big Bam Boom. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Next over here is Aurora. And this is a white label promo. VG condition. Just $5 on that. Do I have an Ozzy live record store day? No, I do not have that. Next is the Coon Elder Band featuring Brendan Patterson. Featuring Brenda Patterson, yeah. VG Plus, a country bluegrass for $7.50. Guns N' Roses is a final call to Travis Woods for $102. Chris Riddings on Aurora. Ozzy just has one bid for $55. I don't like putting stuff like that up too late, but it's got one bid, and we're about to sell it. I think we sold a VG Plus copy earlier tonight for more. The Jaggers, we went to different schools together. 1970 US, VG $6. Orange Breakout. Any Clemson fans here? Plus, it has the Andy Griffiths, What It Was Football. Clemson, sealed, picture disc, $10. Any Clemson fans watching? We got Hank Crawford here. That is sold to Greg Layton. Grog, thank you on that. Over here is Creep Almighty, Alias with Marcus Archer, Unseen Sights. It's a 2004 U.S. experimental hip-hop. It is $7.50. And Emmylou Harris, The Ballad of Sally Rose, $7.50. Also over here is Gary Wellman on the Jaggers. That is sold. Over here is GNR, and this is sold for $102 to Travis Woods. And Ozzy has one bid for $55, and that's sold to Nick Bargeron for $55. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Keel and Judas Priest. 1986 OG EX vinyl. The Final Frontier is a $25 start. And look at this copy of Judas Priest. It's a 2008. I was about to say that label is a little bit different. Judas Priest, Breaking the Law, Breaking the Law. That's a $20 start on Priest. $20 start on Keel. I'll take either one. Now up for bid. Gary Wellman on Emmylou Harris. Gary Wellman on Emmylou Harris. Also, we have Streisand, Guilty. Streisand's at 1980 Half-Speed Master. $12.50 on that. And a great album, Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, $14. And it is mixed in quad. A quad pressing of Joni Mitchell's Court and Spark. How cool is that? A quad pressing. Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark. What other cassettes do I have over here? I think it's time for maybe one more handful. Oh my gosh. I've went quiet. Maybe we'll do one more cassette auction. First thing, though, I have is Joni Mitchell. I have Judas Priest 2120, and then 2025. And then is Judas Priest and OG. Judas Priest is a 2008. 2008 on the Judas Priest. 25, 25, and Joni Mitchell is $14. So to Mary Miles, half off. Keel is a $25 start. Next, I have This Is Clarence Carter. This is VG Plus, $22.50. An original 68 Terre Haute pressing. An original 68 Terre Haute pressing. VG Plus, $22.50. This is Clarence Carter. That record should not end up in a half-off crate, but there it is. Also, we got Mr. John Cale, $13.50, British Passport. Roy Rogers, A Man from Dirk Run. Roy Rogers is $5. Prism, See Forever Eyes. Prism is $7.50. Paul Redfern picking up the Clarence Carter. Not bad whatsoever. Thank you on that. Next is Laura Nero, New York Tendaberry. New York what? $7.50. It's Laura Nero accompanying herself on piano, New York Tendaberry. It's a single LP in shrink, $7.50. Michael Nath next on Clarence. Grog next on Clarence as well. Peter and the Wolf, narrated by Lauren Green. That is $10. And over here, we got Frozen Ghost. And Frozen Ghost is $7.50. So Judas Priest, the last bid was Terry Gearhart at $30. Going twice, going 3 times. And then Keel, it can be bought for a $20 buy it now. Let's go ahead and sell that, and let's get another auction going. Next thing I have is Glenn Campbell, Too Late to Worry, Too Blue to Cry. Glenn Campbell, $5. What about Joe South, Games People Play? Joe South, $5. Dean Tedford picks up the Keel for $20. Are we done on Judas Priest? I'm hoping so. Terry has it. Haven't heard out from a couple people, but it is a final call. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And what is it? What do we have here? It is a 2020 remaster reissue. It is Black Sabbath Volume 4. Black Sabbath Volume 4. It is a 2020 press. Just a $20 start on Sabbath. Volume 4. Snowblind. Snowblind. Next was Alonzo next on Keel. Chuck Haley picking up that Glenn Campbell. Jeremy's out on Judas Priest. We have the Sounds of Nashville Baseball. That is $10. And Memories of Steam, past and present. Memories of Steam is now $12.50. 3 LP Train Records. You got to have that. Wow, I forgot about this. It's that Waylon promo melody deal. It's $25. I remember when we looked that up on Discogs that night, $49.99 was not a bad price whatsoever. It's a bizarre promo Waylon melody deal. $25. It's on a green RCA label. Judas Priest has a new bid. There was one person I was waiting for, and he's bid. So Terry Gearhart, you're out. Just FYI, he is in at $32. I was about to sell it, and now Terry's out. Jeff has it for $32. Now, Jeff, you're about to get it. Thank you for letting me know you're out. How about the Royal Tribute? The Royal Tribute album. That is now $10. And we have the new Commander Cody band, Rock and Roll Again. That is now $10. And we have Serendipity, the Serendipity Singers for $5. Also, Jerry Lee Lewis, When Two Worlds Collide. Jerry Lewis, $5. Shane, you were second on Waylon. Sabbath has a bid for $20. We're about to sell it. And now we have Orleans. Folks, there it is. There is the record you've been waiting for. It's still the one. Angela, they are bare-chested. Now, they don't have the long hair, but there's some bare-chested men for Angela. That is $5. I'm still the one. And we have the Countryside of Roy Rogers. That is $5. Also, we have Poco Legend. That's a good one. Poco is now just $5. Sabbath has a new bid for $25. Priest is sold to Jeff Metcalf for $32. Thank you, Jeff, on that. Now Sabbath's at $25. Bare-chested Men is up for grabs. Anybody else out there into that kind of stuff, it's available. Our next auction is Kiss. And Kiss is a 2019. This is Kiss Destroyer over here. And this is on orange translucent vinyl. It is EX Plus, and it's going to go up for a $20 start. Resurrected, Kiss. That's a $20 start. Now we have Black Sabbath 25-27. Also, we have the Encore of Golden Hits, the Platters, $5. We have the Norman Luboff Choir, You're My Girl. That is $5. Quarter Flash is $5. The Best of DeVars is $7.50. No matter what shape, the T-Bones, $10. Orleans is $5. There they are again. This time they're wearing turtlenecks and they're clothed. And one of them went bald. $5. Also, Carly Simon is $5. Boys in the Trees. Ian and Sylvia is $7.50. Jitterbug is $5. And Vern Godson, if you're going to do me wrong, do it right, $7.50. I think everybody's in a CD mode for sure. Everybody's for sure in a CD mode. Michael Reed gets the Black Sabbath for $27. We got Kiss. We're going to still finish up all these auctions. Kiss, I'm looking for a $20 start. Reconstructed. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Judas Priest. And this time, folks, we do have an Italian vintage pressing here. It's going to go up for a $25 start. It's on the Gull label. Sad Wings of Destiny. Judas Priest. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Chad Davis on VG. And VG for Chad Davis. VG for Chad Davis. VG for Chad Davis. I don't see a VG. But I do see a bid for Kiss for $20. And then over here was, how much was the bass album? You're talking about this 12-inch single back here, the bass music. John had it as bass music. This right here, Splat Pack, Uh-Oh. Bass music, is that what you're talking about? It was $12.50. $12.50 over here. Okay? Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to keep just a few more auctions going as we transition to CDs for this last hour. I've got some good ones coming up. VG was for Vern Godson. VG, Vern Godson. Right here in front of me. Sorry. I didn't see it. $7.50. Okay? And then over here is what? Let me make sure we're good to go. So Kiss is at $20 with Mark Buddha. And then Gary Wellman put Kiss $22. And Judas Priest is a $25 start. And then what is the story on Harvest? Harvest is signed by Neil Young, $1,575. It's signed by Neil Young, $1,575. I brought that out from over here next to me. I keep it right next to me all night. I'm just waiting for somebody to get on and say, Chad, you got any album signed by Neil Young? I do, right here. Harvest. Okay, I'm going to take this crate off the table. If anybody changes their mind, let me know. We're going to do what we call a CD blitz for the next hour. I do have other signed Neil Young albums. That's the most expensive, and they go down from there. I've got some I can sell to you for $12. I got some I can sell to you for $1,400. I got maybe a couple I'll sell for a little less than $1,000. I've got a couple with, I got a couple like 12-inch. I actually got a couple 12-inch singles as well. So, hope you're all ready. Let's go do this. I got to go dig out that other crate I'm talking about, okay? And let me flip over a crate here and we'll get started. And VG was for, Vern Godson was sold to Chad Davis. Yeah, Chad Davis. Okay. Excellent. Chad's hungry. This might truly be a Waffle House night. I do have my mom's cake here, though. That's very unhealthy eating, Chad. Should I do it? Yeah. Only live once. Pile it on. Okay. I'll be right back. Let me go flip over a crate, and y'all just be ready to claim CDs. This could actually be pretty hectic because there's still a lot of people hanging around tonight. I did promise some great ones. So I'll be right back. Hope you're all ready. There's going to be our crate table. And Kiss is at $27. And unbelievably, there's no bid on this Italian vintage reissue. Italian vintage reissue. No bid on that. We're looking for a $25 start. Elton John signed record for sale. Possibly the Captain Fantastic might be for sale. It's already authenticated, full letter. It's signed by Bernie Taupin as well. And the only way I would sign it if I could lock in a deal where somebody has a yellow brick road. I'd be willing to sell it if I knew I could upgrade to a yellow brick road. So possibly upgrading to, but Captain Fantastic is such a cool album too, and it's signed by Bernie Taupin, so that adds a lot to it as well. Let me go grab these CDs. I'll be right back. Maybe y'all can still hear me. I'm going to keep walking and talking just in case. Walking and talking. Let's get these CDs dug out over here. My favorite album, to get an album signed, it test. What was I saying? All right, so Mark Buddha got Kiss for $27. And if anybody wants Judas Priest, it's a $25 buy it now. Buy it now for no, listen. If this don't sell for $25, I'll put it back up for auction at 8 o'clock next Thursday, and it's going to bring $79. $25 now or $79 later. It's up to y'all. That is a theft of a price. Just saying. We could get 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 times that at another time. All right, so the first thing we have right now is this. I have what? What have I grabbed? Let me start here with these, actually. Aha. Let me grab this and some of these right here. All right. First thing I have is Ozzy, No More Tears, $6.99. Kicks, live, never seen that before. Kodo, the Heartbeat Drummers of Japan. Jordan Knight. We have Alexis Lawless, Ginger. Kiss Crazy Nights and Kiss Revenge. These are all $6.99. I don't know how much my mic cut out, but what I was saying is if I was going to have a signed album, it would probably be Madman Across the Water, but that's not a good one to have signed because it's a darker cover, unless you could get Elton to sign it like in a silver pen or something. Kind of hard to find. Dave Kavanaugh said he will take the Judas Priest for $25. That is sold to Dave Kavanaugh. So thank you on that. That's sold to him for $25. You got the late night auction deal stuff there. Also here, we got Live Secret Samahati, however that's read. We also have Martin Lawrence, Live Talking SHIT, Dennis Leary, Lock and Loaded, Gold Stamp Promo, Lynch Mob. Oh my gosh, I'm going to veto that one. Also over here, we got Kenny Loggins' Greatest Hits, and we have Love and Hate, Wasted in America. So these are all $6.99. Let's start right here with the following. We got What and Who. We got Chad Davis on Ozzy, No More Tears. And then we got Mike Ospaw first on Kicks. And then Susie next on Ozzy. And then Angela next on Kicks. And then Jeff Metcalf next on Kicks. Then Brian Finfalk next on Kicks. And then we got Amanda Darby on Dennis. Amanda Darby on Dennis. Dennis. That was Dennis Leary. That was right here. And that is so to Amanda Darby. Chris Riddings on Lynch Mob. I can't believe there's not 20 more claims for that. Angela was next on Lynch Mob. Could you show us one? Not the signed Madman Across the Water. I do not have a signed Madman Across the Water. And we have Mary Miles on Kenny Loggins. That's so to Mary Miles for $6.99. So here is what's left. Kodo, Heartbeat Drummers of Japan. We got Jordan Knight, Alexis Lawless, Kiss. Live is still available, unbelievably. Martin Lawrence and Love, Hate, Wasted in America. Those are all $6.99. Everything you saw right there was $6.99. What got the veto? I'll show you in just a second. First thing we have right here. And we have George Strait, Always Never the Same. George Strait, $6.99. John Mellencamp, Rough Harvest. Ozzy Osmosis. We got Alabama, 41 #1 hits. That's a bunch. Winona, New Day Morning. Leanne Rhymes. And we have Country.com, Century of Country. George Strait, Merry Christmas Wherever You Are. And An Empty Case for Boston. We'll put that right over here in case we find the disc and the artwork. Chris wants to pass on George Lynch. He's trying to claim something I technically didn't even show. So we're going to give Lynch Mob to Angela Lewis instead. Angela Lewis, you're going to get Lynch Mob, okay? That goes to you. Mary Miles got Kenny Loggins. Corey Ross on Kiss. Corey, the only Kiss that was left was what? It was Crazy Nice and Revenge. Corey, I'm going to give you both of them. And then Mike Ospaw second. Corey, you got both Kiss. Jeff Metcalf wants Love, Hate. That's so to Jeff Metcalf. And then over here, we got Greg Layton on Alabama. That's so to him. Then John Durden. Then Chan Davis. Then Arnold Autumns. And then Susie wants Ozzy. That's so to Susie. Next is Leslie on Winona Judd. That's so to Leslie. Arnold Adams next on GD. And that was for, I'm not for sure. And then that was for George Strait. And that's so to him. That leaves John Mellencamp, Leon Rhymes, and Country.com. Now, do you want George Strait Always Never the Same, or do you want George Strait Merry Christmas Wherever You Are? Your dibs on those two on him. Let me check one thing over here before I go any further. What did I set aside? What did I veto? I vetoed a signed George Lynch CD because after it's authenticated, it's probably going to be about $75. But I'm going to make sure it's real, and I'm going to make sure I get a sticker on it. First thing I have over here is, give me 1 second. I got to check and make sure a buyer is good to go. Okay, we're good to go. So next thing we have is he wants just the Christmas album, okay? So that stack left George Strait, Country.com, Century Country, Leanne Rhymes, and John Mellencamp. Those are all available. And those are over there. And the next thing I have is this stack right here. These are all $6.99. We have Kenny Loggins, Return to Pooh Corner. We got Kenny Loggins, The Unimaginable Life. We've got Korn, Issues. We got Lenny Kravitz, Lenny. Also have Cyndi Lauper, Hatful of Stars. Here is Trio 2, Sealed, with Emmylou, Linda, and Dolly. Also Trisha Yearwood, Where Your Road Leads. Nickelodeon's Ren and Stimpy's Crock of Christmas. And here is Kenny Loggins, December. Those are $6.99. Sherry wants the other George Strait. That is sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you. All these are $6.99. We are going through them fast and fiercely. Hope everybody's paying attention. Here is Jackal. Jackal is called Cut the Crap. Also, we got Ja Heaven. Also, Iron Maiden, Virtual 11. Oh my gosh. Iron Maiden, Brave New World. Oh my gosh. Ingve Malmsteen. Also, we have Kiss of the Gypsy. Kiss of the Gypsy. Some of these look pretty expensive. All these are $6.99 each. First is Leslie Holt on the Cyndi Lauper. That is sold for $6.99 to Leslie Holt. Chris Frazier got corn issues. So did Chris Frazier. Next is Greg Herman on Ren and Stimpy. Ren and Stimpy sold to Greg Herman. Melinda Darren wants Kenny Pooh. Kenny, Return to Pooh. Exactly. That's sold to Melinda. Greg Layton wants R and S. R and S. R and S. R and S. That might have been something already sold. Ren and Stimpy. Yes. And then Susie on Christmas. That's already sold. Leslie got Trio. That's sold to Leslie. Mary, you were next on Kenny Rogers. Mike Ospaw got Jackal. Crystal Newman next on Jackal. Chad Davis, you got dibs on both Iron Maidens. Let me know which one you want. And then Angela on Y. That's for Ingve Malmsteen. Chris Riddings, you were first on Kiss the Gypsy. Angela got Ingve. We got a pending on Iron Maiden. Here's what's left. Kenny Loggins, Lenny Kravitz, Trisha Yearwood, Ja Heaven, and Kenny Loggins. All right. Next thing is going to go up right now. These are all $6.99. First come, first serve. Hope everybody's ready. Hope everybody's paying attention. Hope everybody's ready to make some claims. First thing we have is the outfield, and this is called Rock Eye. Never seen that one before. Also, we got Manilow Sing Sinatra with a promo sticker. Oh my gosh, it's Marilyn Manson. The Last Tour on Earth. That's a $35,000 CD. Powers of 10. Sean Lane. Also, Sarah McLachlan, Afterglow. We got Ricky Martin, The Cup of Life. Also here, I have Sarah McLachlan, Mirror Ball. It's sealed. Also, Brian May of Queen, Back to Light. Kiss Alive 3. And this is John Mellencamp, sealed. I have not heard back from Chad Davis on which two of the Iron Maidens he wants, so those are still pending. The next claim here was Susie Breelove on Lenny Kravitz, and that was from the previous stack. That is sold to Susie Breelove for $6.99. That was LK for Lenny Kravitz. We got the Useless Eaters on Marilyn Manson. That was a $35 million CD, and that was sold to him for $6.99. And then Sarah McLachlan sealed. That sold to John Darren. And then Leslie Holt on Mirror. And Mirror was the Sarah McLachlan, so you were second. Chris Frazier first on K for Kiss, then Corey Loss. And then Guy Shard was next on Sarah McLachlan. And that leaves the outfield, Barry Manilow, Sean Lane, Sarah McLachlan. There is another Sarah McLachlan, and so possibly Guy Shard will get that one. It's called Afterglow. That's up to you. And then Mary was next on Sarah McLachlan. So that left the outfield, Barry Manilow, Sean Lane, Ricky Martin, Brian May, and Mellencamp. Which two Iron Maidens was it? It was Iron Maiden Brave New World and Iron Maiden Virtual 11. My Restream just got logged out. Let me log into my Restream. It was that time of the night where they decided to randomly boot me out. Let me get logged in here right quick. I got to type in our company email, password, and we're good to go. Okay, so I'm back in. Now I can see comments. I still see them up here on my monitor. So we have Kiss of the Gypsy. That is... so Guy does get this one. Mary Miles, and then Jetmap, Kiss of the Gypsy. Kiss of the Gypsy. Kiss of the Gypsy? Was that something I've already sold? Kiss of the Gypsy? Jetmap Clav, Kiss of the Gypsy. All right, moving right along. Chad is making a very difficult decision on which two Iron Maiden. He is really contemplating what he's about to decide there. Okay, next thing we have here is George Strait, latest and greatest Straits hits. George Strait, how about Lori Morgan, greatest hits collection. Also over here, I've got Cheryl Wright, single white female. Mark Chestnut, I don't want to miss a thing. Winona, The Other Side. Neil Diamond, the Christmas album. And Christmas comedy classics. Those are all $6.99. Also going to grab this handful right here, right quick, right now. And that is these right here. Whoop, hold on one second. Oh, these are funny. Roy Mercer, How Big a Boy Are You? Volume 6. That's funny stuff there. Freddie Mercury, The Great Pretender. George Michael and Queen with Lisa Stansfield, and Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Those are all $6.99. So a quick read through of those again. We have Meatloaf, George Michael and Queen, Freddie Mercury, Roy Mercer, Christmas Comedy, Neil Diamond, Winona, Mark Chestnut, Cheryl Wright, Lori Morgan, and George Strait. All those are still available. Just saying, they're available. Next thing I have over here is more. I've got more Meatloaf. Welcome to the neighborhood. I got Leela McCann, Tracy Bird, Keepers, Greatest Hits, Tim McGraw. Also, this is sealed. It's a Home for the Holidays, Phoenix House. Also here is Reba McEntire, Secret of Giving. This is A Teen's Teen Spirit. And over here is Mark Chestnut. And is my feed hung up? Is anybody still out there? Let me reset my chat here. I don't know what's going on. I hadn't seen any comments in like 3 minutes. Is this thing still on? Test 1, 2. Just nobody making claims? Is that what's going on? And then anybody out there? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Anybody out there? I'm going to be like Roger Waters. Is there anybody out there? Because it's just like invisible. I don't know if I'm talking to myself. I don't know if anybody's out there. I don't know if the chat's working. I don't know if it's hung up. There hadn't been an actual claim on a CD in nearly 4 minutes. I've read through about 20. And also, I had never heard back from Chad on the Iron Maidens. I have a feeling everything is just frozen right now. It's just completely frozen. So we'll have to wait for Facebook to reconnect. I'm sure we're still live over there. Let me make sure we are. If we are, then everything's hung up and restreamed. So I'm blind. Let me log into Facebook over here. I got to get ready to boost some ads anyway. Review CDs. That would take a long time. But right now, we are going to make sure we're still live. Let me pull up the Facebook chat here. Y'all are here, but I can't see you. Y'all are basically invisible to me. Yeah, I got to wait till all this shows up, okay? I'm waiting for Restream to connect to Facebook. Show is timed out right now, okay? We got to wait for... Do y'all see what I'm talking about? See right here where my hand's going up and down? As much as people comment on Facebook, it's not going to show up right now. So we're live, we're connected, everybody can hear me, but anybody that's talking on Facebook right now, I can't see anything they're saying. It's locked out. And until they reconnect, I can't do anything. We're going to give it a few more seconds. If not, then it's in bad shape. I got booted out of Restream over here, like it wanted me to reconnect. And when I reconnected, I lost everything. So we're blind as a bat. And I don't know if y'all know this, but bats are pretty dang blind. So let me log in over here on my other phone and see if I can get this rebooted right quick. It was a bad time for that to happen since we was right in the middle of a great blitz. Let me fix this right quick. Oh. Let me figure out. Okay, I think they're loaded now. Give me 1 second. I think we're good. All right, so what we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to read back through. I'm going to have to read back through what I've gone through. Let me connect this over here. We hit a great batch there of 80s hard rock and metal. Okay, I think I can. I'm good to go here. Yeah, logging into this really helped. All right, so what I'm going to do is this. The last thing was I'm going to take these stacks and just pretend like I've never shown them and just redo them. So everybody be ready, okay? The last thing that was confirmed sold was Sarah McLaughlin over here, okay? And now if you claim something already, it's all void. We're about to do all these again, okay? Iron Maiden, Virtual 11. Iron Maiden, Brave New World. Mark Chestnut, I Don't Want to Miss a Thing. A Teens, Teen Spirit. Secret of Giving, a Christmas collection, Reba McEntire. Home for the Holidays, Phoenix House. Tim McGraw, A Place in the Sun, Gold Stamp promo. Tracy Bird, Keepers, Greatest Hits. Lisa McCann, Something in the Air. Meatloaf, Welcome to the Neighborhood. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell 2. Meatloaf and Meatloaf, the last couple there. So Thomas is first on Iron Maiden. Thomas, it's your pick on Virtual 11 or Brave New World. Your pick on those, and that left Mark Chestnut, 18s, Reba, Home for the Holidays, Tim McGraw, Tracy Bird, Leela McCann, Meatloaf, and Meatloaf. So those are available. Now the next handful is right here. And this is George Michael and Queen with Lisa Stansfield, 5 Live. Freddie Mercury, The Great Pretender. Roy D. Mercer, How Big a Boy Are You? We got Christmas Comedy Classics. Neil Diamond, The Christmas Album. Winona Judd, The Other Side. Mark Chestnut, I Don't Want to Miss a Thing. Cheryl Wright, Single Female. And Lori Morgan, To Get to You. And George Strait's Greatest Hits. So Thomas wants both Iron Maidens. Those are sold for $6.99 and $6.99. Robert Warner on Tracy B. Robert Warner on Tracy Bird. That's sold to Robert. Thank you on that. That's sold to Robert Warner. Thomas Hujar did get both Iron Maidens. Greg Herman on FM. Freddie Mercury. That is sold to Greg Herman. Paul Brothers, I'm going to give you both meatloafs. Meatloaf. But if you don't want both, let me know. And then Susie got Freddie. And then Leslie got Winona Judd. And that's sold to Leslie Holt. And Leslie Holt also got George Strait. And that is sold as well to Leslie. Now, that left Chad Davis on RDM. Roy D. Mercer. How big a boy are you? Well, if I just come over there and put a pop knot on your head. That is sold and sold. And then Alanti G wants George Michael and Queen. That's sold to Alanti G. Moving right along. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. I'm going to also go ahead and do that other stack. And here's that other stack. John Mellencamp. John Mellencamp is sealed. And then Brian May, Back to the Light. We have The Cup of Life by Ricky Martin. The official song of the World Cup of France, 98. Powers of 10, Sean Lane. Also, we have Manilow sing Sinatra. The Outfield, Rock Eye. The Outfield, Trisha Yearwood. Where Your Road Leads, Ja Heaven. We have Kenny Loggins, December. And Kenny Loggins, The Unimaginable Life. Chad, would it be a problem to pass on Ingve? I'll let you pass for $6.99. For $6.99, I'll let you put it back. Next thing we have is this right here. I have TLC, Waterfalls. TLC, that's a single. That is a single. This is Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, no artwork. Also have Black Hawk. Black Hawk. Also Tracy Bird Keepers, Greatest Hits. We just had one of those earlier. And here is 2 random deals here. That looks like a Pepsi logo. And then this is REO Speedwagon, The Earth, A Small Man, His Dog, and Chicken. No artwork, just a single disc there. Next thing is Trisha Yearwood, and that is sold to Paul Brothers. Trisha Yearwood is right here. That is sold to Paul Brothers. Next thing over here was Greg Layton on Black Hawk. Great movie, Black Hawk Down. That is sold to Greg Layton. Susie Breelove on TLC. That's sold, and Paul Brothers wants Dr. Feelgood. Those are all sold. And now we have our first gigantic stack of CDs. Everything that has sold, I'm taking it right back here. I'm stacking it and packing it on this table. And let's go get some more going. First, I got to drop these off right over here, though. Dee, boom, boom, boom. Let me do that righty now. I'm putting them right here. And there they are. Boom. Next thing, one thing leads to another. Motley Crue, boom. Now I'm also going to go through the CDs from the very first part just so I can restack, and somebody did ask for me to do that. I was like, okay, there's not much because we've sold basically 2/3 of what we've shown. And then here was the very first stack we had, which was countrymusic.com's Country of the Century, Leanne Rimes, Sitting on Top of the World, John Mellencamp, Rough Harvest, Martin Lawrence is still available. I can't believe no one's got live. Alexi Lawless, Jordan Knight, and Kodo, Drumbeat of Drummers of Japan. Heartbeat of Drummers of Japan. So all those are still available. All right, and we're not almost done with this first box, and I'm going to have to go dig out more. So here we go. Hope everyone's ready. New Hand. Now that's what I call Music Volume 4. Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, Blink-182. We got Firehouse. Wow, Hold Your Fire. That one's tough to get on vinyl. How about Sarara, When the Blackbird Sings? That looks interesting. Reba, So Good Together. Also, we have What's in the Bag, Chuck Leavell, Gold Stamp Promo, A Very Special Christmas 2. What about Marty Stewart, The Pilgrim? What about Patsy Cline Duets, Volume 1? What about Trisha Yearwood, Real Live Woman? What about Johnny Cash and Willie Nelson? It's sealed. VH1 Storytellers. And how about Sounds of the Season? It's got Elton, it's got Willie, it's got Bruce, it's got BB, and those are $6.99. So that last stack over here, Thomas Hujar got it live, and that was Secret Samba Hadi. Exactly. That was sold to Thomas Hujar for $6.99. Sherry Darnell second. Leanne Rimes, Sitting on Top of the World. That was sold to Paul Brothers. Leanne Rimes here. Gold Stamp Promo. We had that on cassette earlier as well. That is sold to Paul Brothers. Michael Ruttman on that Firehouse. Oh boy, Firehouse. That is sold to Michael Ruttman. And the next was Mike Ospaw on RY. RY, I'm assuming that was for RY. We'll skip over that for right now. And then Thomas Hujar put FG. I'm assuming once again that was for Firehouse. So we'll skip over that. Then Angela put F, I'm assuming for Firehouse. And then Paul put Live, already sold. Mike put Firehouse. Houston Cedars put Firehouse. And then Angela Lewis put S. And I'm assuming that was for the Saharaya. Is that right? If not, then let me know. And then Paul Brothers on Now. And then Adam Minardi on Church. And that was Chuck. I bet he meant Chuck. Chuck Leavell. And then Leslie Holt on Very. And that was for, what was that for? Very Special Christmas. That's sold to Leslie. And then John Darden on the Johnny Cash. And then Adam next on Chuck. Or Adam, you did get Chuck. Michael next on Cash. Thomas next on Cash. Leslie next on Cash. Corey next on Cash. Leslie on The Sound of Christmas. Paul next on Cash. Susie next on Cash. And then Amanda next on Now. All right, so the Firehouse, even though Firehouse for sure is sold to Michael Ruttman, he was first either way with FH. A lot of people on that one. That just left Reba, that left Trisha, that left Patsy, and that left Marty Stewart. There, that is what's left in that handful. And then just this right here. We got Vanessa Carlton. We got another Kodo, Drums of Japan. And we got Bob Rivers and Twisted Radio, Christmas Twisted box set. Those are all $6.99. And now we have plenty of time for me to go dig out another box. So let me go do that right now. I didn't get everything dug out that trip that I wanted to, so let me go try to get another one. I'll keep talking to y'all. Hopefully my mic doesn't cut out, but it's starting to get pretty tough to get to where I need to. These were way up high, but I'm working my way down, so don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I got to go find all these CDs. We got to dig them out. We got to do this. We got to do that. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. I am back here in the back in the saddle again. I'm going to move. I'm going to groove. I'm going to shake it on down. I don't know what any of that means. Hopefully I can get to this box. I'm climbing on top of a tub. I'm literally standing on a tub. Hopefully it doesn't break. I'm trying to take a peek at the next box. Yep, it's got good stuff in it. Let me see if I can stretch over the top here to get to it. It's going to require an act of athleticism, which I don't have much of, but maybe I have just enough to get over here to these. All right, I got them. Mission accomplished. And the show will go on. The show will go on. And let me take a peek at them. Oh, yeah. Good stuff here. Good stuff. Great titles all around. And here we go. Living in a Levi. Who did Ricky Martin sing? Or Living in a Levi Loca? That's Ricky Martin, isn't it? Living in a Levi Loca. Ricky Martin. Could y'all hear all that? I'm back now. Could y'all hear all that? Hopefully y'all heard all that. I'm back now. And we're going right back to it. Hope y'all ready. Let's grab some from right here in the middle. Looks like we're in a C, B, and C box, but some other letters too. First we got, wow, right off the bat, Damn Yankees, Don't Tread. Damn Yankees, self-titled. The Cure, Paris. Creed, Weathered. We also have Craft, C-R-A-F-T. Wow, Coverdale Page. The Corns. We got Contraband. Oh, man. Holy moly. We got Sean Colvin. We got Phil Collins and Phil Collins. Wow. I'm just going to wait for all the comments to come in. So here we go. What happened here? We got Trisha. We have over here, we have Vanessa. That was from the last stack, right? Paul, Trisha, and Vanessa. Trisha and Vanessa. Yep, Paul got this and Paul got that. He also has a crush on who'd you say, Paul? Leanne Rhymes. First crush I remember having was Britney Spears' sister. That was my first ever crush. Zoe 101. That was my first ever crush. I'll admit it. That was my crush. Jamie Lynn Spears. Jamie Lynn Spears, yep. I think that was the earliest crush I could ever remember. And then the Christmas Twisted box, that was sold to Leslie for $6.99. Chad's an Ocean Nightmare. Oh yeah, you should see some of the stuff I do. I have climbed up in the rafters. I have jumped off crates before. And then over here we have Michael Ruttman. Your dibs on Damn Yankees Don't Tread or Damn Yankees Self-Titled. And then Greg Herman, without a doubt, he's first on Cure. Kenny next on the Damn Yankees. And Thomas Hujar, you're first on a lot of C's. Thomas Hujar, you got the whole stack. I'm going to sell you Creed, Kraft, Coverdale, Cures, Contraband, Colvin, Collins. Those are all sold to you. Now, I really need to know what your first C comment was for. He has the whole dibs on the entire box with the letter C. Thomas Hujar, it's totally up to you. The whole box. You can have the rest of them. Surely you didn't want all of them, but it could happen. It's up to you. You were next on C. And then that ties up the whole box. So we'll see what he wanted. He was trying to get the Cure. Okay. So Chris was next on Damn Yankees, then Angela, and then Yusa Cedars next on the Cure. Susie next on Damn Yankees. Dustin next on Cure. Sherry Darnell got Creed. Sherry Darnell got Creed. Chris Ridling's on Kraft. And then Mike Ospaw on CB for Contraband. Contraband, right, Mike Ospaw. And then we have, what are the Phil Collins? No jacket required, and But Seriously. Woody Bishop has dibs on those. And can I see the 2 CDs on Phil Collins? Yep. Woody Ash, What They Are. Woody Bishop, there's disc 1. And then over here is Phil Collins, But Seriously. Okay, and then over here is Paul Brothers next on Phil Collins. So there's 3 people in line. Michael Ruttman did get both of the Yankees, the dang Yankees. Jet next on Contraband. Rock and Slot next on Contraband. And that just wow. Nobody on David Coverdale and Jimmy Page. And then the Coors and Sean Colvin. Those are available. And then Woody Bishop, it's your dibs on Phil Collins. And then it's dibs to Grog. And then it's dibs to Paul Brothers. Grog passes. He wants no jacket required. So, Paul, if you want, But Seriously, just say yes, take, sold to you. Y'all going to like this box. And about every handful I'm going to grab, it looks like these are probably going to sell. So, I hope y'all are ready. First thing we have here, that looks like Danger, Danger. Wow. I know what this is, too. It's Dazed and New. Holy moly, a Def Leppard Hysteria with a concert ticket stub. Holy moly, with a 1988 ticket stub. Wow, that's amazing. How about Dead Eye Dick? This is New Age Girl. Here's Depeche Mode, Personal Jesus, single. Del Marco Brothers, Shipwrecked. That looks like something that would be $50. Def Leppard, Adrenalize. Def Leppard, Pyromania. Dawn, Danger, Danger. Danger, Danger. And Danger, Danger, Down and Dirty Live. Wow. I told y'all these were going to get pretty crazy. What is going on right now? Let's figure out what happened. The next thing is Paul said he will take the Phil Collins, but seriously. Next thing over here is Cora, Leave Me Breathless. This is the chorus. Let me a second. So, Paul, you did want the chorus, right? Or was you asking, was there a track on here? I'm going to give it to you right now. If that's not right, let me know. And then we got Chris on D. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. First of all, we got the first letters D. Now, Chris Frazier, that means you can have Danger, Danger, Days of the New, Def Leppard, Dead Eye Dick, Depeche Mode, Del Marco, Def Leppard, Danger, 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 Danger. But I'm going to let you pick one artist. Your pick, I'm assuming it was for Danger, Danger. And then we're going to have to go to the next that. And what we might have to do is, because this next handful is going to be a bunch of B's, and the next handful is going to be a bunch of F's, and then here's a bunch more C's. We might have to have at least 2 letters, hopefully 3. So he wants the first Danger, Danger. Okay, so that's so to him. Otherwise, I'm going to have to take a moment to mix all these up, or it's going to get very complicated. So he got Danger, Danger. Kenny Stanley was next. Greg Herman first on Def Leppard. Now, what we'll have to do is give him dibs on that one, and this one, and this one. That is kind of a perk of being first. So, Greg Herman, you're first on those. Paul Brothers did want Phil Collins. And then John Darden next on Def Leppard. Then Michael. Then Chris Frazier. So those 3 are pending to Greg Herman. And then Corey Ross. Then Leslie Holt. And then Angela Lewis put Day. Angela Lewis put Day. D-A-Y. I bet that was for Days of the New. That's so to Angela Lewis. And then Burt Jordan next on Def Leppard. Then Tracy. John Durden got DM. And I'm assuming that's for Depeche Mode, Personal Jesus. And then Dustin. Then Thomas. Then Amanda. And then Chris Riddings on DeMarco. Chris Riddings at DeMarco. And then another Def Leppard. And then Thomas said pass. And Thomas's pass was for something. Oh, no. And then we have Angela on Def Leppard. And then Angela on Danger. So there's the next Danger, Danger. So that leaves Dawn. That leaves Danger, 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 Screw It, and the single. So next Danger, Danger is to Angela. So dibs on those. Then Paul Brothers. Do you know Shaw Colvin's in print? I can check, but I'm not for sure. And then Test, and then we have all but Pyromania. All right, so these are sold and these are sold. He got Def Leppard and Pyromania, or he got Def Leppard and Adrenalize. So what I'm going to do, we just got to reset it. There was 10 billion. If anybody wants Def Leppard, Pyromania, first come, first serve right now. Woody Bishop's doesn't count because it was already on the screen. That is available for $6.99. You need to reclaim it if you wanted it. Now, Angela, you got dibs on these 3 Danger Dangers. Your dibs on these. Dawn, Screw It, and Down and Dirty Live. That wasn't a single, actually. That's a live album. Okay? Now, Def Leppard is sold to Michael Ruttman. Now, the only thing left is Dead Eye Dick. That's New Age Girl. Angela's got dibs on those. Surely she'll take all 3. 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 All right, I'm going to make this. This has gotten complicated. All right, let me try to mix these up here. Let me grab one. All right, let me grab that. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to grab that. I'll grab this. We'll grab this from over here. We'll grab this from over here. This. And then this. And then all these. Okay. She says all 3. There we go. Which one for Danger, Danger? They're all sold. Danger, Danger is all sold. Next is Creed, Weathered. Van Halen, OU812. Joshua Tree, U2. Sheryl Crow, self-titled. Wow, Blackjack. I've never seen that on CD. Big Brother Holding Company, Do What You Love. Collective Soul, Dosage. How about Bon Jovi Live, One Wild Night, 85, 2001. Foreigner, Mr. Moonlight. Wham, Make It Big, Brothers in Arms. And we have The Lost Boys. That is the soundtrack to that. This is Dead Eye Dick, a full album. It is a 5-track. It is Dead Eye Dick, unreleased bonus. I'm not for sure all what's going on there, but there it is. Now, first thing we have here, I've tried to mix those up a little bit. Susie put H. Susie put H. There's no H. We'll go to Corey. Corey's first on Van Halen. That's sold to Corey for $6.99. Next is Leslie on JT, and that was for something. And what was that for? JT. I don't see a JT. No JT. And then Michael Ruttman first on U2. That's sold to Michael Ruttman. Next is Chris Frazier on Blackjack. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Then Chris Riddings. Woody next on U2. Paul Brothers first on Creed. And then we have Dustin Hodges first on Collective Soul. We'll give that to Dustin Hodges. And then next is John Darden on LB for Lost Boys. Then Amanda Darby. Then Michael Ruttman. Angela Lewis first on Foreigner. Foreigner sold to Angela Lewis. And then next is BJ, which is Bon Jovi. And Bon Jovi is sold to Paul Brothers. Now I'm going to pause there and take all those in here. These are all sold. We have amassed a huge stack. I know where I left off, so I can think I'm going to tag Dire Straits next. But first, let me go ahead and slide these right over here in this stack, okay? Those are all right there. Those are gone. Now, let me drive right over here. I'm not going to drive. I'm going to walk. And the first thing I had was a Dire Straits comment. That's sold to Michael Reed. And then Corey Ross was second. Sherry next on Creed. Susie on Can. No Can here. And then there was Take a Dead Eye Dick. That's sold to Paul Brothers. And then over here was Corey on Wham. And then over here is this. So Sheryl Crow and Big Brother. Those are available. They're $6.99 each. Those are still available. Next thing I have over here are the following. These are all $6.99. We have Side, and this is CYD, Legend Records. There's another Damn Yankees, self-titled. Phil Collins, 12 Inchers. That's a CD compilation. Phil Collins, Seriously Live Hits. Collective Soul, self-titled. Collective Soul, Hence Allegations. Also, Paula Cole, This Fire, Jude Cole, and Joe Cocker, Night Calls. Those are all $6.99. Woody, you were second on Pyromania. Susie said her claims for Van Halen, U2 Joshua Tree. I might have already tagged those to somebody else. First thing I have, though, are these. This is Side, the Dang Yankees, Phil Collins, Collective Soul, Phyllis Cole, Paula Cole, Jude Cole, and Joe Cocker. Those are all still available. Now, the first one was SYDY. That was SY, and that was for the Dang Yankees. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Dustin Hodges, your dibs on these two Collective Souls, then Paul Brothers. Those are available. Side, Phil Collins, Paul Cole, Jude Cole, and Joe Cocker. Now, over here are this whole stack. Hold on a second. I might configure these out. Let me move this one. And then over here, we're going to move this one. And then this one. I'm going to try to mix them up again so I don't have this many in a row here. This one, and then this one. And we're going to do this one and this one, okay? Let's do all these for $6.99. But first, we got Dibs, Dustin, your pick on Collective Soul. Then Paul, and then Paul also on JC. Now, the JC I see could be Jude Cole or Joe Cocker. Your dibs on those two as well. Now, we have first, we got Blues Traveler. This one is self-titled. Blackjack, Worlds Apart. Black and Blue, and that's called In Heat. Black Crows, James Taylor. Also, we have Mariah Carey Music Box, Chick Corea Light Years, Elvis #1 Hits, and we have Bonham. And Bonham is the Disregard of Timekeeping. Disregard of Timekeeping, that is. Dustin got both Collective Souls, and Paul Brothers wanted Joe Cocker. So that left Jude Cole. I'm going to put him right over here, and let's figure out what else is next. First is May I See Side Again, and then Chris Riddings wants Black. Now, that is for Blackjack, Black and Blue, Black Crows. One of the three. I'll let you pick one artist there. And then Paul Brothers got Joe Cocker, already tagged. Kenny Stanley on BB. And BB was probably for Black and Blue. You're next on Black and Blue if Chris doesn't get it. And then Greg Layton got Black Crows. You're next if Chris doesn't get it. And then Angela Lewis on BL. That's probably for Black and Blue. You're next if, no, I guess you're really not next. And then Mariah Carey, so to Paul Brothers. Angela Lewis on Bonham. And now we have Rockin' Slot next on Bonham. And he wants Black Jack. So Chris Ridlings gets Black Jack. Next over here is Kenny Stanley on Black and Blue. And then Black Crows is so to Greg Layton. Black Crows so to Greg Layton. Rick Rubin. I heard that Tyler Childers' new album is produced by Rick Rubin. I was like, wow. We have Elvis Presley, #1 hits, Chick Corea Electric Band, James Taylor's Greatest Hits, and Blues Traveler. Those are all available. Next handful is going to go up right now. Hope everybody's ready. If not, I need you to get really focused. Make sure before you sit hand on a comment, it's not going to get auto-corrected. We have about 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, or at the end of this box, probably at the end of this box, La Boucher, TK Blue, Another Blue, Blue Series Essentials. We have Aquamarine, Danny Gottlieb, Bob Seger's Greatest Hits, Cobra, First Strike, Bless Union, Walking Off the Buzz, Bless Union of Souls Home, and another Blackjack. And one of those were a Japanese CD. Which one was a Japanese CD? Maybe it wasn't. I could have swore one of those had a Japanese spine. Maybe it's coming up. But there's another Blackjack, just FYI. First is Melanie Jennings on Blue Series. Let's go ahead and sell that to Melanie Jennings. Next is Kenny Stanley on Cobra. Cobra is sold to Kenny Stanley. Chris Riddings is second. Chris Riddings also first on Blackjack. And then Corey Ross first on Bob Seger. Make sure you get a comment in. And then we have Angela Lewis on BJ. BJ over here is for what? And that was for Blackjack. That's already sold. And then Paul Brothers on Blessed. And that was Blessed Union. And there's 17 minutes left. So let me go back up here. And Leslie is saying she needs a U2 Joshua Tree. And Susie needs a Van Halen. So earlier there was an H comment from Susie. And that's for Van Halen. I gave it to Corey Ross. Change Van Halen from H. Susie's H comment was for Van Halen. Change that from Corey Ross to Susie Breedlove. Earlier, Leslie put JT. That was for U2. Change U2 from Michael Ruttman to Leslie Holt. Okay? That's why I completely overlooked those. I was like, I'm not for sure. Either it's already something sold or claimed or something like that happened. But they're saying JT was for U2 and H was for Van Halen. And now we got those fixed. Hope that all got changed later. Now, when invoices come out Monday, hopefully they fix that. We got Bernie Tormay, Turn Out the Lights, Bernie Tormay, Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, Volumes 1 and 2. That's a double pack. Glass Tiger, The Thin Red Line. Also, Tony McAlpine, Edge of Insanity. We have Randy Jackson's China Rain, Bed of Nails. Also, we have Platinum Hits, Volume 1, and Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill. Those are $6.99. Next thing I have over here is the following. I have this. I got Bon Jovi, Someday It Will Be All Right. This is Bon Jovi, Someday It Will Be All Right. We got Bon Jovi, Keep the Faith. I've got Bon Jovi, Self-Titled. And we have Mitch Malloy. Those are all $6.99 over there. So first we have Woody Bishop on BJ, and that was for the Billy Joel. That sold to him for $6.99. Next over here is Chris Ridlings on BT, and BT for Chris Ridlings was for Bernie Tormay. Is that right, Chris? If so, it's sold to you. Paul Brothers next on Billy Joel, and then Alanis Morissette is sold for $6.99 to Paul Brothers. That is Alanis Morissette. Michael Ruttman next on BJ for Bon Jovi, right? BJ for Bon Jovi. Now, you got very lucky. There's one, there's two, there's three. There's three Bon Jovis there, Michael. Let me know. Then Angela, then Paul Brothers. Okay? And then that left these for $6.99. And we have Platinum Hits Volume 1 with Blondie, Duran Duran, Billy Idol, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Bonnie Raitt. We got Randy Jackson's China Rain, and that was Bed of Nails. And then Tony McAlpine, Edge of Insanity, and Glass Tiger still left there. And then Michael's got dibs on Bon Jovi, then Angela, then Paul, and then Mitch. Whatever Mitch was, it's already sold, I think. Mitch. Mitch Malloy right here. That is sold to Rockin' and Slottin'. And then these 3 Bon Jovis are sold to Michael Ruttman. All right, moving right along. Next thing I have here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 10. I've got 10 Bon Jovi CDs. We're going to do it by album name. Otherwise, it'll be impossible, okay? All by album name. Crush. Crush. Live, Wembley. Always. 7,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Slippery. This Ain't a Love Song. I think that's like a 3-track. Okay, so Mitch and then Woody put C and SWW. And then was Michael's BJ wasn't for Billy Joel? No, I think Billy Joel had already been shown or claimed. It was a later comment for that, I think. I mean, it had to have been for Bon Jovi, because if it was for Billy Joel, then he would have passed on Bon Jovi because he didn't correct it any other way. Or he didn't put Bon Jovi again. Okay, and then Woody put C and SWW. C and SWW. C and SWW. Woody, what is C and SWW? And first is Paul Brothers. He put Live. That's for Bon Jovi Live. Chris on 7,800 degrees. Paul was second. Michael on Slippery. Always is a 4-track. Okay, so I need to redo these. Let me redo these. First thing we have is CSW. That was Slippery. Wow. How did your first comment, that was the last, things got really out of order there. The first comment was for the last CD. So Woody Bishop gets Slippery When Wet. Paul Brothers on Live. Paul Brothers on Live. Chris on 7,800 degrees. And Paul Brothers first on this. And that leaves Always and Crush. Okay? Now, here's some more. This one is Always, which is another, not a full album. The Power Station Years, 1980, 1983. That looks interesting. Crossroads, which is a greatest hits. And then Self-Titled, also known as Bon Jovi. Tonight's been, I'm literally trying to go full speed ahead. Like throw the coals in the engine. We got to go. But sometimes this stuff in alphabetical order gets complicated. When people come to our store and they say, why aren't your records in alphabetical order? I'm not looking through all these if they're not in order. And I'm like, buddy, you've never watched one of our Facebook Live shows. This is why I refuse, and I tell everybody here, don't ever, ever put anything in alphabetical order. Don't ever put anything in alphabetical order. It completely disrupts our sales. No alphabetical order here. I'd rather take CDs and completely mix them all up. No alphabetical order. Okay, so first thing we had was Angela Lewis on Always. And she's going to pass again. Paul Brothers says he'll take it. And then we got Paul Brothers on Crossroads. And then we got Woody next on Crossroads. And then we're good to go. So here's what I'm going to do. The 4 that didn't sell, if anybody wants them, for $20. The 4 that didn't sell, the Bon Jovis, if anybody wants those, for $20. And there's one more handful left in this box. Okay? So those 4 there, if anybody wants them. I got Michael Bolton, Lean on Me. That's some sort of maxi single. Boston, Walk On. I've got Danger, Danger, just the artwork. Down and Dirty Live, or no artwork, just the disc. John Mayer, Heavier Things. And The Best of Lou Rawls, Volume 2. They're both sealed. Alphabetical order is the worst thing that can happen to Collectco. They'll bring me a bunch of cassettes or CDs or something like, oh no, they're in alphabetical order. So the stuff up front, if we spent hours and days putting it all in alphabetical order, and then I brought a crate back here to go through, and we flipped through it all in alphabetical order, somebody would comment AAB, and I was like, okay, is that for Allman Brothers, ABBA? And we'd have to figure out what they were trying to buy. Bon Jovi is sold to Paul Brothers, those 4 for $20. That was Power Station Years, Self-Titled, Crush, and Always. Those are sold to him. And then Thomas on Bose. And is that for Boston? I got Lou Rawls, John Mayer, Danger, Danger, No Artwork, Boston, and Michael Bolton. So let me know on those. And guess what? Need someone to hire to de-alphabetize. Yeah, I'm going to be like, go back there, all these CDs, and mix them up for me before I show them again. I don't know if I can go through another. We could have went through a whole nother box if I hadn't have had those in alphabetical order. But we did go through 2 boxes. So, okay. Now, what we're going to do, Thomas says BOS was for Boston. Okay. You put an apostrophe. I think your autocorrect put an apostrophe. That threw me for a loop. But we got you. We got you. Fast-paced stuff tonight. Okay, we really don't have time to start a whole nother box because I don't know if I can actually even get to it. But I do have some others over here that we didn't finish the other night. So let me grab those. Are they right in here? Yeah, they're right in here. We didn't go through any of these. So I still got another box right here behind me. So let me grab these, and these are all $6.99. Okay? And this is Dinah Ross, 20 Greatest Hits. We got Chris Perka, Driving North. Blind Melon, Self-Titled. Carpenter's Love Songs. We got Carpenter Singles. We got Carpenter Singles. Blues Brothers, Briefcase of Blues. Blues Travelers 4. Michael Bolton. We got Michael Bolton's Greatest Hits. Kate Accursed and I'll Be Sure, Sexy Verses. Those are all $6.99. Let me move some stuff around right quick. We got about 9 or 8 minutes left to do a blast of whatever's left over here that I can get to in this box before time runs out and before I say goodnight and before I go get something to eat, which I'm pretty dang hungry right now. I could eat a couple cows. First thing we have is Leslie on DR. Leslie on DR, 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 DR was Dinah Ross. That's the very first one. That's sold to Leslie. Thomas Hujar first on Blind Melon. That is sold to old Thomas Hujar there. And then Woody Bishop on GM. And Woody Bishop, your GM was unidentifiable. And then John Durden on BB. And John Durden's BB was for Blues Brothers. And then Paul Brothers was next. And Paul Brothers also wants the Carpenter Singles. And those have completed another completely full stack over here. So let me go take this gigantic, janky stack of CDs right around the corner. All right. He says that was for blind. Blind was for... Oh, blind GM blind melon. Okay, that's already been sold. Thomas was ahead of you. All right, next handful. Let's see what else we got here. I have no idea what I'm about to grab, but we're about to find out, right? Who knows? We have Ricky Nelson's greatest hits. We have The Lock, and I'm going to pause right here with Yvonne Long because Paul Brothers does want the Blues Traveler 4 here. That is so to Paul Brothers. And then we have Yvonne Long, I think. Also here is You and Here, Lou's Hotel, The Little Willies, Lyle Lovett, Songs from the Movies. This is All Right Tonight, Lullaby Cry, Sweet Desire. This looks like Sarah McLachlan, Rarities and B-Sides and Other Stuff. Sarah McLachlan Surfacing. Manaheim Steamroller, Yellowstone. This is the Nephilim. The Neville Brothers, Brothers Keepers. Stevie Nicks, Street Angel, nice. We have Scarlet Haze, Out of the Dark. Trevor Rabin, Can't Look Away. He was in a band called Yes at one point. And Kevin Salem, Soma City. These are all $6.99. They're all first come, first serve. They're all $6.99. Chad needs some oxygen. 1 minute on Facebook. Oh my gosh, we're running out of time. All right, so John Durden on SM. That might have been the last stack. SM for John Durden. Sarah McLachlan, do you want Rarities or Surfacing? And then Use of Cedars on Neff. That's so to Use of Cedars. And then 1 minute on Facebook, and Angela got Stevie Nicks. All right, that is sold, and that's sold. And is that Fields or the Nephilim? If not, pass. John Durden wants Rarities. Okay, so we have a question. This is called Fields of the Nephilim. The Nephilim. Is that Fields of the Nephilim? If not, pass. So you do get that one. Okay, and then Stevie Nicks to Angela and John Darren on Rarities. So that stack left the following. Rick Nelson, The Lock, Yvonne Long, Lowe's Hotel, The Little Willies, Lyle Lovett, Manaheim, Lola Cry, The Neville Brothers, Scarlet Haze, Trevor Rayburn, Kevin Salem, and Sarah McLachlan. Facebook is essentially ended, so we're pretty much dead. We're pretty much over. It's over. And we started a little bit later tonight because it's metal night. We have usually a big turnout. And tomorrow we should be back to a little bit more, possibly longer set list for CDs. I'm looking on Facebook right over here. It says Facebook has ended. So there's that. Chad is very hungry tonight. I didn't really go up there and get a full snack like I normally do. So I am ready to eat. For those that can still hear me over on YouTube, thank you. It's been a heck of a night. There was one point tonight where I literally got dizzy. There was just so much happening. I had 4 auctions going. It was an amazing time. I had 4 auctions going, and I didn't sell a record out of a crate for almost 10 minutes. That's how many consecutive bids just kept coming in. We had 4 auctions, and I basically stopped showing records for 10 minutes and just read off bids as they come in. Boom, 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 just one after another. It was amazing. Y'all are amazing. We are good to go. I'm going to chug this water that Laura brought to me like 3 hours ago as soon as I hit end stream. So thank y'all. Thank you, Grog, Paul, everybody that's just commented that I can still see on the screen. And then we got Woobish, and we got Rock and Slotin, we got Corey, we got Angela. We're going to have a lot more fun again tomorrow. The weekend is here. The U.S. Open's going on. Treacherous scoring from the world's top golfers. I couldn't imagine. If a guy like dang, I forgot his name, Scotty Scheffler. If a guy like Scotty Scheffler is shooting 4 over, can you imagine what an average golfer would shoot there? Holy moly. They wouldn't be able to finish. It'd get dark. All right, thanks, everybody. Good night. And let me find this button where it says end stream. Well, let me see what's going on over here. Let me walk back over here. It says I'm streaming. No, I'm not.